QnQ Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Summer holidays vandachu, நம்ம GT Holidays vandachu. GT Holidays, South India's #1 travel brand.
Vandachu, the Chennai Silks Mega Combo Sale, Summer Chill Out Sale.
Good morning from the beautiful Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli for round 3 of the Michelin 24-hour series here in Europe. 12 hours of racing in the beautiful Italian sunshine lay ahead of us here on this gorgeous morning on the Adriatic coast. We have 21 cars ready to go for action here at Misano in this third round after what's been a really interesting start to the season. We kicked off in the changeable conditions at Mugello in March before progressing to the absolutely iconic Spa-Francorchamps. Here we are for round 3, the midpoint of the season, with Paul Ricard next up in the heat of mid-July. And then, of course, our traditional season finale at the 24 Hours of Barcelona in the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Cannot wait for that one. Always a highlight of the year. Weather, well, yesterday it was changeable. We had some heavy rain, we had some dry weather. Today it looks absolutely spot-on conditions for racing. Air temperature just over 15 degrees Celsius at the moment, and no doubt it will warm up across the course of the day. But in terms of performance and lap time, I think we could see some very good lap times indeed, particularly as the track rubbers in throughout the day. Ideal conditions in this early summer's day. Now, one person who will be enjoying himself down on the grid and about to go and speak to some of the drivers is Nick Damon. Nick, down to you.
Thank you indeed, Peter, and welcome everyone to the grid here at Misano for the 12 hours. Quick one here. Beauty and the Beast, you make up your mind. Here are the trophies, the very large class trophy, the very special Spirit of the Race Award, which we award, and a watch. A free, free, could charge you for your winner's watch. Omologato watch. Anyway, let's get into the grid, and you can see that at the front of the grid, it is the Proton Huber number 73 Porsche, and Manuel Loic is, well, Manuel, are you starting the car?
Yes, exactly.
So we saw Klaus Bachler putting in some fantastic times, but you've decided to hold him back for later in the race.
No, to be honest, I have to do the start because I have to leave this race a little bit earlier because I go during the night to the Nürburgring and have there tomorrow another race to drive. But yeah, in the end, it's also kind of a strategy to put me in now than one of the AM drivers, and in the third stint, it's Klaus who will gonna take the car.
I don't think you'd find two circuits with bigger contrast than Misano and the Nürburgring. How do you get your mind switched between the two?
Yeah, I think it's not that easy because it's also a completely different category what I drive there. And but yeah, if you're a race driver, you have to adapt very quick.
Okay, here's our pole man. Along the other side, we have the Red Ant Mercedes. Here's the team. They're all talking to each other, which is good because they went karting last night. I'm not sure. Quick question: who won the karting?
I think it was one of the mechanics from the Porsche.
Oh, that's no good, is it? You're racing driver. You should just destroy them.
Yeah, we were destroying each other just by bumping into each other.
Yeah, talk about that. You have got a bit of an injury, haven't you? What happened earlier in the week?
I got some problems with the brakes in turn 8 and smashed my ankle against the roll cage, but it's good now.
You're a few races into running this GT3. What's the biggest difference between running a GT3 car and a 992 car in the Creventic series?
Got much more aero, so you can brake so much later and take so much more speed into the corner. So it's about 3-4 seconds gap between a 992 and a GT3, but you gain so much on the braking.
Good stuff. And you can see evidence that may have been an issue because there's some nice bits that are wrapped here and then some bits which are pure carbon fibre. Now, luckily, it's Ayrton's dad's name above the door, so I don't think he'll be charged for the repairs. Moving on now, is my favourite... now this is very important to talk to Vito, the fueler. Vito, you're having to work with this GT3. How different is your job with the GT3 than it was with the Porsche?
It's a bit aanpassen, but yeah, now I'm used to it. So yeah, you're gonna see we're the fastest fuel guys on track here today.
And how annoying is it when Ayrton just chucked the car off and it has to get repaired?
Don't know what to say about this question here. Yeah.
Actually, that's Vito the Fueler. There's a story behind that. I accidentally interviewed him about 17 races ago. We've kind of made it a tradition now. Anyway, let's meander across over to the GT3 AM pole. And this is the very lovely Simpson Motorsport machine. Let's see if we can have a go with David. David, you're suited and booted. Are you starting the car?
Yes, I am.
And what is the tactics? It's quite a small field, so do you feel you'll be able to get into a rhythm really quickly?
I hope so. As I suppose pro drivers are starting around me, so the plan for the start is just to keep the position and not fighting dirty.
When you're up against the pro driver, I suppose, do you get to a point go, no, it's all right, you go through and you just drift back and do your own thing?
No, that's not the plan. If somebody passed, I will just stick to them and look what they do. But otherwise, there's no plan to let everybody pass.
There goes in there from the 69 Simpson Racing Century Motorsport, one of the two. It's very, very long. Here we have the Haas team, another Audi, two Audis on row two. Let's have a quick word with one of the drivers. I'm sorry, I've lost. Your name is
Peter Hulings.
Ah, Peter. Now, there's two of you. Is Matty starting, is he?
Yes, he's starting.
So how did he get that job?
We said, eeny, miny, miny, mo. No. We put in the young guns first, and then I'll go after as third. So to push and to keep a good pace and maybe to make a gap with the rest.
So I mean, this track, it seems relatively simple. It's a flat track. It doesn't seem to have those areas to catch you out like Spa might do. But when you're actually in the cockpit, is it a difficult, tricky circuit?
It's a very tricky circuit. I mean, it demands a lot of courage because for me it's the first time in the GT3 car, and there's some really high-speed corners where you have to use the downforce of the car. So and then a nice in-track here with a lot of curves, high speed as well. So no, it's a great track to drive.
I can hear that. I can pick where with Chris. Chris, is the team manager. Chris, a last look at the car, looking pristine. When you send it out, how worried are you it's going to come back in pieces?
I'm very confident. I trust my guys.
Do you have to tell them to slow down, or I always tend to speed up?
No. We always go full speed. No discussion about that.
If I have to visit in the pits later, I'll remind you of that, Chris. Back down on to fifth place, and it is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the 296 GT, and the orange, colourblind there, yellow and black. And we're going to meander down to the back of the selection of racing drivers. Well, talk to Joseph.
Again, me, sorry.
Well, we've known each other for so many years, it's for 10 years, 12 years. Scuderia Praha, been around for years in the Creventic series. Took a bit of a break, didn't you, for a couple of years. How different is the team now to the team which joined back in, 2011, 2012?
Well, in the end, it's quite funny because the core team is still basically the same. Just the drivers a bit changed, except me, luckily. So I'm still here. And yeah, most of the people are similar, same, and just few young guns helping us, especially during the pit stops, but otherwise the same team.
Yeah, when we were here last time, they used to get one of those Ferrari Italian hot shoes turn up, didn't they? I mean, is that not really what you're looking to do now? You are just looking to look at Czech and Slovak drivers.
Yeah, well, it depends. Mainly we focus now for the 24-hour series. That's our aim, and we'll see how it goes till the end of the season. Because at the moment it's going very well, but still we have very important races ahead of us. So we have to wait for the results, and during that, of course, we do other series with team Scuderia Praha Racing. We do also Ferrari Challenge, and but it's short distance races, sprint races, which are different. It's fun, but I definitely prefer the long races or endurance racing.
And of course, this is a 12-hour straight through, which isn't that common within Creventic. What do you think is the key single factor in this race? What is it? Is it tyre management? Is it fuel management? What is the key thing?
Well, I have to say that during the years, as the series progressed, to be honest, it's much more difficult than it used to be, and it's not really the one key factor that can change everything, but basically it's something where many people think that you have to preserve the tires, preserve the car, and just wait, but in the end we have to push all the time, and just to really do maximum in one stint. Of course, it's let's say, balance between how you prepare the car for the rest of the drivers or for the other drivers in your team. So that's kind of the only limitation, but otherwise you have to really push all the time, and especially here the tires last very long, so you can really enjoy the stint properly. And to be honest, I think the biggest difference can be the Code 60.
Thank you. Indeed, actually. And you've been
we feel really good this weekend. I think this track is a good track for the car. So yeah, we are happy and let's see. Looking forward to the start.
It's like Antonio Saniero out of the E2P 90 Aston Martin. Now meandering back to the 71, which is the Utah Racing. Now this is always interesting because there's a lot of Lithuanians in this car. Let's see if we can find someone to talk to from the Utah Racing. Tim, how are you doing? How are you? Utah Racing, the Audi does seem quite suited to this track, looking at the cars further up the grid.
Yeah, we feel good. I mean, we only made 7 overall, but, you know, it's a 12-hour race, so we are ready to go, and we have a good setup. We are, I think, the only one who can refuel under Code 60 more than the others, so we see what will happen.
Yes, good point. So do you think that being an AM is going to be a big advantage in this 12-hour straight-through race?
Yeah. Yeah, I think in making here the qualification, you need the pros, for sure. But in the end, it counts. Don't make mistakes and be continuously.
Great stuff. Thank you, Tim. Now, next to them, the 81 is the Era Motorsport team. Now, this is very interesting. Now, you'll notice that there's a common theme amongst Ferrari teams, and I'm going to ask you what it is. Why is the rear wing so comfortable? Because the Scuderia Ferrari team are all leaning on their rear wing. You're leaning on your rear wing, but no other team are leaning. What is it about? What is it? I'm going to ask, what is it about the? Look at how. Why is the rear wing so comfortable?
It's just the perfect height.
Right. Obviously you're not worried about knocking it out of alignment. It's quite strong as well.
Yeah, no, it'd be a fairly big whack to damage this one.
Right, talk to me about. You're starting quite far back. I mean, it's a 12-hour race. Does that really concern you at all?
No, not in the slightest. It's, as you said, 12-hour race and anything can happen. Just looking forward to getting on with it and progressing that way.
So, you've been here for a long time, the team. You've had 2 cars running during the practice days. I mean, how important is that extra lappage, Carl?
Seat time around here, I think for all of us, was massive because none of us had been here before. So Dwight especially, just getting him comfortable, using the second car for some setup and tuning on what we have, and then seat time in the other one for Dwight.
So when you got I've been here and I'm a bit sad I've done it on iRacing. It seems like a relatively simple circuit. It's got no elevation change to bother you. It seems to be. I know it's a grippy circuit. Is it a difficult circuit to learn? Is it a complex track?
I don't think it's actually that complex of a track to learn. I think it's probably fairly difficult to get a lap time from. With it being flat, it's fairly difficult to pick out some of your references, but we've had a fair bit of running at this point, so I think we'll be all right. Great stuff,
Carl. That's Kyle's idea about the track, but let's have a bit closer look at the circuit Misano Marco Simoncelli with Peter Mackay.
Well, this is a circuit that needs no introduction for motorcycle racing fans. The Misano World Circuit here on the Adriatic coast, just up the road from Riccione and Cattolica. Really complex, this circuit, I think would be the best way to describe it. Originally opened in 1972 when it was known as the Autodromo di Santa Monica, the village in which it's based. But bizarrely, back in 2006, this circuit actually ran in the other direction, where it was heavily revised and changed to clockwise, like it is now. Resurfaced 5 years ago, a lot more grip, but quite bumpy for the motorcycles. One thing we've been talking about all week is the track limits. Because of the tarmac runoff, it's easy to get it and break track limits through there as well. Quite fast at points as you head down to Quercia to the hairpin. You're braking from 240 kilometers an hour, but it gets really, really quick around the back part of the circuit through.
back down here on the grid. We're now going to row back further, and we're with RAFA Racing. RAFA, who had a marvellous result in Spa, and the man whose name isn't really above the door, but he is the man who pays for it. It's Michael Kroll. Michael, big result last time in Spa. Must have been a real boost for the team.
Yeah, it was fun, and we try to do it again this year, this event, and hope it stays like that.
Quite a different track and a different challenge, isn't it here? A low car count, but very fast cars here at Misano.
Yeah, it's some parts are real fast, so you have to stay on it. And it's only 20 cars or 21 cars, so it's much easier than on other tracks where you have 90 cars.
And how are you going to finesse your driver's time? Because you've got a very flexible chance to put drivers on. Are you going to go out first, or are you going to wait to go out?
Well, it's Alex does the start, always the fast ones. And Chantal and me, we will do our stint, and then we'll see if we go in for a second time. It depends on how we are. And
what's your aim for this race after your podium last time?
Podium.
Good stuff. Thank you, Michael Kroll there. Next door we have the Viper Racing. It's the GT3. It's the all-Malaysian team. I'm going to see... English okay? English. Fantastic. Let's... Oh, it's this is great. Not only is his English okay, but he knows the hierarchy. He knows how. This is a man who wants another drive. Yeah, you're in for next race as well. Well done. Lovely looking car. Really good project. I mean, you must be very proud to bring a Malaysian team into an international competition like this.
Oh yeah, but we've actually been doing quite a number of international competitions. And we've been racing in Europe off and on all this while. But yes, it's good to be back in Europe. It's good to be back with Creventic. We raced with them when we did the TCR 500 in Spa. Oh, right. Yeah, so that was nice. It's nice, yeah. That really is Creventic history, the TCR 500. Yeah. And of course, you know, the difference between a TCR car and a GT3 Mercedes could not be bigger. Front-wheel drive, not much power, to rear-wheel drive, lots of power. Yes. I mean, I take it, it's a silly question, I take it that's more fun to drive, isn't it? I think all cars are fun to drive, no? Yes, yeah, you certainly go faster in the GT3. And you know, once you actually get used to the speed, you always want more and more and more. So you actually move up the radar. But this time around, we're actually moving down because we used to be racing LMP3s, and now we're doing GT3s. Oh, so you've gone down. You've actually got less downforce. Yeah, less downforce, but yeah, the LMP3 was really nice to drive. Yeah. Is there an ultimate aim, perhaps, to move back into prototypes and perhaps P2 and then go on the sort of Le Mans environment? Yeah, we've been doing Asia Le Mans for maybe like 3-4 seasons, and now, well, these days because it's over in Middle East a lot more, so we've decided probably we will actually rather do GT3 racing rather than LMP3. Great stuff, thank you. Douglas Coe from the 73 Viper. Let's meander across the front of the next grid. This is the 909 Red Camels Jordan, and it's very, very important that we have our every race chat with our resident home strategist, Mr. Paul Truswell. Paul, you've managed to regain pole after a application to stewards to get a lap back, but I get the impression that your opinion is that he shouldn't have been that far off the track to begin with.
Well, I mean, obviously pole position means nothing for an endurance race over 12 hours, so we're not really concerned whether we're on pole position or not. But it's a great way to start the weekend. It means that we're obviously starting from the front, staying out of trouble, and looking forward to a gorgeous race. Yeah, we've got the weather for it. Now, we're 12 hours straight through here on a track which doesn't seem to be particularly instant-inducing. Does that make your job much simpler than it was perhaps at Spa with a split race? It's simpler when it's a straight-through race, certainly. With it being 12 hours, it's just keep going for as long as you can, doing what Red Camel always does, which is to keep a reliable car, being quick in the pit stops. All our drivers are very closely matched, and that's the big key. None of the drivers is particularly slower than any of the others, so keep our fingers crossed. So quiet day, Paul Truswell, just looking at the lap, yeah, that's fine, off you go. That's right, yeah, absolutely, just keep to the plan. Great stuff, thank you. That's Paul Truswell. Paul will be joining the Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans team, in the booth for Le Mans. I know that for a fact, because I'm the person driving him there. This is the Van Berlo family outing on the next line, which is this is number 925. Let's have a quick word with Kai Van Berlo. Kai, disappointed not to get pole in class?
It's a long race, so P2 is a good starting position. I think everyone did a solid job. Obviously, we would have loved to be in pole position, but at the end of the day, it's 12 hours. It's all about staying out of trouble and make a way to the front.
We've got about 3 or 4 family teams here. What do you think it is that attracts this sort of family team racing atmosphere?
It kind of is. I mean, it's fun battling against the other families. Obviously, it's been about 5 years since I did the last race with my brother and my dad in Spa, also the 12 hours. So it's good to be back with them, excited to share the car with them, and hopefully we'll get a good result.
Can you be brutally honest with your families? Can you turn around your dad and go, Dad, you're just too slow?
Yeah, actually, yeah. We've been testing the last 2 days, and it's been pretty much unfiltered, so no issues with that.
Unfiltered and Dutch, that should be interesting to hear. Thank you, Kai there. Meandering down now through the rest of the nine. Just see if we can just have a couple of minutes to go. Let's see if we can have a little bit of a rundown and see if we can find a couple of other classes. I mean, this is the phalanx of 992 Porsches who are coming toward the back of this 22-car field. We have the very pretty Seblajou 888 in a bright mauve. There's the Cron Racing Aviation, obviously Nick Johnson and Tracy Cron. Keep meandering down as we do. Now it's the Ajith Kumar machine, and I'm sure we'll hear from Ajit during the race and his moving fan club. And then we get to our first of our 2 other classes. We have a SBS XPX car, of course, which is the Vortex, currently not on fire. And then right at the back we have the 421, which is the AMG, I'm going to say the single GT4 car. So we can just pop into the actual drivers. Let's do the whole lean in interview. Let's have a word. I have to work out. Which is your driver?
Matt George.
Matt George. So, Matt, you have 20 cars in front of you.
Yeah. Not much more to say than that, really.
Now, it's kind of a strange situation. You are the sole GT3 car here, so you've already won. What is the motivation? What is the kind of the aim for a team that knows it's won, but I assume also wants to learn a lot?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, we've had a great run in the 24-hour series. We've won a lot of races, but I'd be lying if I said that we had executed a perfect race each time. So it's a great opportunity for us to aim to execute the fastest race we possibly can, get involved if we can, but it's great testing for the future rounds.
So will I be right in saying what you'd actually like is quite a messy race with lots of code 60s so you can kind of work out your strategy?
Yeah, to be honest, that actually would be perfect for us to make sure that we're maximising everything, because what we don't want is someone to turn up at the other rounds and do a better job than we do. So it's a great opportunity for some learning. It's an amazing
Team currently in Misano, which is Joe Bradley and Peter Mackay.
You are so generous, Nick Damon. Thank you for that. A grid of 21 cars lined up, ready to go for the Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. The second edition. We had a run last year here at Misano with our Michelin 24-hour series. And let's see who's going to come out on top today. Proton Huber Competition start on pole position in their Porsche 911 GT3R alongside Red Ant Racing with their Mercedes, new for this year, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Row 2 is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Really strong run from that Audi crew. They will start alongside another Audi of Haas RT. Starting on the third row of the grid will be the joint championship leaders in GT3, Scuderia Praha, alongside E2P Racing, who's had some really strong pace in the qualifying session yesterday. Keep an eye out for that number 90, Aston Martin. On the fourth row of the grid today in the GT3 class, Juta Racing will start in 7th in their red and white Audi R8. Then it's Era Motorsport in their blue and purple 296 GT3 Ferrari, with that car being started by Kyle Tilley, who we heard from a moment ago. Hoffer Racing, the family outing for the Krolls and the Princes, they start in 9th after a great start to the season. Viper Nisa Racing start in 10th, the squad who have come all the way over from Malaysia. row 6 today for this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. Red Camel Jordans start on pole in the 992 class after an absolutely dominant start to the season. They are joined by another all-Dutch lineup in Van Berlin Motorsport by Bas Koeten Racing. 7th row of the grid then, also in the 992 class. Homegaard Motorsport start from 13th in their number 902 car. And watch out for Müllner Motorsport. They haven't quite had the luck this year, but they've got a quick driver lineup. They will start 14th overall and 4th in class. On the 8th row of the grid will be Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 car, with a great lap time yesterday in qualifying from Paul Meyer. They have got an opportunity to move forward, as do RPM Racing, who are always a force in the 992 AM class and maybe could go for the overall as well. Ajith Kumar Racing, lots of fans here for Ajith Kumar, the Hollywood movie star. He's driving with Fabien Defieux and Mathieu Detry. They start from 17th alongside the all-Spanish squad of Escuderia Faron. On the 10th row of the grid, it's the GTX class. Vortex starts from 19th, and 9 und 11 with their 911 Cup car starting 20th. And finally, in the GT4 category, we have the Venture Engineering squad of Matthew George, Neville Jones and Chris Jones. So that gives me the opportunity to bring in my broadcast partner for the day, Joe Bradley. Good morning.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, everyone. We're just about to get going, aren't we? 12 hours of sports car racing and everything that throws at us. I think certainly at the forefront of my mind, putting my geek hat on, is just how this very abrasive tarmac here at Misano is going to, and how the Michelin tyres are going to cope with that abrasive tarmac. We know it's a motorcycle track predominantly. You know, the World Superbikes here are here next month. It's a MotoGP track. It has got motorcycle history absolutely ingrained, and the tarmac therefore is a very, very grippy tarmac. Now it works with motorcycles. How it's going to work with our Michelin rubber, we've had a lot of miles, we've had a lot of laps, Peter, we've got a lot of tyre data, but it's how the teams will adjust the cars and set up the cars. All of that's done, of course. You're going to have to race with the car you've developed across the last few days of practices and qualifying, etc., etc. Now we're going to see what the teams have got up their sleeve with regards to how they can make those tyres last and shave those seconds in the pit stops by not changing tyres or indeed changing tyres. Where will the time be got?
Well, the leaders are already up towards sector 3 and ready to get started here. 12 hours on the clock. There is no intervention break. It is a straight sprint to the flag, ending at 9:30 this evening as the BMW safety car leads the field through 2 by 2. Kyle Tilley there in the 4th row, ready to go in that Ferrari 296, but it will be the Proton Hooper competition car of Manuel Lauk pacing the field. The orange and purple Porsche 911 GT3R, the field together. Green flag in the air here at Misano as they run down towards turn 1. Great run there from Manuel Lauk. Perfect getaway and great start from the Haas RT car. Mathis Lismont from 4th on the grid moves up into 2nd as the 992's jostled through the really, really tricky turn 2 and 3 and up towards 4 and 5 again. Very, very slow speed through this early part of the circuit with great start from the Haas RT cars. Big push from Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha car. Trying to make moves forward in car number 56 in that Ferrari, but they just about filtered through okay as they get onto the back straight now for the run down towards Quersha. But it's Lauk in the Proton Hooper Porsche, then Mathis Lismont in the Haas RT Audi, and David Pogosayan in the
pretty much bunched together.
Now 992, we've got a change for the lead. The pole sitter, Rick Breukers, he's been passed by Glenn Van Berlo. So great start from Van Berlo from the front of the front row in class. He's got past the pole sitting car, the red Camel Jordan. So a little bit of a change in 992 at this early stage. Steady start for Kyle Tilley in the 296 Ferrari. He's dropped into the clutches of the 992 field. So perhaps something gone wrong there on the opening lap. But the opening order then, Proton Huber, Manuel Lauk from Matthias Lismon for Haas RT Audi. Then it's Red Ant Racing with Yannick Redan on board. Antonio Cenero, good start from him from 6th on the grid. He's moved up to 4th in the E2P Aston Martin. Also the Ajith Kumar racing car 901, Fabian Defew, is on the move and he's right on the tailpipe now of home. Holmgaard Motorsport, Jonas Holmgaard at the moment fighting over.
It's great testing for the future rounds.
So will I be right in saying what you'd actually like is quite a messy race with lots of code 60s so you can kind of work out your strategy?
Yeah, to be honest, that actually would be perfect for us to make sure that we're maximising everything, because what we don't want is someone to turn up at the other rounds and do a better job than we do. So it's a great opportunity for some learning. It's an amazing track, the sun's shining. So, it doesn't get much better.
With the GT4, I mean, do you think is it a car that suits this circuit? I mean, obviously you've got flat curbs. I mean, that does tend to make it easier for the more road-based machines.
Yeah, to be honest, it's great for all the tight, twisty stuff. The back section's a little bit longer for us than the GT3 cars because it's so fast. But Misano's an amazing track. The grip level's so high, so driving any car around here is great fun.
Thank you. That's Matthew George from the 421 and from the back of the grid. So I think what we'll do is I'll smile sweetly into the camera and I'll pass you back up to our fantastic commentary team, the best commentary team currently in Misano, which is Joe Bradley and Peter Mackay.
You are so generous, Nick Damon. Thank you for that. A grid of 21 cars lined up, ready to go for the Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. The second edition, we had a run last year here at Misano with our Michelin 24-hour series. And let's see who's going to come out on top today. Proton Huber Competition start on pole position in their Porsche 911 GT3R alongside Red Ant Racing with their Mercedes, new for this year, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Row 2 is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Really strong run from that Audi crew. They will start alongside another Audi of Haas RT. Starting on the third row of the grid will be the joint championship leaders in GT3, Scuderia Praha, alongside E2P Racing, who's had some really strong pace in the qualifying session yesterday. Keep an eye out for that number 90 Aston Martin. On the fourth row of the grid today in the GT3 class, Juta Racing will start in 7th in their red and white Audi R8. Then it's Era Motorsport in their blue and purple 296 GT3 Ferrari, with that car being started by Kyle Tilley, who we heard from a moment ago. Hoffer Racing, the family outing for the Krolls and the Princes, they start in 9th after a great start to the season. Viper Niza Racing start in 10th, the squad who have come all the way over from Malaysia. Row 6 today.
And we're finding that people just drivers
for this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. Red Camel Jordan start on pole in the 992 class after an absolutely dominant start to the season. They are joined by another all-Dutch lineup in Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Koeten Racing. 7th row of the grid then, also in the 992 class, Holmgaard Motorsport start from 13th in their number 902 car. And watch out for Müllner Motorsport. They haven't quite had the luck this year, but they've got a quick driver lineup. They will start 14th overall and 4th in class. On the 8th row of the grid will be Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 car with a great lap time yesterday in qualifying from Paul Meyer. They have got an opportunity to move forward, as do RPM Racing, who are always a force in the 992 AM class and maybe could go for the overall as well. Ajith Kumar Racing, lots of fans here.
Now we see Aston Martin and Ferrari battling it out there. The Aston down the order in 4th place with the silver Scuderia Praha Ferrari, looking like Joseph is just, as I say, and that sussing job has been completed with the Mercedes there, the green and grey Mercedes, trying to get by that Audi. And that is the two Mercedes of Dominic Ang and Alexander Prince just ganging up there.
Ajith Kumar, the Hollywood movie star, he's driving with Fabien Defieux and Mathieu Detry. They start from 17th alongside the all-Spanish squad of Escuderia Farón.
These cars now just beginning to concertina together. The green Mercedes of Dominic Ang looking for that gap, but the Audi again putting itself in the middle of the track there, and it's kind of a defensive line, isn't it? And this track is very narrow out there on the back sections of the track. As I say that, the Mercedes moving alongside the Vipa Racing Mercedes, moving alongside the Audi, but again has to settle back in and slots back in behind the Audi. This is quite intense for such an early part of this 12 hours.
Wow, that was a game of chicken at 240 kilometers an hour, going through the right-hander of Carvone is super fast through there, and Dominic Ang had the nose up the inside, but Pogosyan really toughed it out on the outside and holding off well. Nothing wrong with the straight line speed of the Audi, but Mercedes looking good as well. Mercedes is the heaviest car according to the balance of performance, but does have good straight line speed too. We saw that at Spa. So after 5 laps then, it's Proton Huber Competition who have hung on to their lead. However, they are really under pressure now. Manuel Lauk, the super experienced German, the 7-time winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour in class. He's got young Mathis Lismont right behind him, the 19-year-old Belgian who's won his class before in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, amongst other successes, but really impressing in this pro class Haas RT Audi. But Manuel Lauk placing that Proton Porsche exactly where it needs to be to make sure that Lismont can't get by. And actually they've put quite a bit of time into Kobe no, that's not Kobe de Bruyker in that car. It's Yannick Redon who's in the car. So our graphic is wrong, apologies for that. It's Yannick Redon who's in the car number 93 in 3rd place. But actually Redon last time got a little bit of time on the leaders.
Yeah, because, Peter, they're closing up to one another. The Audi of Lismont now beginning to challenge Manuel Lauk. So he's not going to be optimising his lap time. He's going to be driving offline. He's going to be costing him lap time. And that's allowing Yannick Redon in the Red Ant Mercedes to gain ground on them. And before long, we may even have a 3-car battle for the lead.
We may do, yes. We may do. 133.995 then for Manuel Lauk, 133.966 for Mathis Lismont, then it's 133.968 for Yannick Redon. So the top 3 at the moment, all very close on pace.
We mentioned Redon catching the 2 leaders. He has got the E2P Racing Aston Martin right with him as well. So that 2-car battle for the lead might even evolve into a 4-car battle. Is that Nick Damon shouting up from the pits? Let's head down to the pits, Nick.
I think I was very quiet to say, hello, excuse me. Yes, you're very excited. We don't want to interrupt your flow at the start there. Unfortunately, it's not quite as good a start for the 949 Escuderia Farón. Porsche 992.
Misano was going to, and how the Michelin tyres are going to cope with that abrasive tarmac. We know it's a motorcycle track predominantly. You know, the World Superbikes here are here next month. It's a MotoGP track. It has got motorcycle history absolutely ingrained. And the tarmac, therefore, is a very grippy tarmac. Now, it works with motorcycles. How it's going to work with our Michelin rubber, we've had a lot of miles, we've had a lot of laps, Peter. We've got a lot of tyre data, but it's how the team...
yeah, they're just putting the car on the safe jacks at the moment. So, mostly when this...
We'll adjust the cars and set up the cars. All of that's done, of course. You're going to have to race with the car you've developed across the last few days of practices and qualifying, etc., etc. Now we're going to see what the teams have got up their sleeve with regards to how they can make those tyres last and shave those seconds in the pit stops by not changing tyres or indeed changing tyres. Where will the time be got?
Well, the leaders are already up towards Sector 3 and ready to get started here. 12 hours on the clock. There is no intervention break. It is a straight sprint to the flag, ending at 9:30 this evening as the BMW safety car leads the field through 2 by 2. Kyle Tilley there in the 4th row, ready to go in that Ferrari 296. But it will be the Proton Hooper competition car of Manuel Lauk pacing the field. The orange and purple Porsche 911 GT3R, the field together. Green flag in the air here at Misano as they run down towards turn 1. Great run there from Manuel Lauk. Perfect getaway and great start from the Haas RT car. Mathis Lismont from 4th on the grid moves up into 2nd as the 992s jostle through the really tricky turn 2 and 3 and up towards 4 and 5. Again, very slow speed through this early part of the circuit. A great start from the Haas RT cars. Big push from Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha car, trying to make moves forward in car number 56 in that Ferrari. Seconds, and Manuel Lauk from that race start got on the gas nice and early. Lights went out and Lauk had that getaway as the Continental Audi was on the inside and just had a peek up the inside and got together a little bit with the Red Ant Mercedes. That was where the Red Ant Mercedes lost a little bit of time, and with the 992s going through turn 1 and 2 on the race start, very congested, which allowed Dan Van Berlo to get through. Then Joseph Kral trying to peek past the Continental Audi, which he managed to do to get up in to 5th place. Meanwhile, amongst that melee, Antonio Cenero in the E2P Aston Martin getting up into 4th, who's also putting in really strong pace at the front of the field. In fact, they just about filter through okay as they get onto the back straight now for the run down towards Quersha, but it's Lauk in the Proton Hooper Porsche, then Mathis Lismont in the Haas RT Audi, and David Pogosayan in the number 69 Audi has dropped a few positions back. He's dropped back to 6th place.
Very crowded there in those early laps through the Del Parco chicane, and then even more crowded through the Del Rio hairpin. However, things beginning to settle, as settled as we can be on these early stages. We're out onto that very
naturally aspirated 6.2 V8 in the front of it. It's a big car. The Aston Martin's a 4-litre turbocharged engine, but in the front, the Ferrari's a quite small capacity V6. There's a 2.9 V6 that's in the middle. The Porsche's got a 4.2 naturally aspirated flat 6. You know, you've got turbo engines, naturally aspirated. There's so much to factor in, and yet we've all got them battling at a very similar pace with one another.
They all race very well, and it's all down to that term BOP, isn't it? The balance of performance. And certainly the 24H Series boffins have pulled out another good job here at Misano, because that changes track to track as well, Peter. There's I'm not sure which car actually suits Misano, because it is, in comparison to where we've been, we started off the 24H Series year, of course, in Dubai, which is quite a unique track, and then we went to Mugello with that long straight kilometre of straight line speed needed. Spa, I need to say enough about Spa. Spa's absolutely massively fast and flowing. Misano, you need good mechanical grip at Misano. It's not so much about the aero, but aero is definable as well, though. You do need good aero through those fast sweeps, but you need good mechanical grip through the tight hairpins.
Here comes Dominic Ang then for 6th position. Is he finally going to get by David Pogosayan as they go up towards Curvoni? They nearly touch it. 240 kilometers an hour. Is Ang going to get through? Pogosayan's going to try and go around the outside. Is he there side by side? And then Alexander Prince is spotting an opportunity now, but is the door going to shut on him coming down into turn 14? I think it is, yes, but Ang is through. So Dominic Ang for Viper Niza Racing then moves through into 6th position.
Great battling there, and very clean driving. It looked aggressive, didn't it? But it was those drivers knew exactly what they were doing here as they crossed the line. We've had just over 15 minutes of this race, and now it's Alexander Prince's turn to get on terms and do that overtake. He's got to do exactly what Dominic Ang has just done and get by the Audi.
So yeah, that's difficult because that Audi is quick, and of course the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi is an M-class car, so it has a slightly different balance of performance. It has a wider air restrictor than, say, the Haas RT Audi, which is a pro car. That being said, both of these Mercedes are running in the are running in the AM class as well, so they have that slightly more advantageous restrictor compared to the equivalent Pro car. But Pogosyan definitely parking that Audi exactly where he can to try and keep Alexander Prince at bay. Prince goes a little bit wide to try and get the run out of turn 10, and then they'll run down towards Carvone, flat out through there, getting to 200.
At Misano, on the passenger seat, it's there. He's just seen Dominic Ang do it, and he's learned from that. He knows where he's got to be quicker. He knows where he's got to carry momentum. And this is perhaps not the place where he's going to make this happen, especially when Pogosyan has got the defensive line, just positioning that Audi on the middle part of the track. It kind of narrows the track into the braking area for what is a very, very tight chicane section, the Del Parco chicane, which is the right-left turns 1, 2, and 3. However, it's a sequence of corners that you could group together and call it a chicane or a fast S, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. Alexander Prince trying everything he can to get through here in the Hofer Mercedes AMG. And you think for a driver who started racing in the Dacia Logan Cup in Germany, I would imagine that's pretty aggressive series to race in. So he knows how to get into it in hand-to-hand combat. He's been in really a rich vein of form all season, has Alexander Prince, particularly at Spa. He's just that pole position effort along with his teammates was quite amazing. But Pogosyan, you have to say, is driving really, really well. And when he spoke to Nick Damon on the grid, he was saying, well, we'll see how we match up with everyone, but if they're faster, we'll let them go. But he's definitely been a little bit more elbows out to make sure. And why not? You know, they're both racing in the AM class. This is very much absolutely for position, as Yannick Redant just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:33.5.
Well, we've just seen how quickly Dominic Ang has distanced himself from the Audi, and Alexander Prince has that in his mind here. That's why we're getting to the point where frustration might start creeping in. Yes, Pogosyan isn't doing anything wrong, flashing the lights there of the Alexander Prince Hofer car. That's the frustration that's creeping in now from Alexander. He can see Dominic Ang has disappeared off into the distance. That's the green and grey Mercedes just in the foreground there as the Audi. Again, not doing anything wrong though, Peter. He's driving his race, he's positioning his car cleanly, and isn't this the vagaries of Misano though? It's very, very tight, and you've got to plan your move. You've got to plan your move into the corners here, and that's not ideal from Alexander Prince, who went down the inside and had a look into Quercia. This is where he's got to be close though, up to the Tremonto hairpin, and it's a kink followed by the hairpin. So another braking and turning sequence of corners here. Tremonto, which means sunset in Italy. We'll see the sun coming down across that hairpin at the top of the circuit. And now this is the run. But again, he didn't quite have the momentum to pull alongside before Carvone. That's the right-hander through the kink there, and then on towards the braking area. You're starting to go through these kinks, but you're thinking about the brakes and you're easing this, getting rid of the speed, bleeding the speed off for this very, very tight turn of the Del Caro hairpin. And Alexander Prince just needs to get out of Tremonto a little bit with more momentum, get alongside. That's what he saw Dominic Ang do, and he just can't quite match that technique.
Massive moment there for Alexander Prince coming out the final corner curve of Misano. The car really snapped on him over the curb. He's really driving ragged to try and get by David Pogosyan, but you know, actually, looking on that previous run through, coming out of Tremonto onto the back straight, he was on the power earlier than Pogosyan, and yet Pogosyan just pulled away. So the Audi's got really good straight line speed down the back part of the circuit. They've shown really good pace. We've of course got a pro class Audi right behind Manuel Lauck at the front. Lauck and Lismont, they must be having a great time.
They are.
They've never been more than 0.3 of a second apart.
That's right. I was just about to mention that actually. Manuel Lauck is doing a great job leading this race. The Proton Huber Porsche just holding off the Haas RT Audi. That's a great race. That's perhaps going to go on for quite a while. We continue to focus on the frustrations of Alexander Prince behind that Continental Racing Audi, though. And if anything, he may just want to settle in now, Alexander, and just get through this first stint under his belt, not dropping too far away, but at the forefront of his mind, pretty much, Dominic Ang immediately goes as quick as he has done all race there. 34.6 his last lap time through, and that's the quickest that the Dominic Ang Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes has put in.
And he's now 4 seconds away from the cars he passed just a handful of laps ago, and Alexander Prince will know that, and he'll see that Viper Nisa car just pulling away in 6th place, and he's thinking, oh, come on. But interesting, Alexander Prince has just backed off a little bit. I think he may have been, not spooked, but I think he might have just knocked it back a touch after that big moment coming out.
Flashing his lights,
still flashing the lights.
Still flashing his lights.
Full DTM style, yes. Maybe he's also thinking another opportunity is to try and force Bogosian into a mistake, and he's trying to be as visible in the mirrors as possible in that grey, that kind of dark grey, but completely contrasted by the bright pink of RAFA Racing, team that have been around for quite some time now. It's founded by Alex's father-in-law, Michael Kroll, who started racing, imagine this, started racing in a Dodge Viper GTSR. That's quite a serious car to start racing.
Yeah. Did he not sneak some sort of mini racing in before that and just steps into a Viper GTS?
Well,
that's a bit like driving a firework, isn't it?
I hope so, yes. Yeah, I would say it's more like having the space shuttle in front of you.
Yes.
You're sitting on the back of it in a
just
Viper.
light the fuse.
Yes.
When you press the throttle, light the fuse. Bosh. There we go.
And then
off we go.
Of course, Alex's wife Chantal, or now wife, is she started a year later in a Porsche 964 Cup car at that time. So very much a racing family. It's a family affair at RAFA Racing, and Alexander Prince, he's trying his best. He's really fighting us. Oh, mistake from Bogosian. Is this going to give the opportunity now for Prince? He's going to have to go the long way round. As he made it around? Yes.
Ever ahead of him to force that error, and that's what came. The cards that were played, the cork has been popped, Peter, and it's going to be interesting to see if Prince can now draw back up to the rear end of that light. It's very similar in liveried Mercedes. It's a bright green with grey, well, it's grey with bright green stripes, and then the RAFA car, the grey with the pink stripes, with a gap of, where is the gap? Let me just check on that. The gap is, I've got a gap of 3.8 seconds here. That's how much ground he lost to the Dominic Ang car. We'll see if he can gain that back.
Joseph Kral is on the move as well. He's moved up into 4th place. He's got past Antonio Cenero in the E2P Aston Martin, and now starting to run down the gap towards the lead. And actually, Yannick Redon in the number 93. It's not. It shows Kobe De Bruyker on our graphic. It's not. It's Yannick Redon who's in that car. 2.9 seconds from the lead, but Redon is getting closer to Mathis Lismont. Lismont is actually dropped off. Manuel Lauk a little bit. The gap's now 1.2 seconds at the front. So Proton Hooper competition, Manuel Lauk leading the way by 1.2 from Haas RT Audi. Then it's Redon Racing in 3rd with Yannick Redon at the wheel. Then a few seconds for the back to Joseph Kral. But Kral now has a bit of clean air. We might be able to see the Czech superstar.
overusing the tyre and having that tyre fall away from you by graining it or overheating it. We want that tyre to perform on that plateau and take us all the way to the next fuel stop.
I think Michelin's record in motorsport of all types is just speaks for itself. I mean, in rallying, MotoGP, endurance racing, you know, they are. I mean, for me, I fit Michelin tyres to my car, and they're just fantastic. The range of products that they have, the performance, the longevity, they really are. I think they're the kind of gold standard, really. You look at it's the tyre that's in the top class for the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans. It's the tyre that's in the top class in all classes in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. So yeah, I think their record and longevity speaks for itself. As Joseph Kral, last lap by, set his personal best. He's now got a bit of clean air, 1:33.8. But Antonio Cinero, he's going to school a little bit. He's still in the relatively early stages of his racing career, but he's super quick, and he's following Joseph Kral, and he's actually went a 10th quicker than the Scuderia Praha driver last time. So he's actually following him a little bit like I did at the go-kart track last night when you almost stopped to let Nick and I catch up.
Well, I was getting bored.
You were getting bored, yeah. And so I enjoyed the coaching session. Once I could follow you, my lap times just tumbled. I was very pleased.
Try passing me there again. I'll have you in the wall.
I don't think I'm going to try that again. I think you let me have
it was
one.
A bit of fun. It was a bit of fun.
I went for this overtake, which, when I think about it now,
it was good.
I did trust that you weren't going to squeeze me.
It was a bit of fun. I tell myself.
I don't think I've smiled like that for certainly a few weeks anyway.
I had to go against my instinct of turning into you, to be honest.
Yeah. If only we could have filmed it, it would have been great fun. But anyway, for the record, folks, Joe Bradley smoked us all. He's much quicker. He was being charitable.
That's not big news. It's not big news, that.
No, I suppose not. No, I suppose not. I'm sure everyone listening and watching will know that already, I'm sure.
I've heard that.
You don't like to talk about it. Manuel Luik leads the motor race by 1.6 seconds after 0.3 of a second of a quicker lap last time by from Matthias Lisbon. So Luik now pulling away. So is this a tyre wear thing? Is this the Porsche being kinder on its tyres? Is this Manuel Luik being kinder on his tyres than Matthias Lisbon is in the Audi? Lisbon was probably a little bit quicker in the early few laps. Really using the peak of the tyre, but now that it's gone on to its plateau, as you mentioned, Joe, now Luik's just starting to pull away sector by sector.
It's these questions that you and I sit here in this little box at trackside there. We're just to give everybody an idea of the view we have. We're on the main straight just after the pits. We're at pit out, and we see the cars flash by into the braking area for the Del Parco chicane, and we sit here in our little box, Peter, and we ask these questions, and these questions will be answered, of course. They'll be answered by the drivers when they have their first pit stops. We've got Nick Damon and Diana Binks in the pit lane for this one, and they'll be asking those questions, and that will give us the first data acquisition for us as to, we'll get people's opinions on how their tyres worked, how their cars have worked, how the little insights into the battles that we've just been witnessing, and that will continue into the race. And as the weather, which is forecast to be nice, bright and sunny, there was earlier forecast of rain today, which would have been a little bit unfair on everybody with changeable conditions. However, conditions are going to change, Peter, because this track is going to evolve. It's going to get grippier and grippier, and sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. And some cars that work early on in the race will get and lose performance, will get a little bit off with their balance as we go forward, and then this race taking us into the twilight, and then I think by checkered flag we're full dark.
We will be, yeah, we will be. As Glenn Van Berlo, I mean, he was just absolutely stunning in qualifying yesterday, matching his brother's pace, if not bettering it, and doing a top job at the start of this one, in the leading in the 992 category, in the number 925 Van Berlo Motorsport, run by Baz Kuten Racing, a proper stalwart of the Creventic Michelin 24-hour series, and pulling away from the driver who's really been the benchmark on pace in 992 all year, and Rick Breukers. Rick is, every time he's jumped in the car, the lap times have tumbled, and he's been the guy to match so far, and yet Glenn Van Berlo, here at Misano, it's just all clicking together really, really well. And at the moment, he leads by just over 3 seconds from Rick Breukers in this 992 category.
It's the 24H series it's never a straightforward prediction for all of our cars. In this first stint, for instance, we're not really going to see the true performance of the spread by half distance until we've seen that full spread of variation of drivers that have cycled through the cars, because you have very fast drivers and you have not so fast drivers that are going to share this car, and we won't really get an indication. I think we're actually, after half distance is when we're perhaps going to see where people's true potential is. And then add in the attrition of a 12-hour endurance race, add in the concept of incidents and occurrences that go on in these longer races, and it's very, very hard to predict. And it's even harder, I think, when we've got such a small but perfectly formed grid of these 21 cars in 4 classes.
Interesting, one of the teams was telling us yesterday that particularly last year there was a lot of attrition last year, but we ran in July where it was super, super hot, 50 degrees track temperature. It's not that hot today, but this is a circuit that's quite compact and quite short, so the heat builds up more in the car, it builds up more in the engine, and that can cause reliability issues in itself. So let's hope that the race isn't decided by that, but it's very much in the nature of endurance. Now, already we've got our first warning for track limits. Third offence, car 81, Kyle Tilley in the Era Motorsport Ferrari has already been given a warning. I think the timing screen is going to be filled with those today, because this circuit, with it being a circuit that's made for, well, it's not made, its predominant use is, or most high-profile use, is for MotoGP and World Superbike, motorbike racing, and indeed Italian motorbike championship racing. So therefore, you have more tarmac runoff area, and it's quite flat coming over the curb, so it's easier for the cars to run wide and to use that speed. And it's, a driver's trying to maximize a lap time, it's so easy to just step over the track limits. But the race control, they're going to be tired tonight watching after watching them all day.
It's not, if you've never driven a race car or anything, even a kart, even a higher kart that we were on last night.
Were you breaking track limits?
If you've never, absolutely was. The track limit decision is at the apex of the corner, especially the faster ones. And it's not like driving to the shops where you can just deviate and turn left and right, left or right. I'm gonna go over the curb here, so I'll just turn the car away from the curb. That commitment, that flow, that momentum that you are carrying on the exit of corners, as we see Kyle Tilley is using the curb, but not excessively. But that decision is being made at the turning point, and the amount of speed that you're carrying through. You've got to do what I call let the car breathe. You just let the car breathe. You don't stifle that momentum. If you're stifling the car's momentum on the exit of the corner, that's going to slow you down massively onto the straight. You've got to let the car breathe on the straight and maximize the momentum out of the corner all the way down that straight. And Misano's curbing, which is geared for motorcycle racing, so they are very low flat curbs. I think the penalty box is going to be a very, very busy penalty box here this afternoon. Now then, Peter, if you are a team strategist, and we heard our good friend Paul Truswell, who was indeed the team strategist at Red Camel Jordan, he's won the first 2 rounds. Mugello won at Spa in the 992 class. They're going for the hat-trick this weekend. You heard what his opinion of his racing drivers were with regards to track limits this morning at breakfast when we had a quick chat with him. It's like, why do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? It's going to cause team strategists problems if they've got to factor in potential time wasted in the pit stops in the penalty box. And it just, again, adds to the challenge, though, doesn't it? That's why we love it.
It does, and I think that is the challenge for the driver as well, to go right to the edge of that limit but not over it, or use up every single warning that you can get away with. They know how many warnings they get before a penalty is administered, so you want to just use those tactically as the leading group so tightly matched together. Now as they start to hit traffic, the traffic has begun. Quite a short lap here at Misano, so although there's 21 cars on the grid, that traffic is going to play a factor as Yannick Redon just held up a little bit coming through the opening sector behind the home guard Porsche 992 car. And that has just allowed Josef Kral the opportunity to get behind in that battle for third place. And it's just to spread them out a little bit. But through the traffic, Manuel Lauk has really opened up the gap. The gap is now 3.5 seconds at the front of the field. So Lauk, I wonder if that's his Nürburgring now of being able to get through slower traffic.
It might be, you know,
it
might
could be.
He's quite comfortable on narrow tracks and getting through slow class traffic. Josef Kral, though, he was like a predator there, wasn't he? As the moment that Yannick Redon in the Mercedes was starting to trip over the traffic, Josef there just looking for that opportunity and having to look down the grey with the black and yellow striping on that Ferrari there just behind and filling the mirrors of Yannick Redon's in that Mercedes. Now that they're in clean air, though, Redon has kind of commanded that third place back to where they were. And you just know that Kral in the Ferrari is looking ahead of the Redon car, and looking towards what's coming next. What's coming next? Where we're going to catch that slower Porsche? Where can I position the Ferrari to maybe have an opportunity to overtake if Yannick does indeed trip over the slower traffic, which isn't a given, of course.
Interesting thing about the Redon racing car is they have a very balanced driver lineup. They've got 4 semi-pro graded drivers, so there's not going to be an enormous fluctuation in lap time depending on who's in the car. Josef Kral is very much the hot shoe in the Scuderia Praha car by a good margin. Yeah. They're a Pro-Am car, so they actually are running in a different class. But I think with the way that the number of cars that we have this weekend, it's all about overall result, actually. I think they want to get a good overall result as well. Now, Diana Binks has hopped into the pit lane. Diana, are you enjoying the sunshine down there?
Well, I am actually, yes. It's very nice, other than the rain yesterday. But in the actual pit lane area, on the pit apron, it's quite, the sun's not here yet. It's on the other side. But I'm with Motorsport, the number 921. And Rolando, you're just waiting. You're watching what's happening so far with the team. Are you satisfied with how you've started?
Yeah, I mean, Martin did a great start. The team has done a great job this weekend. So very nice battles on track. So we're very excited to come in and help the team out.
How would you describe this circuit? Now, you've had an opportunity, I know, in practice and qualifying to drive it. How would you describe it?
It's very technical, flowy, fast. So I like it.
Are the characteristics of your car suiting this circuit?
Yeah, the Porsche, it's always a battle tank around here, so we just have to see halfway on the race where we have a lot of pickup and everything, so to take care of the car, and then we'll hopefully finish without any issues.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go in this race. It's just really started. You were sort of watching what was going on. Is this your time to sort of chat to the engineers and listen to what's being said from the driver behind the wheel?
Yeah, a little bit. I think now it's just concentrating on hitting our marks, you know, getting a good driver change and then just get into a rhythm on the track.
You looking forward to getting behind the wheel this morning?
Very, very much so. Yes, been waiting a whole lot to get here, so we're very happy to be here with Mueller Motorsport. And yeah, with Creventic as well, so thank you.
Well, it's great to have you here. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Rolando Saka from the 921 Milner Motorsport car, new addition to that driver lineup. Great to have him here. 39-year-old from El Salvador.
Yeah, cracking, isn't it?
It's cool.
Yeah, that is it. We are an international series.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Josef Kral, he's on the move. The Czech former single-seater star is right on the back now of the Red Ant Racing Mercedes of Yannick Redon. They're both about 6 seconds from the overall lead, but only 2 seconds from second place of Mathis Lismont in the Haas RT Audi. There's 41 minutes complete. Normally we see a GT3 car run for about an hour flat out. We've had no Code 60 so far. Code 60, that is what we don't have safety cars here in the Michelin 24-hour series. If there is an incident on track or something that needs to be dealt with, we use a Code 60. So that means that everybody goes down to 60 kilometers an hour on the track. You can go into the pits never close, but when you go into the pits, you in general you can only put in 25% of your fuel allowance. There are a few cars that are running the AM class that are allowed to put in 50%, but that's it. You can't fill up full fuel load, but you can do anything else you want in the pits, or you can stay out. It's entirely your prerogative.
And the reason for that is it's kind of that in itself is a balance of performance. That time that you gain from your pro driver is negated in those situations. Now, the thing where that all turns to and sort of flutters away into the wind is if we stay green. I mean, 12-hour race staying full green is something that I've never experienced. So the chances are, but it's just how many code 60s are we going to have? That's the question. And tactically, you are sat there on the pit box, in the pit box as a strategist, and you're trying to, you've got plan A, B, C, D down to Z1 and Z2 and A1 and A2, and you are just flicking the pages as this race develops. You aren't necessarily going to be on the same plan that you started with by the time we get to even hour 2 of this race, which we're not that far away from, Peter. We're 17 minutes away from completing 1 hour of the 12, and nothing really being given away here, and it's going to be interesting to listen to the drivers and hear what they have to say about this. And I did ask the question about how long they're going to run on a tank of fuel here in GT3, and whether or not everybody I spoke to, I say everybody, I only spoke to a couple of people, but they weren't sure. And they were going to, I think they were keeping their cards close to their chest, because I'll be amazed if they didn't know exactly how much and how many laps they were going to get out of that first tank of fuel, considering you've got the rolling lap, etc. We've got a challenge from Kroll here, though. The Ferrari just looking down the inside and just poking a nose, not quite alongside, but the mirrors of Yannick Redon certainly filled with a yellow and grey Ferrari.
Kroll is definitely on the charge, but proving that it is a little bit tricky to pass here at Misano. I mean, for example, Alexander Prinz, who was stuck behind the number 69 Audi for several laps, he's not only has he pulled away, he's pulled away to the tune of 13 seconds, and indeed he's got actually past the Viper Niza car that managed to escape before him. So actually that's proving just how much pace he had in hand, but really struggled to get past. Let's get down and get some more from Dan in the pits.
So far with the team. Early start to this race, Pablo, but satisfied with how everything's working at the moment?
Yeah, pretty good. Antonio did a good start. It was a clean start. Everybody's fine. Everybody's out there racing, and yeah, what can you ask for? I mean, we managed to gain 1 position, and yeah, that's a very good, very positive start.
Every time I talk to you, you tell me that you're always looking to learn and develop as a driver. When you're sitting here watching it unfold this morning, what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm trying to keep my head cold, not to get very anxious and nervous, and yeah, try to learn from looking at Antonio on the onboard camera, and yeah, and I'm here to learn. So
well, those are the valuable moments, aren't they? So when you get behind,
absolutely. Yeah, and it's a very nice track. It's tricky on the first sector, and it's been tough for me, and yeah, the last session yesterday I managed to understand a bit better turns 1 and 2, and I hope I managed to do what I'm supposed to do during the race.
You said it's tough. What's been the toughest thing you've had to adapt to? Your mind.
My mind. My mind. I started very late, so I'm not like Antonio or Oli, all these youngsters in here who drive like nothing, and yeah, well, I just need to understand the car, the weights, accelerator, brakes, speed, blah 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 blah.
But that's why you're here, isn't it? To challenge yourself and push yourself. So you've got to be proud with what you've achieved so far.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy. There's room for improvement.
For all of us, Pablo, for all of us. Listen, you have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Pablo Berguera for the number 90 E2P Racing crew with his teammate Antonio Cenero, a young 23-year-old out there doing the job at the moment, running a solid top 5 at the moment.
For Pablo, it's enjoy the drive. enjoy the drive. It doesn't matter when you came to motor racing, when you had the opportunity to, to afford to go racing. All motorsport's not cheap. It's all relative. And it's great to have people like Pablo in this series. They're the stalwart of this series, and this is why we have what we've just been speaking about, Peter, with regards to, the different fueling rules for the AM class, etc. And it's exactly that. It's to balance the playing field for drivers like Pablo, who are not pros, who are not the hot shot. They recognise that to be the case, and they know their position. And it's all about enjoying the event and enjoying the drive. And the challenges are staying on the track, staying out of trouble, bringing the car home, hitting your apex. You might be 5 seconds a lap off, the Porsche factory driver, but that's not a factor. The factor is, in a series like the 24H series, is about enjoyment. And that's also, Peter, why you get so much track time at these events. As customer race teams, you're bringing in gentleman driver, businessman drivers who are doing this in their spare time, and it's all about being in the seat of their race car, driving it at whatever track we're at. And it's all about that amount of track time is phenomenal you get at these events.
I can't think of any other championship where you get more, actually, time in the car.
There isn't any.
I can't really think.
Do you know why you can't think of any? Because there aren't any.
Yes. Short of hiring a track to yourself and driving around, but that's obviously a hugely more expensive thing to do, isn't it?
Those Ferrari Challenge days, the Ferrari owners, the Ferrari hire the track, and you get a lot of track time at days like this. But an international race series like this, no, you don't get as many, 2 hours practice sessions in the morning, 2 hours in the middle of the day, 2 hours on an evening. That is just an example. It is good value for money, and then you get to race in a proper race and experience all the vagaries of how to go racing over a 12-hour distance
and compete again, be able to measure yourself against factory drivers who attend. Klaus Bachler is going to be jumping into the Proton Huber competition car that's leading at the moment. His performance in qualifying yesterday, what learning experience that is. I find like the sport I had the most, I played golf and played curling, and whenever I played with the very top players, my game elevated straight away. Straight away to almost instant, almost by pure association.
4.2 kilometers of Misano. If you are 5 seconds within 5 seconds of Klaus Bachler, you are not a bad driver.
No, definitely not.
You are not a bad driver. You are a pretty good, competent driver.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, actually. That is very, very true. Manuel Lauk doing a top job at the moment. He's going to be, as he mentioned to Nick Damon earlier on, he's going to be leaving the track a little bit early because he's got to get up to the Nürburgring, because he's racing tomorrow in the qualifiers for the Nürburgring 24-hour. Manuel, of course, a 7-time class winner at that race, but you've got to go to the qualifying race. So he's not the only one doing a little bit of double duty. Kyle Tilley, who's at the wheel of the Aero Motorsport car in 9th place at the moment, he's got to get himself up to Spa because he's driving in the Spa Classic tomorrow. So he's got to switch from Ferrari, from a 2023, 2024 Ferrari to an early 1970s Ferrari, Daytona.
Well, as well as that, completely different cars. The car he's driving today, absolutely glued to the track, using all of that aero and and especially the damping, the shock absorbers. The damping on modern race cars are completely that's what makes them so different. Then tomorrow he's at Spa in a car that's going to feel like he's floating around in a boat in comparison. What a beautiful car he's got to drive tomorrow, that Ferrari Daytona. Showed us pictures of it yesterday, didn't he? He's
with former Le Mans history,
I'll tell you, you're living the dream, mate.
That is good news. The Scuderia Ferron car, after 41 minutes in the pits, they found a fix. So that hopefully they found a fix, but they're back out on circuit, we can tell you that. So Scuderia Ferron, the Spanish crew, they've really unlucky to have that issue early, but now they can...
Like 27 laps off the lead as well.
Yeah, that's a big delay, 40 minutes. Big delay. The leader in that class is Glenn Van Berlo, who at the moment's getting in a little bit of a mix-up with the Juta Racing Audi, which is in the GT3 class, but it's been sort of mixing around the leaders in 992. So fast are those top running drivers in 992. And the thing is, the 992 class, straight line speed-wise, the Porsche 992 Cup car is just as quick as a GT3 on the straight line, particularly at the top end. It just doesn't, it's not as draggy. So at the top end, it is really, really quick. Out the corner, it won't be quite as fast, but once they're onto the straight and once they're going, it's really difficult to pass for a GT3 car.
Yeah, and the GT3 car, it makes its performance and its quicker lap time through the corners, in the braking areas, in the acceleration areas, and through the corners. The Cup car, a little bit more squirmy through the turns, isn't it? It's a little less aero, a little less braking efficiency, but on the straight, we get a clear indication of just how close and how quick those Cup cars are, and how you are getting towards the corners at a fast rate of knots, and then you have to stop the car with very little effort from the aero helping you. It's all about mechanical grip through the turn, and this is why it works. This is why the 992 class works with GT3. I think the vagaries of the performance and how they produce their lap times allows the GT3 cars to get by into braking areas, etc. It's not easy, and with a very, very quick 992 driver, as we've just seen with Glenn van Berlo, it's not a swift thing to actually undertake. You have to think about it, and you have to be very careful, and you have to be, very thoughtful. You can't just go. You're not just going to pass it quite easily. You're going to have to think about where on the track that you're going to choose to pass that lower class car.
The gap at the front of the field in 992 is about 6 seconds or so. Glenn van Berlo doing an amazing job pulling away from Rick Breukers, although he did lose 0.4 of a second on that last lap when getting into a bit of a disagreement with the Circle K due to GT3 Audi. Glenn would probably prefer to kind of get his head down and get some clean air and keep on building that gap. Of course, the 992 cars, they have, in terms of fuel capacity, they can run quite a long way. They run 110 litres of fuel and don't use as much fuel as the GT3, so they can run much deeper into a stint, and it's not unusual at all to see a 992 car leading the race overall while the pit stops stagger out. But the GT3s, they pit usually around an hour for a stint under green flag conditions. Matthias Lismont still holding on to second place, but he's got the Red Ant Mercedes and indeed the Scuderia Praha Ferrari right behind now as they get past lap traffic, past the 992 class Red Camel Jordan's machine of Rick Breukers through turn 5 and then turn 6 onto the little short shoot down towards Curva Quercia, where they breaking a GT3 car from 235 kilometers an hour, scrubbing the speed down to 95 kilometers an hour as Kral has a look. Here comes Joseph Kral. Can he make it through? No, not quite. Yannick Redon just shuts the door at the last moment.
And that was more about Redon being slightly held up a little bit by Lismont into that braking area. So the question is, as Lismont's tyres began to fade underneath that Audi, because Redon is now right under the rear wing. It's second, third and fourth, all the way down the back straight through the kink at Curvone, and then on towards the two more kinks before we're on the brakes. We're actually on the brakes through the last of the kinks at 13, and we'll see Redon dropped a little bit off the tail end of the Audi, as the Audi maybe was a little bit more cautious and circumspect, and that's what's given us the impression, Peter, that he's fallen back towards Redon. And as I say that, they seem to concertina back up towards the final turn, Misano, and they will cross the line, second, third and fourth, almost nose to tail, you could say.
So over the line then, yeah, Lismont got Yannick Redon right behind him. Fantastic battle going on here for second position. But while that does rage on, let's get down to Anna in the pit lane.
I am indeed. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Julian Simpson is the team owner, and just sort of keeping an eye on proceedings this morning. Julian, give us a bit of an idea of what your job entails at this early stage of the race.
We're just going to try and keep the car clean, out of trouble, and realistically, we've got 11 hours to go, so we've just got to keep it clean and hope the car, has no issues. The pit works clean, and we'll be happy.
Well, you've got a good team of guys around you that know what they're doing, but how important is it for them to sort of work with the whole team and all the drivers as well?
Yeah, I mean, the team's been building over the season, so they've as drivers and as a crew, they're all beginning to get a lot better, a lot sharper. So, you know, aim today is to aim for a podium, and as long as we can do that, we'll be really happy.
What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge here in Misano? Is it going to be the tyres? I mean, we've got the grids are fairly clean, if you should say.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing today will be just maintaining track position through the day.
And how challenging and tricky is this circuit?
Tyre deg is pretty bad. As we start to see an increase in temp, we've not really seen those temperatures this week with all the rain, so we'll just have to wait and see.
And from the brakes perspective, how much will they come into play later on?
Misano's a pretty heavy braking track, so I mean, we're on a. Hopefully, we'll be good to the end of the race.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to your laptop and watch what's going on. Thank you very much, Julian.
So Simpson Motorsport, we're just getting stronger every single race with that Continental Racing Audi. While we were chatting there was a switch for position. In fact, we've had two switches for position. Joseph Kral on this lap has gone from 4th place to 2nd place. He first of all got past the Red Ant Mercedes after a tiny mistake from Yannick Redan, and then managed to get past Matthias Lismalt. So Kral really making that tyre work well and getting the performance late in the stint as the fuel load's coming off. The fuel load will be quite light now. You know, that Scuderia Praha Ferrari in its trim will be running, in terms of a fuel load, 100 litres of fuel. So you can imagine the weight of that compared to when it's down to its last few laps. It's a big difference in the balance of the car and how it behaves, and it seems like...
Do you know what a litre of fuel is, Peter?
Go on, tell me.
0.7 of a kilogram.
Okay, so that's a lot. That's 70 kilos of fuel.
70 kilos of fuel. Yes. 70 kilos.
Yeah.
That's like me. That's like having me in the car. And a bit.
Pause for effect.
Moving on.
It's a
chunk of weight. It's a chunk of weight.
Yeah.
And the 70 kilograms cost us a lot when I was in touring cars. 70 kilograms is what they put on to kind of stifle our car, and it made a massive difference when I managed to get it took off. So I actually do know the dynamics of what that causes. And from a driver's point of view, they will feel the weight in the car under braking and under accelerating and through the corner. And you've got to be careful in those early laps when the car is at its heaviest, that you don't overstress the tyre and you don't start, burning up the tread and start graining the surface of the tyre, and the tyre will just go away from you, and then you've got to fight that the whole stint. And whether or not the tyre comes back to you, I don't know. I'm interested to hear what the drivers have to say about their tyre life.
It will be very interesting because the Manuel Lauk, the race leader, does have the fastest lap of the race, just 89 thousandths quicker than Joseph Kral's best, 133.410. For context, that's nearly a second quicker than the lap record from last year, albeit that was in much hotter conditions in July, and of course different manufacturer. Now we've got a problem.
Yeah.
Seb Lejeune Racing, the front right is big damage on the Seb Lejeune Racing cars, grinding to a halt out on circuit. We've had a problem as well. We understand for the 90 as well. The E2P car as ERA come into the pits. Joe.
We had a yellow flag at turn 4, which is the Del Rio hairpin, the two apex hairpin going into turn 4. That's going to bring out a code 60, and I'm not sure whether this car is the cause or whether we've got another car involved out there. And you can see on that car has got damage. We'll check on the damage when it comes into the pits, but this is perfectly timed, Peter, because we were getting towards initial sequence of pit stop times, beginning the clock towards the pit stop phases were coming, and that's timed perfectly, pretty much on the hour, with 10 hours and 59 seconds on the clock as I look at it. Code 60 has come out and everybody's dove into the pits.
So of course, under a code 60 though, you can only put it, the Pro and Pro-Am cars can only put in 25% of their allowance. An AM-class car can put in 50%. Now, the leading AM-class car was the number 90 E2P racing car. Now, was it involved with the 888 Porsche car that's trying to make its way back with Seb Lejeune at the wheel with big damage on the front right? Let's get more in the pits where it's getting very busy with Diana Binks.
Just come in, no driver change, just tyres. They were the first one into the pit lane and they're making their way back out. Haas Racing are all ready to receive their car, as are RAFA Racing just behind them, and Venture, the GT4 car team, behind those as well. All the team crew are coming out with the lollipops ready to guide the cars onto that pit apron. Some are taking fuel before they make their way in, but it's going to be very, very congested in here in just a couple of seconds' time.
Thank you, Di. What's very interesting in 992 is that the 921 Milner Motorsport car, they have declined the opportunity to go into the pits under this code 60, whereas the Van Berlo Motorsport car and the Red Camel Jordan's car have done. Haas RT also in, and they're going to put at least 2 new Michelin tyres on the car.
Oh, they'll go 4 pit.
Oh, 4, yeah, you wouldn't just put 2 on. Yes, there's...
Have they gone have they put tyres on that car?
Yes, there was a tyre change going on, and a driver change too.
Just to remind everybody as well about the refuelling rules in Creventic and 24H Series, the fueling isn't done at the pit apron. The fueling is done in a fueling area, primarily. At this event at Misano, the fueling area is at pit in. So before the cars, even the damaged cars, make their way to their pit garage to get fixed, we'll see them going into the fueling area and taking on a tank of fuel. If they don't do that, and there's the Aston telling us that that's basically confirming it is the Aston that is involved in that incident at turn 4, Peter. But yes, fueling on the way in, then you go to your pit apron.
So that E2P Aston Martin in the wall at turn 4, and the tyre is off the rim on the rear left. Antonio Cinero with his hands on his hips, shaking his head, probably thinking, how do we catch a break this season? There's a new car for them this season with the Aston Martin, and it's just not going their way.
Now then, right front damage on the 888 numbered Sebastian Lejeune Porsche, left rear damage on the Aston. That is being recovered by a recovery tractor. Call me a detective, but I would say that's right front to left rear.
I was going to say this is your police experience.
Well, that's my race commentary experience.
Sure. Let's get an update from Diana.
Wheeled into the garage, obviously under no power. They have to push the car back into the garage area from the pit apron, and only 4 members of the team can do that. So they are now having a look around the car, but I can see lots of grass and stuff in the front grille, as I think Joe rightly pointed out. And the team are just having a quick look round that now. I can sort of see that yeah, they're going to work. And driver's just jumping out of the car now, obviously not looking particularly happy, so I'll hopefully get a chat with Seb Lejeune, who's just jumped out of that car in a few seconds' time, or I might just try and grab him now, but he's still got his helmet on and looking at the front grille with another member of the team. If you just bear with me a second.
So of course, Seb Lejeune, the owner of the team, the number 90 E2P car has been recovered, but we took a while to get Antonio Cinero out the car because the driver's door had actually got stuck. A little bit of a rocky ride on the.
I hope the driver's not in there.
Loader. No, the driver is out of E2P Aston Martin. Di.
Now, obviously, and he's obviously, if you can, that would be fantastic. Yes, I just wanted to know from Seb's perspective what happened out there on the track.
J'étais au T3, il y a une GT3 qui a voulu passer sur l'intérieur et il y a eu un contact sur la roue avant.
At the turn 3, the GT2 wants to overtake Sape on the inside, and they had the contact on the front wheel, and so the damage, we are looking for what we have to repair, and then our mechanics are working on the car.
Clearly, I could see from his face, not happy, very frustrated by that situation at this early stage.
Ouais, frustré. On était dans le rythme, c'était très bien. Je lui ai mis clignotant qui passe à droite et il aurait dû attendre un peu.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. We had a good rhythm and we were on where we would like to do on the beginning of the race. And for Seb, the GT4 has to wait a little bit more to overtake him in a better place. But it's very unfortunate, and he wants to repair as fast as possible and then come back to the race.
They're fixing the car. You'll be back out as soon as you can?
Yeah, we hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's heartbreaking for Seb Ledoux Racing. And yeah, just a little, we talked about multi-class traffic a moment ago, didn't we, about how do you get through, and it's such a balance of not hesitating, not losing time, but also keeping the risk under control. It's so
you
tough.
have to think about it, don't you? You have to think about it. It's not an easy task, even when you're in a GT3 car, which is much quicker across a lap than a 992 car. However, such is how they produce their lap time is, you know, we've talked about the 992 car being really quick in a straight line, so you're not necessarily going to just fly past it on the straight. You're going to have to plan it. You're going to have to plan it on the brakes, and I think that looks like a case of the Aston maybe turning in on the Porsche. That's usually what happens with the faster car. Yeah, it's turned in, and it looked like the steering rod had been snapped, isn't it? Which is kind of common when you get an impact on that front axle.
So that's at turn 4, which is they enter there to hit the brakes at 200 kilometers an hour and apex at 80. Given that it's on the right-hand side of the Seb Ledoux car, I think that the E2P Aston Martin tried to fit up the inside and then bang, they caught each other.
Maybe the other way around.
Maybe they turned the E2P car round and into the wall.
Yeah, we haven't got any footage of that.
No,
we'll be able to analyse, but we just put assumption. Yeah,
we are. We are, of course, speculating at this point, but what it means is that there's 2 cars that are going to have lengthy delays for repair. It seems like there is significant damage to the front right of that beautiful 888 Porsche.
It brings to mind, though, Peter, a thing that's been at the forefront of my mind coming into this event. With such a narrow grid, a smaller grid than we perhaps normally see, it is going to pay dividends to repair the car no matter what. We've still got 11 hours of racing, and your competitors who are around you, you know, who's to say that they're not going to encounter some sort of adversity like that? So it does pay to repair the car. It doesn't matter how long it takes, and there's every chance that you will regain and have a drive, a recovery drive to the podium.
Yeah, very true, very true. Let's get more from Di.
The number 21, Matisse, has just jumped out. He made the start of the race here in Misano. First of all, just go back to the start. How did you find that?
Oh, it was quite nice, to be honest. We had a good start directly into P2, around the outside in P1, in T1. So yeah, I'm pleased with how I did the start. We pushed quite hard to follow the Porsche. But it was good. I enjoyed my stint. I enjoyed fighting. I enjoyed making little mistakes, but then recovering again. So it was a nice stint. Yeah.
Well, that's all part of it. As long as you make the right move at the right time. What's the balance of the car like? Were you happy with what you found?
Yeah, the car is good. The team did a mega job getting the car into the right window. It was really strong on the front end, and then got a bit worse throughout the stint, but then the rear end catch up again. So it was nice in balance. It was a good car to drive.
How would you describe this Misano circuit?
It's technical. It's nice. It's pretty quick as well. It's not an easy track for an endurance race, I think. It's quite physique as well, but it's a nice track. It's really quick, really technical, especially the first sector and the last sector. And then the quick right-handers, which you have to really send it in to keep up the pace. So it's a nice track. I enjoyed it a lot.
Well, you look very happy and satisfied with that. I guess you're looking forward to getting back behind the wheel as soon as possible.
Yeah, of course. You got to make one position extra, and then I'm happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mathis Lismol for the number 21 Haas RT Audi, which was in second place before that, was in second place before Joseph Kral got by, of course, just before that code 60. But by our timing screen at the moment, we'll wait for it all to shake out. Looks like Scuderia Praha have gone into the lead.
Yeah, they have.
Haas RT are in second, Red Ant in third. Proton Huber, who of course started, they've been leading the whole way. They're now in fourth. But looking at the pit stop time, the pit stop time for Proton Huber is different. It's about 30 seconds or more longer. probably because they've done a driver change, but I would imagine they've put new tyres on as well. Whereas, interesting, the Haas RT team, they managed to do a driver change, and you would think that they would change. They did change tyres. They've done a pit stop way quicker, 2:11 compared to 3:08 for Proton Huber. So there was a delay for Proton Huber in the pit.
Well, they've lost 30 seconds in comparison to pretty much everybody, haven't they?
Yes.
And where is that 38 seconds actually? A little bit more if you compare it. The Haas RT pit stop was done in 2 minutes and 11 seconds in comparison. That's almost a minute. That is almost a minute. And perhaps Di, if you're listening, you are listening, I know that. You maybe want to ask, head down to Proton. They might not tell you, they might not give you the explanation as to why their pit stop took a full 30 seconds longer than everyone else's.
Yeah, so everyone else has done the same thing. Everyone's done a driver change, at which point you are going to change the tyres. So, because usually that takes a similar amount of time.
Especially under code 6.
Yeah, of course.
You can lose less time,
perfect time to do it. So, that's, well, great work from particularly the Haas RT crew. They were really super quick. 2 minutes 11 in the pits. They're actually in the box itself for just over a minute. Driver change, 4 tyres, bang, off they go. Fantastic stuff there from that squad. The thing is, though, is that this is where we're going to see a split, though, Joe. This is where we're going to see a split in terms of who's got what fuel in the car, because the leading 4 cars, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the Haas Audi, the Red Ant Mercedes and the Proton Porsche, they're all Pro or Pro-Am cars. They could only put 25% of their capacity in. The cars behind them, the Hofer Mercedes, which has kept Alexander Prince on board, and the Viper Niza Mercedes and the Continental Audi, they're all AM cars, so they've now got 50% of their fuel on board.
That's going to... Yeah, I'm thinking more towards perhaps the Red Ant Mercedes, the Haas RT Audi, and indeed the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We need to clarify whether they did take tyres. I saw the tyres on the apron of the Haas RT car.
Driver, you're going to change?
No, not necessarily. No, the tyres are going to be taking long. They'll take longer than plugging a driver in and out. Remember, you're limited to how many people you can have around the car.
I would be surprised if you would put your new driver in on older tyres.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you,
Peter. I would be surprised. Not impossible, you're right.
If we could kind of clarify that, as we've got the E2P Racing Aston Martin arrived back on pit lane, unfortunately on the back of a recovery truck. And we will see that car being dropped off. It's got damage, that left rear, clear signs of impact as we get the green flag flying. That's the code 60, the first code 60 of the Misano 12 hours for 2025. They'll be amazed to see there no more code 60s. We expect that to be a factor, certainly. And already, as you've described, Peter, with regards to fuel allocation during that code 60 period, it's going to be hard to judge when the pit stops are going to come. Let's head down to Di, though. She's in the pit lane.
You were talking about Haas RT and whether they changed tyres. They did indeed, all 4 tyres and a driver change for them. E2P Racing, you just mentioned the car is just being lifted off the truck now down onto the pit apron. I'm just running up towards it, so I can't see how much damage there is to the car. It doesn't look too bad from the rear of the car, but they're just about to drop that down and push it back into the garage.
It's going to be a lengthy repair, I think, unfortunately for E2P Racing, but they'll get it moving. Also, weirdly, well, it's not glass. The engine cover basically on the or if it was a mid-engine car, of course not an engine car. The rear window has popped out.
No, they take that out to recover the car.
Ah, right. Okay. That is a strange one. So yeah, a little bit of damage there to repair. It was a pretty rocky ride on the tail lift as well. So a little bit of work for E2P Racing to get on with. So what it means then, Matus Weibo leads the race for Scuderia Praha from Jeff Machels from Haas RT Audi by 4.6 seconds. Then it's a further 6 seconds back to Kobe de Broeker in the Red Ant Mercedes. So that's all driver changes there. Jörg Dreisau has taken over the Proton Huber Porsche that was leading throughout that opening stint They sit 16 seconds off the lead after a delayed pit stop. There's definitely something going on there at Proton Huber competition where the pit stop was much longer than the rest. Alexander Prince is now up to 5th in the RAFA Racing Mercedes, so good work there from the RAFA crew, and of course they've got a bit more fuel on board now too. They've got 47 minutes of Alexander's driving time left, a maximum driving time in this stint. Now they've probably got enough to go all the way to that maximum drive time with Alexander in the car, so that could work out very well for RAFA Racing.
Yeah, and that's because of the limited amount of fuel they've been able to take.
Yeah,
in the Code 60 stop,
or more than all those cars ahead of them at least. They lead in the AM class, which of course the AM cars, they get to put 50% in under Code 60. Pros and Pro-Ams are only allowed to put in 25% of whatever their fuel allocation is. So it's Jörg Dreisel now for Proton Huber competition, he's had a couple of incidents, unfortunately, in the opening couple of rounds. Just getting used to Crevendic competition, getting used to the car, etc. But he's got some very strong teammates in Manuel Lauk and Klaus Bachler.
I have tasked Di to find out why that team took over 30 seconds more than anyone else around them in that pit stop. Di did clarify that the teams that we were speculating hadn't took tyres. They had indeed took tyres. Only 1 minute in the pits to do that driver change and tyre stop, which is commendable, and that's pretty much for all of those leading GT3 cars. However, we have got the Proton Huber Porsche with, as you said, Jörg Dreisel, is that how we say his name? Dreisel. Yeah, he's now at the wheel. That car was the early leader by a comfortable margin, or relatively comfortable margin. Now that car has dropped back down to 4th through that pit stop by taking over 30 seconds more than the cars around him. Did. So we'll get down. I've just messaged Di. She'll find out if indeed they tell her. If we'd made a mistake, we wouldn't tell anybody, would we?
Well, sometimes it depends. It depends what the reason is.
Got it.
Go on.
Something to do with team communications issue. They're not wanting to say much about it. Thanks, Di. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're aware of the time that they've lost.
There was
in the pits.
Something went wrong during the stop and it was delayed. So yes. Yeah, nothing else. So that's time that could be cost them very dearly.
I know I've got a long race, Peter, and I've got a lot of stories that I can tell, and I can understand team communications being a problem. It's very, very important. I was doing a GT Cup race on the pit wall, and my driver came in, and when the guys had checked the tyre pressures, there wasn't much to do, and there was a mandated stop of, I think, 3 minutes. And we knew how long it would take to get from the pit stop to the from the pit garage to the pit out. So it's say 30 seconds to go. I would go on the radio and tell the driver, okay, off you go, and they would make their way out. However, the driver was clogging up the radio by talking about where we were going to go for dinner, and that he fancied fish and chips rather than an Indian or a curry or something. And he went way over the 30-second mark, way over the 3-minute mark. It cost us about 45 seconds extra, and we came third, and I think we were about 30 seconds behind second. And that, without that chat about dinner,
well, I hope you enjoyed the dinner anyway.
I'd call that a communications problem if Di was to ask me in the pit stop, in the pit lane. Yes. So, Joe, why did you take 45 seconds more? Because we were deliberating whether we were going for fish and chips or a curry.
Well, it's an important an important discussion. Amazing work, Di, from Seb Lejeune Racing.
Yes, they're back out on the pit apron now. The team have just placed the car within their box, putting new tyres onto that car. The driver is behind the wheel. I can't see who it is, unfortunately. They're just tightening up the wheel nuts now. So they've done a really quick job on that, so not as much damage as they had feared. And they're just about to fire that car up now and head back into the race.
Amazing work. Let's see, we'll get a driver in there once they go through the timing beam at the end of the pit lane.
That tells me, Peter, that the components that were damaged were basic components like tie rod from the steering rack to the front, the upright. That's a bolt-on, bolt-off kind of thing, and it shows me that what they'll have is a prepared length of track rod that is exactly the same length that has come off the car that will go back on. Hence, they don't have to do the tracking. They'll know that the tracking's going to be where they need it to be. So they've got all of those components measured, ready to be fitted to the car if that situation occurs. So nothing extensively was damaged, no extensive damage, pretty much bolt-on, bolt-off, bolt-on components that were damaged in that shunt.
Great stuff there from the Seb Lejeune crew to get that done and not panic, and that they didn't lose a huge amount of time. I mean, they were in the pits for 18 minutes. That's a very, very quick repair, I would say. Kyle Tilley back on the move now. He's just moved up into 7th position, actually. He's just gone past the Continental Racing Audi, so remains 3rd in the Pro-Am class, but up to 7th overall. Meanwhile, your Am class reader, Hoffer Racing, Alexander Prince, doing a double stint here, using the advantage of that Am class car with that slightly enhanced fuel allowance during Code 60 periods, and that should, I would imagine to get Alexander Prince up to his maximum stint length, which is 2 hours. So any driver can only drive for 2 hours at one time, and they must take a break of 50% of whatever time they've driven for. So that'll be, if he drove 2 hours, that would be then it would be an hour that he would have to rest for before he could get back into the car. Pretty much every car in the field has a different set of minimum and maximum driver times. It all depends on what class they're running in, what their balance of their driver lineup is.
Nothing simple, is it, Peter?
But don't worry, we will talk you through it. Don't worry. We will guide you through. And it really makes the strategy so interesting. Really makes it a cerebral competition here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Battle for the lead is on, just 0.2 of a second between the number 56 of Matthias Weibo and the 21 of Jech Michiels. So Michiels in the Haas RT Audi, and really putting pressure on Matthias Weibo, the young Slovakian driver who's won several races in the Ferrari Challenge with Scuderia Praha. And he will be doing a good chunk of the driving. He's got to do 6 hours combined with all the other AMs in the car. There's 2 other AMs in the car, including him. So they've got to split that driving time up between them. But Matthias Weibo at the moment holding Jech Michiels at bay.
Yeah, being pressured, isn't he? Michiels coming back at him, the Haas RT Audi right on the tail of the Ferrari. It's a pure race, this. This might be, we may have another 10.5 hours or so remaining, but this is a pure motor race. Kobe de Bruyke in the red Ant Mercedes as well, just keeping a watching brief slightly behind these two, as the gap is about 3 seconds to that 3rd place red Ant car. So he can see them you can see them up ahead, and he'll be seeing that the Haas RT Audi not showing any signs of hustling or hassling Matthias Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, I should say. But they are driving hard. I mean, you can see that, Peter, by the way that they're using all of the curbs and and now they've got traffic up ahead of them, and things got very, very crowded there.
They might have got to physical, actually.
I think it did, and it's not over yet.
So that was at turn 10. Michiels going up the inside in the Haas Audi, and he's got past Matthias Weibo. This is for the race lead then. So Haas RT lead here at Misano. The Belgian Antiguan team, through they go then into the lead of the race. And Jech Michiels, the young star, who was racing at Brands Hatch in the GT World Challenge in a Ferrari, ironically enough, which has just gone past. Great move there, picked the pocket a little bit, going into Tremonto.
It's about looking ahead and seeing the slower traffic. The 992 car there, just coming into play as they went into the hairpin, and the Audi put himself on the inside. Was there a little bit of contact there?
Definitely. I definitely think so. And of course, these GT3 cars, they've got so many little bits of aero on them, little straights,
they're all important.
Particularly the Ferrari, and you don't want to damage those. But through goes Michiels then, and he leads for Haas RT. That gorgeous blue and red and yellow and black Audi, really nice machine. I said this yesterday on our qualifying show. It's remarkable to think that Haas RT is only 2.5 years into its racing career.
I know. It's as if they've been here forever.
Yes, they're very much a pillar of the Michelin 24-hour series paddock. The team co-founded by Sandrine Haas and Chris de Donker. Chris, a very experienced team manager and unbelievably good rally driver as well. I didn't realise his rally exploits were so...
I didn't either. I didn't know that Chris was done some rallying. Oh, I know he's a dark horse. yeah, he's a good lad. He's a good fun to be around as well. Good motivator as well. You know, they take their racing as intensely as anyone at Haas RT. They do a very professional job in putting that car out on track, and they go about their racing at a very high level, and high level of use of track. That's one. So that'll be one tick in the box for track limits there for the Haas RT, just coming on at the start-finish straight out of Misano, and to get it is getting around some slower class traffic. I think it was the Venture Mercedes there that he had to get around. He used a little bit more than the track provided off the curb, but didn't delay himself very long. That's a slow-moving Mercedes, Peter.
Viper Niza, number 65, going slow at the moment. Have they done a driver change?
That's a
no. It's Dominic Ang who did start the race. The car has come to a stop. Now this is turn 3, so so they're very long way.
That's an outlap, Peter. That's just come out of the pit lane.
You're absolutely right. Yes.
So he's come out of the pit lane, and then the car has stopped at turn 3, which is out of the Del Parco chicane. He's into the Del Rio hairpin. He stopped the car. He had what looked like a very quick Control-Alt-Delete. Like, what do I mean by that? Where you switch everything off, and then you restart all the switches, all the systems, the fuel pumps, etc. You just switch everything back on, and it's a reset. And the reset has worked, the car has started, and the 65 is rolling again. Dominic Ang staying in the car. He's been in the car from the start, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and it was a very short pit stop. It was less than a minute in the lane, 45 seconds in the box. Yeah, that's a strange one. Maybe we're certainly keeping Diana Binks busy down in the pits, but Viper Niza Racing, there's definitely, I think they're off sequence there, unless they weren't able to get fuel during the Code 60, but they did pit during the Code 60, so you would think that they would get fuel. Dana
came into the pit lane, and it looked like the team were getting ready to receive it, and when it came towards the pit apron, it carried on and went back out onto the track. And then you've picked up, obviously they've got some electrical issue, it looks like, and now the team are back out onto the pit apron waiting for the car to make its way back in. So they're sort of scratching their heads a little bit down here at the moment until they get the car in, but they're getting ready to take it into the garage. So they're all set down here. I guess it'll be a few minutes yet before it gets back to this garage area, which is the far end of the pit out area.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, so something not right in that Viper Niza Mercedes as the battle going on for second place. Matthias Weibo trying to hold off Kobe De Bruyker in the Red Ant Mercedes as Jeff Michiels is in the leading Haas RT Audi is trying to make a way. That's a great start to this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano. Great battling at the front.
There's nothing wrong with the Red Ant Mercedes, is there? He's right on the tail of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and this is a battle for second and third, remember. We've already had the Haas RT Audi move past Matthias Weibo in the silver, grey and yellow Ferrari, and now the Ferrari's mirrors are very much full of Kobe De Bruyker, who again tried to take advantage of that slower traffic as they came up towards the slower traffic. De Bruyker putting the Mercedes fully in the mirrors of the Ferrari. The Ferrari's now cleared the traffic and maybe got a bit of fresh air that it can then get back on onto it. The vortex there is easily got around by all three of our leaders, but that now looks pretty much equidistant, Peter, as we continue on.
Well, yeah, fantastic at the front of the field. We've got three different manufacturers at the front here. We've got the 21 Haas RT Audi leading, and now Kobe de Broeker gets a great run out of turn 6 and getting down into the braking zone for Quersha, but Matthias Weibo very late on the brakes there. Kobe de Broeker shows a nose of the big Mercedes. Now they're side by side as they come in towards Curva Tramonto, and Matthias Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has the inside line, so it's going to be difficult for de Broeker to try and make something work there. He has to back out of it and try and set something up for the run down the back straight towards Carvoni. The flat out run, he's on the headlight flasher, is Kobe de Broeker in that red ant machine, trying to force Matthias Weibo into a mistake.
It's very, very hard to get by on this back stretch, which has two, maybe three, well, three kinks. The third and final kink is the braking zone for the hairpin at the top, the Del Caro hairpin. And it's very, very tricky as he dives down the inside of Misano, the Mercedes down the inside of the Ferrari. We've got to change for second, and as Kobe de Broeker takes a little bit of a predatory stance there, coming out of the Del Caro hairpin through the kink at 15, and then slingshot down the inside. Bit textbook that, bit textbook outbraking into what is a 90-degree left-hander. It's a lot quicker than you think, but slow enough to get by on the brakes going into the corner.
Brilliant stuff there from Kobe de Broeker in the 93 Red Ant Mercedes. Chatting to his teammates last night, chatting to Ayrton Red Ant, was saying when you watch Kobe de Broeker's onboard, he's so busy on the wheel, back forth, really pushing. He says it's like watching someone aggressively milk a cow. He says with their hands going up and down as the Viper Niza Mercedes has rolled into the pits, and we've switched over to Nick Damon.
Yes, it's a new pit stopper and a new pit stop person to describe it. Yes, the Viper Niza team. This time they did stop for a nice long slug of fuel at the fuel station. We're going to have a look at that fuel station in a minute. We'll have a chance to have a look while it's a bit quiet. And it obviously, yeah, the pictures will tell 1,000 words. You're listening on radio and TV now. There's an engineer staring deep into the engine, straight on the block. So they're not looking at electrics. They do seem to be looking at more mechanical elements. It's not a plugging in computer. It's kind of a waving, pointing bit. And I think it looks like they are. Perhaps it might be an ignition issue, not overly sure, but they are having a good old go. Yeah, so having a look at the top mount. Yeah, I think it's one of the electric issues on the. What about that? This is a spot the unit. Now I'm not totally au fait with your multi-litre AMG V8. They're pulling off this particular unit at the top. It can't be the alternator up there. No, it's not. They're working on, but it's like an electrical element after all. Let's see where we can get a quick word with Dominic, see what the problem was. Hi there, how you doing? So what's brought you in the pit?
I think we have some power steering problem, yeah.
It's a power steering pump they're taking off, I see. So I mean, is it a problem where it's failed completely or it's gone intermittent?
I think it's already failed, but I'm not sure what caused the problem. Yeah, but it's really no power steering now. Yeah, so it's very heavy. Yeah.
So is it impossible to drive the car without power steering, or just very difficult?
Yeah, for the car like this you need. Maybe Formula 1 you don't need, but this you need. Yeah, too heavy.
How's the rest? How's your first stint going? I mean, the car seemed competitive to that problem.
Yeah, I think overall was quite good. Yeah, we were trying to feel safe to go long. Then with the code 60, and then after that, putting on another tires, we are allowed to push. But then the problem came. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for Douglas Cole. The good news is, as we saw them working on it, looks like rather than being buried at the bottom of the entire engine, the power steering pump, which they are working on now and removing, is very near the top, which is quite rare. So it looks like they're going to be able to get to that relatively quickly. Hopefully they have a new unit available. And they won't be in too long, guys.
The Mercedes teams, they all stick together. We were hearing that last night, that the Red Ant team, they didn't have any drive shafts. They managed to get some drive shafts from the Hoffer team, and
yeah, that was at Spa, wasn't it, or was it Mugello?
Oh, good question.
Yeah,
anyway,
it wasn't here. It was previous round.
Exactly. So they do stick together, and the engine will be really, really hot as well. You'd think, and the mechanic straight in there to work on it. So hopefully the Viper Niza crew will get back going again.
When Bert was saying that, and he went to Hofer and said we couldn't, but we'll replace them when they get them in stock. And my thoughts were, I'm not sure I could do that, because Sod's Law would dictate that once I've given you those drive shafts, and I am going to get them back eventually, but I just know that my car's now going to have a failed drive shaft. So the reason I've got drive shafts on the yeah, they may have had more than two.
Spares.
Yeah. But if they were my last two, I'd be...
That's the height of generosity.
Yeah, it really is, yeah.
Jeff Michiels has just set the absolute best in Sector 1. So he's really pushing on in the Haas RT Audi. And Haas RT, you know, it was an Audi that won last year, of course, in this event, the Santalock car. Haas RT would love to double that up for Audi. As speaking of Audis, the 69 machine, the Continental car, is of Andrei Soluksev, is battling away with Kyle Tilley over 6th position after the demise of the Viper Niza car. They've moved up a position each, but Tilley did get by the Continental Audi, but isn't able to quite pull away here. The Air car a little bit quieter than what we usually expect from that crew in this early stage of the race.
Pushing on, isn't he? He's not hanging around. He is pushing on, not falling out of rhythm, about to put the Era Motorsport Ferrari a lap down. That Era Motorsport Ferrari, the black and grey car there ahead of him.
That's the Continental car, that's a different Audi.
Is that an Audi? Looks like a Ferrari from this angle.
That's a Ferrari.
I need to be close to the screen.
For 6th.
All right, okay.
You do need to be close to the screen.
I do need to be close to the screen.
In their defence, the Haas RT car is also blue. It's a blue Audi leading the race.
Right, so that's right. Okay.
There we go.
Can I swap seats?
Yes.
You're close to the screen.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
That is the 69.
Yes, so this is the battle over.
Right,
over
let's start. I'll come in again.
We'll start that again.
Right, that's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi that is chasing down the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So that is actually a battle for position. 6th and 7th places coming together now. See, we can edit that bit out, can't we? In the edit. That will be there. We'll just get rid of that.
That's it.
While that battle continues, the Mercedes is continuing to have that power steering pump repaired. The car still in. You heard Nick Damon describe that. But I think, Peter, the battle for 6th and 7th, there's absolutely nothing in it. We don't really need a stopwatch to tell us how close those cars are. They're about to come through, and the question is, we know how experienced Kyle Tilley is. He's not going to give away that position too readily as they just get around the GT4 contender, the British team, Venture, here with their Mercedes GT4. And it was, we heard from the starting driver, Matt George, was saying that they were going to go about their race as they were, you know, they're going to learn, they go through, they're going to drive as fast as they can. And Neville Jones, the team principal, the team owner, he's now at the wheel of that car. But it's this battle here that has just cleared that GT4 Mercedes and will continue on. And Kyle Tilley has responded, hasn't he? That blue and white Audi appearing in his mirrors, and the Ferrari there, the black and blue Ferrari, has responded to the blue and white Audi in its mirrors, and he's pulled a bit of a gap back out.
Well, he had made the move about 5 or 6 laps ago. He had made the move to pass the Audi at Curva Quercia, but the Audi driven at the moment by the Simpson Audi, driven at the moment by Andrei Soluksev, is really actually recovering quite well. Now we've got pit stops for 3 different GT3 cars. We've got the Red Ant racing car in fuel, we've got the Scuderia Praha car in fuel, and the Proton Huber competition car, and indeed throw the former race leader Jeff Michiels in. Now this is what we're talking about with the fuel. Up into the overall lead of the race, having just set the fastest lap of the race, Alexander Prince for RAFA Racing. So RAFA Racing, with that extra fuel capacity in the Code 60, this is where their advantage comes in, and they are using it. Let's get down to Nick.
Well, I was all prepared for a fantastic, exciting pit stop battle, but they've all just taken fuel and rolled down in the same order. They've rolled down in the order Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche. So that's a bit disappointing. One thing I will say is that if you just follow me now, because I've claimed the camera now, not giving it back. I've learnt this from somebody else in the team. The power steering is virtually replaced. In fact, they're about to come out right now on the Viper Niza car number 65. Fantastic speed work. Oh, no, you're going a bit too quick. And they managed to get that change very quickly. That's very conveniently easy to find. But if Nico just turns to his left in a second, you'll see the remnants of what is the E2P Aston Martin, a much, much bigger repair than for the Seb Lejeune racing car well. It was obviously just a front track rod. There's a lot more damage at the rear of the car here, and they're having to work very, very carefully and take off several more parts. A quick word with Antonio. Antonio, first of all, what happened?
Hello. Well, I was overtaking a guy, a cab car, and he lost the rear and he hit me. And yeah, I'm a little bit angry because it's very hard driving with people that cannot control the car in some situations. So yeah, a little bit upset and a little bit angry.
Yeah, very bad luck. It seems to be just perhaps a small amount of damage on that rear left. Seems more serious. Are you having to replace bits of the final drive and the transmission as well?
Yeah, I don't know exactly the damage and the issues that the car has now, but yeah, we have a very expensive reparation, and that's a shame, man. These cars are so expensive, and yeah, very angry.
It's massive bad luck. Hopefully you get out and have some clean laps later. Thanks, Antonio.
Yeah, hope so. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not good, guys. I mean, there is a lot more being repaired in that rear left wheel arch, and we saw in the Sebleju front right wheel arch. And if it's the fact that the Porsche did lose it, because there's always two sides to every racing incident, who knows?
Antonio Cineulagam is always a very happy, smiling young man, very positive, but I've never seen him more frustrated and disappointed than that. That's such a shame, and it's a culmination of things as well for E2P, because there's been incidents. They lost an engine at Mugello, they had problems at Spa as well, and yeah, just the problems continue. It's been a really, really tough season for them, so hopefully they can get that repaired and get back going again. Just depends how long it's going to be, but Antonio's point about the cost of it is definitely one that can't be ignored. These are very, very expensive racing machines. Great to see Viper Niza back out after replacing that power steering pump. They're back going again. It's team owner Douglas Coe at the wheel now of that number 65 after taking over from Dominic Ang. RAFA Racing have just come into the pits from the lead of the race with a 1:33.351, the best lap of the race so far on the previous lap. Alexander Prince is now in fuel in car number 11, who's getting pretty close towards his driver time anyway, so good time to get a driver change done in there. What this all means is that Kyle Tilley for Aero Motorsport is now in the lead of the race. So they looking at the moment like, well, he's had a long stint, an hour and 40 minutes, and only was able to top up 25% at the code 60, so getting great fuel mileage in that Ferrari 296. Nick?
Yeah, we have, just by the by, before we talk about the Hoffa car, the 69, the Continental Racing with Cincinnati Motorsport, that just trundled down, having taken a fuel-only stop, which obviously, because we are quite close to the last code 60, is kind of a toss-up. But the Hoffa Racing doing a full service. Alexander Prince has made way for his missus. So his missus is getting to drive the car now, Chantel. So it's certainly a family affair. Not sure how often a husband gives way to his wife or vice versa in the racing car, but that's happened just then. Absolutely standard stop, really. They've taken the 4 tyres, and I was just thinking, any second now we're going to get the Cron Racing, the RPM car, come in. They're currently trying to put all the fuel possible into their 992 machine. Tracy Crone will be getting into that one. So yeah, we're getting a little kind of weird situation where, because of the code 60, kind of put things slightly out of kilter, and some of them have only got 25%, some have got 50%. So it's when they're going to come in. Also, you pointed out, guys, that some people are working to their 2-hour time limits.
That's right. Yes, you've got a 2-hour maximum stint length. Doesn't mean that that's their overall drive time. That depends on the driver. For example, Klaus Bachler, who's one of the pro class drivers in the race, he is only allowed a maximum of 4 hours. So they've got to be very tactical where they put them in the car, and of course make sure that they use them all up too. You want to have every last lap you can get, or if you've got a driver like that in your roster. So that's all part of the the conundrum, the puzzle that is the Michelin 24-hour series, and getting that strategy right. And there are teams here which know the series inside and out and know the kind of tricks for getting the best out of the strategy. Look at teams like Red Camel in the 992 category. You know, Haas RT would be another one, and RAFA Racing as well. They're all teams that have been here for several seasons and know how the game is played. More from Nick Damon in the pits.
More importantly, it's more from Alexander Prince. That was a very eventful sort of 90 minutes, or about 2 hours. How frustrating was it at the beginning of the race when you were stuck behind that slightly slow Audi, you and the other Mercedes?
It was really frustrating. I just had to focus myself that it's an endurance race, so not to push too much. I just recognized that after these two guys behind, I was starting to destroy my tires, and then I was just pushing, not too much, but give them a lot of pressure, and then just hope that they make a mistake. And then, yeah, the Viper Mercedes, he passed the Audi, and then the Audi made a mistake. I took advantage. What I don't understand that they then, when you're by side, they crash into your car. This makes absolutely no sense in endurance. Also, fight so hard at the beginning of the race, you destroy yourself and the race of the others because both teams are losing so much time. This is really frustrating, and yeah, I can't understand this because it's also not my mentality to just blocking other drivers in the first part of the race, so it makes no sense. But yeah, after that I could find my rhythm. It was quite comfortable for me in the race. I could push a lot. Yeah, so I had fun in the car.
Interesting what you say, second, that when you were following the car, you were destroying your tyres. Is this the same as we see in Formula 1, where following a car damages the tyres, damages because of the temperature? Or is it just a case because you were having to take lines you didn't want to take that you were damaging the tyres?
Yes, absolutely. It's just you try to just dive bomb at one point, you brake later, so you overheat over the brake, the front tires. Yeah, and also you try to push at the exit of the corner more on the long straight. Then you have a little bit like oversteer, you're sliding, so this is not the best tire management. So yeah, it's just you have to handle it, and then at one point you have to decide if you push quite hard, if you make really a hard move with the risk to have a contact. Yeah, I just decided not for that one. I waited, patient, and then luckily I made a mistake.
Well, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from Alexander Prince in the RAFA Racing car, and yeah, that fills in the gaps of how that opening tussle played out. Former leader of the race, Kyle Tilley, has brought the car in and has picked up the first penalty of the race, a 10-second penalty for track limits.
They're having fun though, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're having fun, letting that Ferrari breathe over those curbs.
Yeah, so it's that six offences gets you a 10-second penalty. Will not be the first. Sorry, it won't be the last. That's for sure. No. In this race, as Kyle Tilley done an hour and 40 minutes at the wheel, he potentially will have quite a lot of drive time to do because he has to do a combined 6 hours with Dwight Merriman. So, who's the other AM-graded driver in the car. So they'll have to split that between them how they wish. But I would suspect that Kyle Tilley will do, I would think in the region of 3.5, 4 hours, maybe even more than that. Dwight Merriman, his minimum is 1 hour. Kyle Tilley has already done his minimum of 1 hour. He's done quite significantly more than that. So that's something they have to think about. Nico Verdonk, the semi-pro driver, they don't have any limit with him. And Ryan Dalziel, as a pro driver, the maximum he can do is 4 hours. So they've got to balance all of that together, and I'm sure they've got it planned out.
These early stages, Peter, that Code 60 refueling, that Code 60 coming right at the point of the pit stops at the end of the fuel window for pretty much everybody has certainly spiced this up, hasn't it? I mean, let's not get too excited. You know, Fabian Dance has just taken over second place overall in the 992 class car. However, let's not get too excited with 10 hours and 10 minutes remaining. This is not going to be the situation we find ourselves in 4 or 5 hours time. It's purely because of that different fuel allocation, that the allowance that people were allowed to take under the Code 60 regulations has completely knocked us out of sync and made things very, very tricky to perhaps foresee and predict where people are going to be in, say, an hour or two's time. We're going to have to let this sort of settle in, aren't we? And get some green flag running under our belts, and we're going to see who is going to sort of rise to the top of the timing screen, which at the moment, this race is being led by the number 71, the Utah Racing Audi, Nikolai Michelin at the wheel of the car, and he's got about 11 seconds over the next car overall, but he's got 43 seconds or so before the next car in the GT3 field. Comes through, and that's another Audi in the form of the SRT. Let's head down to the pits. Hey, Nick Damon, I'm going to hear Will Guns.
One thing I've noticed, I came back in the pits about 15 minutes ago, I think I've noticed
fast back stretch now towards the Cavoni kink, and then down towards that tricky braking area, Del Caro, through the fast sweeps there, where we maximise the Mercedes of Hofer on its tail. However, that is not for position, is it?
No, there's a lap between them because no, that shouldn't be the case, because they both had 2 pit stops. Why is that? I think it's something to do with the amount of fuel taken on board.
Yes, it's everything to do with that.
Yes. So the Hofer racing car will now be absolutely filled to the brim. The Scuderia Praha car probably won't be. So that's, again, like you say, it's going to unwind. In 992, which we know is going to be a really close battle, all of the leaders are in fuel at the moment, or have been in fuel. So the Red Camel Jordan's car in fuel, Holmgard in fuel, and Ajith Kumar, they are classified as the top 3 in that class at the moment. And then in the pits, so who have already taken fuel, Van Berlo Motorsport, Milner and RPM, all of those cars I just mentioned, any of them could raise not just the class, some of those are AM cars, not just the class trophy, but they could win the 992 category overall.
Yeah, absolutely. It's anybody's race. To be honest, Peter, it's anybody's race in GT3 as well, as we've seen, how the pit stops are going to affect the running order every 2 minutes there, or not 2 minutes, every hour or so. We're going to see cars coming for refueling, and then that's going to be the complexity of the Code 60 process will just add complexity to that. And it's all about getting to that stage of the race where you're back timing to that final fuel window, but that's way off. We've got another 10 hours or so before we even start thinking about that.
Yeah, we've got a long old way to go. Yeah, 10 hours and 6 minutes on the clock in this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano, the second edition of the 12 Hours of Misano. We did have a TCR race here 7 or 8 years ago, but in terms of the full Michelin 24-hour series, this is only the second edition of coming here to the Italian seaside. I have to say, it's a very pleasant place to come to.
You mean generally this part of Italy?
This part of the world is a very pleasant place to come to, and
you can't help but notice the history of motorcycle racing, though. It's the hometown of Marco Simoncelli is where we're staying, for instance, which is right on the coast, right on the beach. You've got Valentino Rossi was born and bred around this part of Italy. Misano itself is one of the main circuits on the international motorcycle racing calendars. You've got the MotoGP visit here. Well, Superbikes are here next month. And you can't help but see that everywhere you go around the Misano circuit area.
Little issue for the number 81 ERA Motorsport Ferrari of Dwight Merriman, just getting into a little bit of a disagreement with the Scuderia Farron 992 car, which is scampered off into the distance a little bit. But that just had to be a little bit of a correction there for Dwight Merriman as he gets himself into a rhythm and gets into the early part of his stint. Nick Damon in the pit.
Yeah, we just had the 992s running through. The 921 Melbourne Motorsport car came in. That was all going full service driver change. Going great till they dropped it off the jack. He just sat there for about 15 seconds. I think they tried to select neutral before they could start the car again. Right in front of me, it's the Red Ant Racing with Ajith Kumar machine, and Ajith himself is getting into the car. So the YouTube channel should get ready for quite a lot of comments coming in the next few minutes. We've also had the Red Camel Jordans. They just came through for fuel only and then rolled past. I can see about 9 and 11, the green and red Porsche, that's also stock, but they've been quite towards the back of the field the whole time. The Vortex is in. Vortex, of course, remember, leading SPX and not on fire.
Pretty cool. I didn't see which driver it was going into the Ajith Kumar car. They come through the end of the pit lane now. It's Fabian Defoe, who is Ajith Kumar who's got in. And you think for Ajith Kumar as well, he's been strapped in by Mark Goossens, sports car racing legend, the team manager for and talent spotter, as we discovered last night, for Red Ant Racing. But that's pretty cool to get tucked in by into your belts by
well, I think it's commendable that Burt Reddon and the Red Ant Racing organisation, who we see in the 24H series, but it's very much a part of the Benelux racing scene in Carrera Cup. I mean, you know, he's got Mark Goossens as the team manager. He's got this progression, Mark Goossens spotting people coming through karting, and from karting sort of opening the door for them to try car racing. It's very, very commendable that Burt and his sons are embedded now in the world of motorsport in this in the Benelux area.
A problem at turn 14 for Scuderia Farron. They're off the road, and that's down towards the end of the lap at Curva del Carro. Don't know if there's another car involved or not, but this will very likely trigger a code 60 because that Scuderia Farron car is in the gravel. Certainly its front wheels are in the gravel. So the car's coming by at quite high speed there. Scuderia Farron were just ahead of a few of the GT3s, just side by side with the Mühlner car, the 921. Now, did they get together? Too difficult to tell, to be honest, but certainly they were close together. Mühlner Motorsport and the Scuderia Farron. The Scuderia Farron car off the road. The 921 Mühlner car did get through, so we're going to piece that together. We have gone code 60, unsurprisingly. Yeah. Oh, they both get together. Yes, so the Mühlner car spun also, so that the Mühlner and the Scuderia Farron car getting together on the exit of 13. That is fast through there as they're trying to scrub speed off going into Curva del Carro. It's where you're going right all the time. And we have gone code 60. Jutta Racing have just gone into fuel, so they are first into fuel. Nick?
Interestingly, because I thought it was going to be a kind of a quiet period before this coach, I thought, I'll wander down and I'll have a look at the fuel area. But of course, the fuel area where it's all going to be. It's very much more accessible than most of the fuel areas we see, because it's actually just using the initial garages in the pit lane. Normally, there's some sort of convoluted route around the back or out the front where they go around a little circle, don't they, at 15 miles an hour, 20 kilometres an hour to pick up fuel. As you can see, because if you've got the camera work, the camera's on, yep. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, I think there's 5 sort of portable sort of Tesco petrol pumps. Other supermarkets are available. 2 pumps on each side, so I think there's a maximum capacity. I'm going to say 10. I can't see another one after that, so at any one time. Hopefully there's some shots with all the various fuelers. The team, they actually sit down on deck chairs inside the garages waiting for their respective car to come out. Now, with only 20 cars and with the way this code seems to be running, it's unlikely we're going to have a free-for-all this time. There's probably going to be enough spaces for everybody. But, of course, historically, we have seen situations where people are absolutely falling over themselves to get a space. Now, Jutta Racing, I don't think, got in before the code 60, so they will only get 25%.
It doesn't matter anyway, Nick, now. Once it goes code 60, that stops.
they've changed that rule. Yeah, sorry. The Code 60 rules have changed, well, more often than the British government during the Brexit debates. So we have. It's a lot for those of you who aren't involved in British politics. It's unbelievably large amounts. So the Haas RT have slightly the Haas RT have slightly overstepped and are stopping. I think it comes with a penalty. There's not your penalty box. It's a very long line. That's why. So you got interestingly, one of the people, the Era Motorsport, who've just come in, I thought took a slug of fuel, have come in for more fuel again. They've been out about 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're just.
We've also.
I think Nick, that Dwight Merriman will want to try and get his driving stint in the bag, so to speak. So he's just topping off, so it'll get him to 2 hours.
The thing to remember is that whilst they're only allowed to take whatever it may be, 85, 90 or whatever litres, the tanks are all at least 120 litres. So you can actually, there is space after the first stint. There will always be extra space to put fuel into, and that's being shown by two of the Mercedes that stopped, and they're well known for having a massive tank. The Red Ant machine in the 93 is just crawling past me at 20 clicks, and the Hoffa machine is in for fuel as well. Neither of those have been out for a while, and joining them is the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha. They've all taken a bit of slurp of fuel, and now a couple of the actually that's the Porsche, the Scuderia Ferrari Porsche that was caused the problem, didn't just coming in there.
I have a mission for you, Nick.
Oh, is it impossible?
No, it's
Do I need to get Tom Cruise?
At all. Looking forward to that one.
Okay.
You said that Ajith Kumar had got into the 901.
I thought he had,
it's got Matthew Detry coming up on the timing screen. I wonder if you could just clarify that.
It's when I walked past some time ago, as I walked down earlier, I saw Ajith in his suited and booted. They must have made a change their mind in the 4 or 5 minutes after that. They, I'll go and have a look. It is the other end of the pit lane, but I'll go and have a look.
Better go green in under a minute. I just want to mention Stephen Derrick, who joined us on the YouTube feed. What do we think of Nico Verdonk back into the 24H series? He's in the number 81, which is the Era Ferrari. Regards from Stephen Derrick to Nico, and yes. We love to have. We're so happy. I saw Nico on the entry list midweek before we were coming out here, and I thought, Nico Verdonk, he should be in this series forever.
Former Bentley boy.
Yes.
Well, raced Bentley in the Nürburgring 24 Hour, among so many other things. Racing Formula 3000 in the early 2000s. Really, really cool to have him involved. Back to green flag racing we go then. On the fuel capacity point, all these cars, the FIA GT3 fuel capacity is 120 litres. Some of them have less than that in terms of their allowable fuel fill, and you think, how on earth can you keep on top of that? It's very impressive. Creventic, the organisation that run the Michelin 24-hour series, they have smart pumps. So the pump knows the fueler will basically will take their tag and scan it on the fuel pump. Then the fuel pump knows which car it's filling, and it knows what that car is allowed. Is it an AM car? Does it get 50% under code 60? What is its fuel a maximum allowance that's allowed to be put in at any fuel stop? It all knows that straight away. So all the fueler has to do is put the nozzle in and hold it onto it until it stops pouring, whatever that might be. And as Nick alluded to, it used to be that if you got into fuel before code 60 was called, you could fill all the way up, like as if it were green. Now that's not the case. As soon as the code 60 is called, it goes under code 60 conditions immediately. So if you were filling up, that would mean that the pump would effectively probably stop at that point, and then you get back going again. The AM class cars always have a bit of an advantage in those situations in terms of the allowable fuel that they're allowed to take, both under green and indeed under code 60. So everything starts to unwind with the Due to Racing Audi leads, although it has been in the pits less than the rest. So that would mean then that it has less fuel on board compared to Red Ant Racing, who are only 8.3 seconds behind with Kobe de Broeker on board. Now I would say that Kobe de Broeker and Red Ant Racing, I would say they're in the net lead in terms of those on the same strategy, with Peter Gwelings in the Haas RT. Audi just behind him by 2.3 seconds. So Red Ant and Haas both battling away all the way through. Yeah, we're going to see that. Great to see Utah Racing, though, coming out and maintaining that lead battle. We've had a change of driver. Nikolai handing the car, the number 71, over to Arunas Gesiakis, now at the wheel of the Utah Racing Audi. I can hear wheel guns, so that means Nick Damon's got something for us.
It's the 73. It's the Proton Huber competition machine. It's Jorg Dresdau getting out. This is not particularly important. What is important is Klaus Bachler's getting in. So I think this car is about to move significantly up the running order, as Bachler, the man who put by far the fastest lap of qualifying in yesterday, is going to go and blast this thing around for at least an hour and try and improve their overall track position.
So we've got a clarification on the 901. We found the driver identification switch. Ajith Kumar now confirmed at the wheel of the 901. So Ajith, it was a driver ID switch issue. And so Nick, your eyes are not deceiving you. I know how they are degenerating, but they still haven't given up on you yet. And you were spot on. He was seen suited and booted, and he is in the car. So the 901, Ajith Kumar, with Red Ant Racing this weekend. And we wish him well. He's to a good race for Ajith, and it's great to have someone of that stature in India racing with us. And if he could bring along a few more, perhaps a couple of Indian teams could come and join us.
It's absolutely remarkable the attention that Ajith Kumar has brought to the Michelin 24-hour series since his debut in Dubai. Dubai, I've never seen anything quite like it. I mean, the amount of people who came to see him race, and we know there's so many watching, indeed on Preventing Motorsport TV, but also on Tamil TV in India. So a very warm welcome to you, and your man is in the car at the moment. Ajith Kumar has taken over the 901, and he's on a very much a European adventure. He has raced a bit in the past, but there's been quite a hiatus. Started racing motorcycles when he was a teenager, actually, but coming back, and he said none of the circuits on this calendar he'd been to before. So every race weekend he goes to as part of this Michelin 24-hour series is a brand new track.
I've got an inquiry here from Tashumi. Do we know what the problem with the Escuderia Faron was at the beginning of the race? Yes, the reason why that car is so far back and having lost time, and it's back in the pits now after that incident on track, was with a problem at the beginning of the race for the number 949. That recovery drive has been stifled because it's back into the pits. And toward of the pits, let's head down to Nick. Nick.
I've literally, conveniently, just walked up to it because it's a sort of first car on the rank, or the last car actually, because it's still quite confusing. This pit lane's running the wrong way as far as I'm concerned. Now, ouch. So anyway, the car, the reason it stopped initially, because it had a gearbox issue. The driver was very upset because it's a brand new gearbox apparently, but as we know, brand new things fail as much as very old things. It's a bit in the middle when they work well. If you look at the life expectancy of anything, be it electrical component or it be a human being, it's exactly the same. Your mortality rate is very high, then plateaus out and then goes high again. They're patching up the damage from that second piece of incident. They lost a dive plane, it looks second hand. They've lost the coverage of the glass of one of the lights, and they will need the lights later. We are going into the darkness. But it's already, and we're only, a couple of hours in, been a bit of a rough, toughy time for a Scuderia Faron.
Yeah, it looks like it tripped over another car out there, didn't it? And a little bit of damage on the front. That'll not deter them too much. The car already on the apron, as we heard from Nick Damon. The 992 class is being led by, once again, by the Van Berlo Motorsport. Bas Kooten is the name underneath that Van Berlo Motorsport sticker. Kai Van Berlo now at the wheel of that car, so that's got a quick driver in it, and it's leading the 992 class in 7th place overall. It's got a couple of GT3 cars in between it and the next car in the class, and that's the Red Camel car. That's been there pretty much the whole of this battle from the start here. 9 hours and 50 minutes or so to go. GT3 and overall is being led by Jutta Racing. The Audi now pulling it just under 9 seconds from the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Kobe de Bruyker still at the wheel of that one, and then a further just under 7 seconds is the Peter how do we pronounce that? Gwillinx? Gwillinx. Oh, it's easier than it looks.
Yeah.
Gwillinx. Yeah. Of course it is. Yes, he's in the SRT. Said just under 7 seconds, but there's a huge gap back to the Scuderia Praha car of just under 50 seconds now is the gap back to 4th. So the front three have got a chunk of time. That is going to continue unless the Scuderia Praha car can find a way of getting back on terms.
So Dwight Merriman at the wheel of the 81 Ferrari at the moment, sitting in 9th place, just 6.8 behind the number 73 Proton, Huber Competition Porsche of Klaus Bachler. So they've decided to put their hot shoe at the wheel, have Proton Huber Competition. So we should see that car forged to the front of the field, or forged forward anyway, over the next little while or so, particularly if it stays a long run of green flag racing. We've had 2 Code 60 interventions so far, so an average of 1 an hour at the moment, with varying degrees of severity so far. It was a great job by the track team to get that Scuderia Ferron car recovered back so quickly, but unfortunately some difficulties for them over so far today, sadly.
Hello to Time Certain Clock. He's asking who we've got here this weekend in the commentary team. I'm Joe Bradley. The last time I looked, I've got Peter Mackay, who's the #1, and then down in the pits we've got Nick Damon, who will be relieved by Dinah Binks sometime in the afternoon. So that's your team, the RSL team here at Misano. And we've got Iron Earn 1, who's always appreciate the colour match tape, which he means the tape that we saw on that repair going on that Porsche that Nick reported on. And I'm a big stickler for colour match tape. If you're running an orange and blue car, then you've got to have orange and blue tape. If you're running a black and blue car, and so on and so forth. Here's the battle between the Porsche of... Where is it? It's fallen down the field, that Proton Huber car, isn't it? That's not for position. Klaus Bachler is in that orange and blue car that we're watching there in 8th place. Now that car, Peter, has dropped down to 8th place overall.
Sorry, Joe, problem for Scuderia Praha off. Problem for the number 56 Ferrari. Matches Vibo at the wheel, 4th place at the moment, and is going to get back going again. So is it just a spin? Trying to see exactly where it is on track right now. It's into turn 3. Yeah, so just a spin for Matas Vibo. Interesting, that's exactly the same place where Dwight Merriman spun his Ferrari yesterday. So easy to get it wrong there. You're all the way flat through there, coming through turn 3 to turn 4, and looks like just a spin for Matas Vibo. So hopefully no damage and no harm, no foul. It may well, as you mentioned yesterday, Joe, may well have damaged his tyres though.
Yeah, that's easy to do. You flat spot the tyre. You flat spot the tyre, and it can, if the spin is harsh enough and fast enough, you can damage that tyre and flat spot the tyre through. It's best to come off the brakes and let the tyre roll, and not get the car moving backwards or forwards rather than sideways, because you can actually wear the rubber out to the canvas, and you've got to pit immediately and check the rubber. It'll be a little bit of a vibration as he knocks those flat spots off, but it looked like a bit of a harmless half spin there, didn't it? And we were talking about Miroslav Vibo having to gain time of he dropped about just under 49 seconds. The gap's gone out to 56. That'll be even more next time round with that little spin. So he is a little bit delayed across the line, but he is dropping down the order. We were thinking he may be able to get that car back on terms with the top 3. However, that's not going to help at all, is it?
Yeah, they're cycling through the drivers quickly in the Scuderia Praha machine. Joseph Kral starting the race, then handing over to Matas Vibo, who then handed to his father Miroslav, who's at the wheel right now. So they'll also have Denis Sashik looking to get in the car shortly as well. They've got a 4-driver lineup in that Scuderia Praha machine. Of course, joint championship leaders with RAFA Racing, in not just in their class but in the overall too. As fastest lap of the race, surprise, surprise, Klaus Bachler, 1:33.1. That is absolutely rapid. 1.2 seconds quicker than the lap record set last year by Jason Hart in the Herberth Porsche.
The tale of woe continues for the 949 that has incurred a penalty, and thanks to Tin Plate Geek too for mentioning this as well. I did notice this coming up on the screen. It's been given a penalty of 20 seconds time penalty for causing a collision in that issue that we saw earlier on. So that tale of woe continues for the 949 that had that issue at the start, caused a lot of time delay in the pits. Now it continues, and it's got a 20-second. So that recovery drive, just add that to the pile. I'll deal with it when we come into the penalty box.
Yeah, that's a pity, but because that was the 921 Milner Motorsport Porsche that was involved in that incident, as well as Klaus Bachler. He's sitting in 8th at the moment, trying to make up as much time as possible. While he's in the car, he can only do a maximum of 4 hours out of the 12. So he's every lap, he's got to be pushing all the time. As Scuderia Ferron, a little bit on the front right of their car, a little bit of damage to the front there, just a little bit of loose bodywork. The driver will probably hear that scraping along the tarmac. So the Scuderia Ferron car already looking pretty battle-worn, it must be said, but lapping around at the moment and hopefully be able to keep going to the end of the stint, and they can always do a little bit of repair at the next stop. We've got more updates from Nick Damon. Nick, what have you got for us?
Lip and the splitter at the front of the car as well on the right hand side. The damage they were patching up on the left hand side, which was mostly bodywork, and obviously had some lovely colour correct tape. But yeah, they've also got it's got bits out. I actually did find a bit of plastic off from the car, which they didn't tidy up. But I'm not sure whether it's been thrown away now, because I was going to bring it back to you, Peter, because I thought it was the most chance you've ever got to any part of a racing GT3. It was on the floor earlier, so I thought I'll bring it back as a present, but unfortunately it's gone, so I failed even on that one. I'll go out the back of the parts bin and get you some plastic for a souvenir.
How generous.
Get them a rear wing off a Ferrari. That's always a one to sell on eBay, isn't it?
As well, we've seen they're good for leaning on rear wings for Ferraris.
The Mercedes drivers leaning on their rear wing as well, so it's clearly the thing. If you're doing that, you look like you know what you're doing. If you lean on the rear wing of your race car sitting on the grid, you look pretty cool.
Yeah, you also make sure that the mechanics remember to fasten the thing on as well.
And then the wings in the right setting aero-wise.
Well, it might be when it came out the pit garage. It might not after everybody's lent on it.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Can I say hello to BC Scoots, who joins us all the way from Bathurst?
Oh wow!
I have no idea what time it is in Bathurst. It's coming up to midday here. So what's that?
Midnight.
Midnight, is it?
Wow.
Yeah, potentially.
Wow.
Great to have you along, enjoying the sunshine, just off the Adriatic coast here, just south of Rimini. The Misano track here, the Circuit de Simon Simoncelli, that famous MotoGP rider, is what the track is named after.
Yeah, it was a really tragic loss in 2011 at Sepang. He was really on the way up as a MotoGP rider, and he was just full of life, full of just character. He had the big hair, huge big hair, and he was a really close pal of Valentino Rossi's. They were quite the pair, and yeah, Marco Simoncelli's dearly missed from MotoGP, and particularly from this area, his home area.
7:45 in Bathurst. Thanks, BC.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
That's okay. I think the difference was the smallest that. Perfect timing for watching some endurance racing.
Yeah, it is. He's going to be
dinner on.
Let's see if he stays up all night though to see the finish.
Well, there's the challenge.
Another 9 hours.
Yeah.
4 or 5 in the morning. Be used to it.
You want to keep tuned in, I think, because this is a race that's just going to unfold slowly over the course of the next 9 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, the 81 Ferrari there being followed by the 992 class car. That's Dwight Merriman. He's the AM driver in that car, and he will be enjoying the drive of that Ferrari. Dwight, the man with his name above the door at Era Motorsport. It's all about the drive, Peter, isn't it? And this is what I love about the Creventic series. We've got a mix of drivers, we've got a mix of driver abilities, and it's not all about sitting, you know, it's not the World Endurance Championship, this series. It's about a cross-section of motorsport enthusiasts who come together and drive these quite exotic machineries in the form of GT3 cars. So you may think, why is that 992 car keeping up with that? Well, that's an AM driver, and the 992 class car, that's the red camel car, isn't it? And that has got Fabian Dance, who's also an AM,
but
however, he's not quite an AM ability-wise.
That's the thing, is that, well, I mean, you look at Alexander Prince, also graded as an AM. This is the thing where driver gradings is very interesting. It's a very interesting topic, I have to say there. But yeah, I mean, Dwight Merriman, this is a new adventure for him. He's had a lot of success in IMSA, 2 Rolex 24 at Daytona wins, a Sebring win, and you know that this is all new GT3 car, different different circuits. Everything is brand new, so it's very much a voyage of discovery for Dwight with that. With that Ferrari, but yeah, I think also equally shows you if Fabian done as an ungraded driver, I know their team strategist is very, very pleased with
corner speed. However, we're braking and turning for the Del Caro hairpin. And no mistakes early on, Peter. You've got to keep your head here. It's within our race driving instincts to make those places up in these early laps. However, you've got to tell yourself it's a smallish grid here. Only 20 cars overall, only 10 cars in GT3. So there's no reason at all to make any silly sort of moves. And right now, we're already seeing the grid settle, certainly in GT3. Different case, I think, in the 992 class, which is still pretty much bunched together.
No, 992, we've got a change for the lead. The pole sitter, Rick Breukers, he's been passed by Glenn Van Berlo. So great start from Van Berlo from the front of the front row in class. He's got past the pole sitting car, the red camel, which is good. One team that are running no problem at all is Venture Engineering, an amazing squad who debuted at Barcelona last year and won the race. They won the opening race at Mugello. Unfortunately, a crash in Spa thwarted that streak a little bit, but Neville Jones at the wheel right now and doing a top job.
They've got fans as well.
Of course
they've got
do.
fans. Richard David Moxley. Nick, this is the one for you. Richard David Moxley joins us between York and Hull, which, as you know, is near Sunderland.
Yeah. Absolutely, within 2 minutes of Sunderland. I had a quick chat with the guys at the back there. They are quite confused. I said, is it engine or gearbox? No, it's kind of, we don't really know. But it appears to be actually some sort of slight problem with the braking system, which obviously is also an ABS braking system within the car, which probably explains why they were looking at the dashboard, because they wanted to see what the dashboard settings are for the ABS, because you can set the level of ABS where it cuts in, its level of aggression as well. So they're probably just doing a visual check that the car hadn't done that thing that cars do, which is reprogram itself. And they're going out now to test that, but it was actually, yeah, it's inconsistent braking has been the problem for that car.
Right, there you go. So they've obviously adjusted something in the brain via the computer.
Klaus Bachler is on a hot lap here. He was absolute best in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2, and of course he already has the fastest lap of the race, the only driver to step into the 32. 132.9. So a little bit of a change in 992 at this early stage. Steady start for Kyle Tilley in the 296 Ferrari. He's dropped into the clutches of the 992 field, so perhaps something gone wrong there on the opening lap. But the opening order then, Proton Huber, Manuel Lauk from Mathis Lismon for Haas RT Audi. Then it's Redan Racing with Yannick Redan on board. Antonio Cenero, good start from him from 6th on the grid. He's moved up to 4th in the E2P Aston Martin. Also the Ajith Kumar racing car 901, Fabian Few is on the move, and he's right on the tailpipe now of Holmgard Motorsport. Jonas Holmgard at the moment fighting over 15th place overall.
Yeah, Holmgard, actually, the Holmgard car just forcing its way past the Ajith Kumar Racing. The red and white cars battling it out there, and it's now the run down through the back straight, which has got 2 kinks in it, basically.
But still impressive nonetheless. Just gets held up a little bit on the last sector behind.
And the Kumar Racing car losing another one to the Porsche of a Scuderia Faron. They're the silver Porsche, just moving onto the tail end of Jonas Holmgard. However, it's the Van Berlo Motorsport Porsche and Red Camel Porsche. Glenn Van Berlo, Rick Broikers, they're already gone off and are way ahead of this mid-pack in the 992 class. And Peter, as ever, the 992 class is going to be where the racing's at. And this, what you can see now, everybody, this is how it's going to be throughout this 12 hours. These guys are not going to get spaced out. They're going to be bunched together pretty much for the whole of this.
Yeah, there's some great strength and depth in the 992 class. Really impressive stuff from those, and some great drivers throughout the field. So Manuel Laut leads by 0.3 of a second after 2 laps. Fastest lap of the race so far is Mathis Lismon, 1:34.471. That's nearly on lap record pace already. So they're pushing at the front of the field, and the Haas RT Audi looking very good indeed with that crew, and making a good start to the race. Yannick Redon trying to keep pace with them in 3rd, Antonio Cenero in 4th, Joseph Kral in 5th in the Ferrari. And then there's a good battle going on over 6th place with David Bogazayan, who's got Dominic Ang right behind him in the Viper Niza Mercedes. Then it's
field. They're going to run their race and enjoy the challenge of running that car over 12 hours, and that's what it's all about. Hashtag this is endurance.
And when we go to Paul Ricard in July, they'll be more prepared than their competitors in terms of how to execute that 12-hour straight-through race. Remember, we haven't had a 12-hour straight-through race this season yet, so it's a perfect simulation, if you like, for them. And you know, as a team venture engineering, they probably don't need. You know, they're a very experienced unit. And I was learning yesterday of some of the historic race car preparation and running that they do. They run a fleet, yes, a fleet of Aston Martin DBR9s, including one that won Le Mans in class back in the late 2000s. They also run a fleet of 550 GT1 Ferraris too. I think we could need to go on a little field trip, Joe, and go and see those cars. I think.
Yeah.
We need to go to Venture for a busman's
Yeah, that's where are they based, did you say?
Oh, good question. That's a good point, actually. But a DBR9 for me is one of the coolest cars ever built, in terms of its noise, the way it looks, the people that drove it. Just, yeah, so cool. At the front of 992, it's pretty strong at the moment for Van Berlo Motorsport. They're 43 seconds ahead. Alexander Prince in the very similarly painted, just swapping the green for pink, in the Hoffer Racing car, which of course had such a good run at Spa, overall podium and a class win.
Championship leaders as well, Hofer sharing that championship lead with Scuderia Praha. They've got that at the forefront of their minds, I would think. And now, you know, we've been going for almost 5 minutes, and we're fine to one who provide the company that provide the pictures. We do have representation out there in the form of John Hindhoff, who is one of the main commentators alongside Richard Creel, as far as I'm aware, and he'll be there next year.
She had him in the pit.
Shea, who was a big part of RSL, of course, is one of the pit lane commentators there. So we are represented. This commentary team of Radio Show Limited is represented at Bathurst, but unfortunately, maybe I've always promised myself to get down there, but not to work. I want to be there up on the mountain drinking beer with everybody else.
Good plan.
I don't want to go there to work. I want to enjoy the race.
Good plan. It's an amazing race. It is really.
Not that I don't enjoy the race. Not that you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't have to think when I'm drinking beer on the mountain.
Special place for a fan experience too. And Bathurst for me is one of the main influences when I was younger in terms of getting into racing. We had great television coverage of it in the 90s in the UK, because there was British touring car drivers, super touring drivers went over and competed in Australia. I mean, Rickard Rydell, he was my hero when I was a kid, and you know, he went over there and drove in the Volvo. John Clellan went over there and drove. So yeah, but that's one to definitely tick off the list. That is for sure. That's the thing I love about being a part of this Michelin 24-hour series, is going to just had a jump through my headphones there, apologies. Through this Michelin 24-hour series, is that you go to so many amazing tracks that you've never been to before. When we went to Estoril a couple of years ago, quite remarkable.
Yeah, we have had the opportunity to visit a lot of tracks, haven't we, over the years. There's a lot of talk about drivers and lack of lap time in comparison, and our AM drivers are not going to be as quick over the lap in their stints as their pro hotshot drivers. We are going to see differences in lap times, and I can assure you, having driven myself, if you can get within 5 seconds towards, you know, within 5 seconds of your hotshot Klaus Bachler, as an example, around Misano, with all of the intricacies, you are not a bad driver. You are a pretty good driver.
No, you got to keep it context. Is it Klaus Bachler is hired by? He's one of a very small band of drivers hired by Porsche as a paid professional to go out and drive as fast as possible. He is one of the top GT drivers in the world. Right now, some might say he's even the fastest guy in the world in a Porsche at the moment, you know, in a GT Porsche. And then if you got someone who does not make their prime, he doesn't make their living from racing, they make their living in other ways, and they effectively are competing at the weekend for enjoyment and to win, that is a completely different set of circumstances. And I totally agree with you, Joe. If you can get within 5 seconds of the very, very peak of the world in terms of GT racing, I think you're doing absolutely fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, more than that. The thing is, it's very, very hard to contextualize unless you've sat in the seat and experienced it and seen actually what that takes.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what the 24 series is about, and this is what makes the racing so interesting, because all right, if you compare it to something like, I don't know, maybe the Spa 24 Hours, where you've got a team that has got 4 hotshot pros in it, the vagaries of the car's performance shouldn't vary that much across each driver stint in the full 24 hours, whereas in a 24H series race, which is a complete mix of AMs and pros and businessmen drivers who are doing this on their weekend off, remember, this is not how they make their living. And that brings in a completely different variation in how we go about a race over 12 hours, and gives us the complexity of trying to predict who's going to be where going into the last 2 hours. Invariably, into the last driver stint, you are going to plug your optimum driver, but it gives us a variation in sports cars. A variation of racing is what sports car racing is all about, especially multi-class sports car racing. Well, add in the vagaries of different driver abilities, and you have even more complexity of how we go about that race. And the guys on the pit wall, metaphorically these days, because they're always in the garage, not on the pit wall, but the engineers on the pit wall are tactically using their RAM drivers within the race distance to meet the regulations like minimum and maximum driver times.
And it is absolutely no different at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the GTE, in the GT3 class. You have to have a bronze, you have to have a silver, and then a gold or platinum. In LMP2, in IMSA, you know, the very, very top level, you have to have a bronze driver. So it's the same, the situation is the same. And you look back at that, I'm reading at the moment Richard Williams' book on 100 years of Le Mans, preparing for the big race in a couple of weeks' time, and that is that race started off with in that true spirit of professionals and amateurs together, and it remains so. So, you know, this is very much part of how particularly sports car racing works. So, yeah, it's definitely worth keeping that in context. And I love that, how you have to play your cards right at the exact right moment. The due to Audi, I tell you what, a great run from Marunas Kikuskis at the moment, the multiple race winner in the Baltic Touring Car Championship. He had Klaus Bachler behind him there for several laps. Bachler trying to get back onto the lead lap. Bachler finally through now and able to get his head back down and get some clean running in. But due to Audi, that Circle K back machine leading by 15 seconds from Kobe De Bruyke right now. In fact, set the car's personal best in the last lap, 0.8 quicker than De Bruyke in the Mercedes, albeit the Red Ant car, the tyres, they've had the tyres on for 51 laps. So more than half the race, Red Ant Racing have been on the same set of tyres, whereas the leading Duta car is only on 23-lap-old tyres. So that's, you know, that makes a difference as well.
So we are inside of 9.5 hours, Peter. We've still got the Yuta Racing Audi. That leads by now 15 seconds, so the time is slowly coming down. We've got slightly quicker lap times being posted by Kobe De Bruyke in the Red Ant Mercedes. That's bringing that lap time, that gap between first and second down slightly. The gap to third, however, is gone out. It's gone out to 21 seconds now. And again, Peter Gulinik's at the wheel of the Haas RT. He's getting his stint underway. There's still that chunk of gap to Miroslav Weibo in the Scuderia Praha, that Baja Ferrari, that car currently in fourth place. And then the car that we've been monitoring lately, 31 seconds, the gap to the Ferrari from Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber competition Porsche. And that gap is coming down quite considerably to that fourth place Ferrari. So we will keep and continue monitoring that. And going with him, I've got to say, Chantal Prince, who's lapping steadily in the Hofer Mercedes there, trying to hang on as much as she can to Klaus Bachler, which is no mean feat whatsoever, is it?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Klaus Bachler is, yeah, I mean, you're talking the very, very top level in that car, as he's heading through to the final sector now. He was absolute best in sector 1, went off a bit in sector 2, hit a little bit of traffic, and up to the line he goes. And you just feel like this lap time is just going to keep tumbling for Klaus Bachler, as if he just gets a clean run through, because he's that Proton Huber competition Porsche and him are just at one at the moment. In qualifying yesterday, the qualifying lap he pulled out at the end to put this car on pole. It was really tight all the way with Haas in there and a few others.
If you get a chance to check out the program from yesterday as well, for qualifying, the in-car footage that we saw Klaus from the driving behind the driving wheel, at the steering wheel of that Klaus Bachler Porsche, and just watch Klaus and how he's got that car absolutely floating on the track surface, just inputs on the steering wheel and never ending. Even on the straights, he's kind of, you know, he's got the car moving around and positioning the car in preparation for the corner that's coming up. And here at Misano, it's a very technical track. You've got to be thinking 2 corners ahead and preparing for that.
So we've done our own little driver change in the pit lane. We're now down with Diana Binks.
Certainly are. And I've just made my way up the pit lane, come to speak to Max Bartel at RAFA Racing, who's just watching proceedings. And I know it's early stages, Max, but this is your chance to catch your breath before you jump back in.
Yeah, I'm getting the next turn. So yeah, the race is quite about the 9 hours to go. So we are not at a position we would like to be, but it's a long race and it's going to be hot here, and hope for a hot stint for me. I like that.
What's the feedback been from Alex, who was out earlier, and Chantal, who's in the car now? Any feedback from them?
Yeah, it's difficult to understand the car right now because of the temperature of the tires. We had a bit of struggle the last days about the brakes and so on. Then yeah, it's tricky It's tricky on this track. I love this track. It's a really dirty racing. Yeah, the yellow sausages are not my best friends here.
I can imagine not, but I guess it's just, you know, being across everything moment by moment and reacting to what happens and what changes, because as you say, the conditions here can make it quite tricky, certainly with the tyres.
Yeah, I think the big thing here at a 12-hour race, it's a 12-hour race at one stage, so you have to be on time, round by round, and then you have to, yeah, like you said, you have to be on time, and you have to get a concentrated lap by lap, so that's a point to get on the top at the last 2 minutes.
You've got a great team here who all know what they need to do, when they need to do it. How much does that build the confidence for everyone as the day goes on?
You know, they have to do the right thing. Yeah, it's a great team. I'm racing here for about 4 years, but I know them a long time, so it's always fun to be here.
And how would you describe this circuit here in Misano from a driver's point of view?
Yeah, it's a hard track, I would say. There are a lot of curbs, so the track limit is a bit range of how to get around that corner. The yellow sausages are, I have to take ready for the last leg.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you, Max. Max has to leave us now. There's obviously going to be a change here. I think Chantel's clearly on her way in. He's just gone to get ready, so I'll leave him to that for the moment.
Thank you, Di. Binksy just teasing Maxi Partle there. Just he's very keen to get behind the wheel of that Hofer Mercedes, isn't he? And get on with his day job. The car currently second in the GT3 AM class, 6th overall. Gap still coming down between the leaders as we've got a car that has spun off harmlessly. It's one of the 992 class cars. I'll try and get an ID on that when we do, but it's had a half spin onto the off track and then continues on its way. No harm, no foul. It's a purple and black one. That's all I can tell you at this point. But he's getting straight back on it and flashing his lights behind the other cars that he's now found himself behind. And it is the Stefan Perrin, the 888 car, that is on a recovery drive. Stefan lost a lot of time with a little bit of damage earlier on. The Sebelge Racing entry had it coming together with the Aston Martin of E2P Racing, which remains in the pits actually. That car has not returned to racing, so more damage, and again rear end damage on the Aston Martin, front end damage on the Sebelge Racing Porsche, and that car was fixed quite quickly. However, being early in the race, lost time, and now Stefan pushing very hard. He's right on the tail now of a Porsche, but that's not a battle for position. That's a recovery drive for the purple and black car as he moves down the inside of the number 921, which is the Rolando Saka Mulner Motorsport entry, currently 5th in 992, and the 888 numbered car in a hurry. He's got a kind of his body language is very much one of urgency as he is making up ground, and with 9 hours and 17 minutes or so remaining in this race, he's got a lot of ground to make up. But if he continues with that urgency, he's going to start making ground on pretty much everybody, as we can see, one of the fastest cars in that 992 category as we speak. Lap times just beginning to tick by. So the gap at the front, Peter Mackay with the Utah Racing Audi, now down to just over 12 seconds with consistent lappery, slightly slower than the car behind him, and that is one Kobe Breuker in the Red Ant Mercedes, who's lapping consistently about a second quicker than the leading Utah Racing Audi. But that's what we've come to expect, isn't it, with that variation in the field?
Yeah, interesting one. In the last lap, though, it was a second in the favour of the Duta car, and actually that lap just gone by now. Yeah, 0.6 of a second on that lap, so the gap's actually increasing again. So it's kind of flowing back and forward with traffic. Very interesting there. And Kobe de Bruyker is much further into his stint. He's an hour and 35 minutes into his stint. I'm thinking right now you're probably going to be getting you're going to be getting a little bit tired, but also the main thing is the tyres are tired. 57 laps on the tyres for Red Ant Racing, only 29 on the Jutta Audi at the front, but nonetheless they're running well. And then of course don't forget Haas RT, they're only 30 seconds or so back from second place, and the Audis I think have proven to be very, very strong, particularly in the AM specification with that slightly wider restrictor, allowing more air into the engine that just gives that really good straight line performance in there. So we'll watch it with very, very close interest over the coming laps right now, because for Kobe de Bruyker, regardless whether he has the fuel or not, he has to pit within the next 33 minutes. Otherwise, he will blow over his drive time. So he will have to be in the pit lane within that time.
The Tracy Crone 907, that's the RPM car, the bright green liveried car, the Crone Aviation livery that we've become so familiar with, not just in Europe, but also in America is where I first saw it. Tracy Crone, the driver that has been around now for over 20 years, the gentleman driver that's been around for over 20 years, currently leading the AM class in 992 and doing a sterling job. I hope I haven't hexed him here, Tracy. Been in the car a little while now, hasn't he, Peter? And he's just steadily making progress. 12th overall in the overall field, 4th overall in the 992 class, but leading the AM class, which is what these guys are all about in that 907.
Yeah, they've been just fantastic in that class. They really are the car to beat in 992 AM, and have had a lot of very good results out of all the 992 cars as well. Such a well-drilled unit, and Tracy Crone at the moment in lapping quite quicker, a bit quicker than his nearest rival is the Ajith Kumar racing car, and he's very much against his opposite number there. Tracy Crone is the AM in the car, likewise Ajith Kumar is the AM in that car, and Tracy Crone at the moment running 3 seconds a lap faster, so he's doing exactly the job he needs to do in that car. So 9 hours and 14 minutes left to go, and the Jutta Audi is into fuel. So that then means that Kobe de Bruyker for Red Ant Racing moves up into the lead, with Haas RT moving into second. So Jutta Racing very much off strategy to everybody else. So they brought that red and white Audi in, and a good stint there from Arūnas Kauskas. Some very, very good lap times.
Yeah, that was a good stint actually. Arūnas just did the job he had to do. He's not going to be as quick as Kobe de Bruyker. Kobe de Bruyker is a young driver, very quick driver, and but he did stifle the progress of that Red Ant Mercedes, making ground. He was making ground maybe, you know, a second, just under a second every lap, and that was a good strong drive there. Once they come back out after this pit stop and then sync with the rest of the field, we'll get an idea certainly by the time we have the next pit stop phases for the two lead cars, which is the Red Ant car, the Mercedes, and the Haas RT car. And they are a little bit, how long have they been in that car then? Stint time 1 hour 39. Peter Gilneck's in the Haas RT, he's only been in the car 45 minutes, so whether they take him out of the car in about 15 minutes, we'll see, or whether they keep him in another stint to keep him in after refueling. That is, he's not going to be able to do another 45 minutes, that's for sure, but he is going to be able to do another 15 and then another hour.
The good thing is that for Jutta is that none of their drivers have a minimum or a maximum driver time to worry about. So the only thing they've got to worry about is the 2-hour stint maximum. So for Jutta, they've got a lot of flexibility in who they put in and when. And I would think they want to get Arūnas in there as much as they can, because he's proving to be by far the quickest driver in that car. So no, there are other considerations to play in it as well, yeah, of course. But they're a full season entry. They're wanting to get the best result they can also.
It'd be a big list of considerations, wouldn't it, if we listed all of the considerations that we have to think about and deal with across the classes. That would be a toilet roll amount of lists. We'd fill an Andrex rule, wouldn't we? Other toilet rolls are available, of course, but we certainly would. We would do that. Still in the pits is the Jutta car. Just waiting for that to show that it has resumed. It's dropped down the order now to 6th overall. It's been overtaken by pretty much all of the GT3 runners. The two cars that are making a bit of a recovery, that's the Dwight Merriman Ferrari down in 9th overall. The ERA Ferrari with Dwight at the wheel. Vasily Vladikin now at the wheel of the Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing Audi R8. That car with Vladikin at the wheel will be able to see just what that car's capable of. And I can see, Peter, 1 minute 35.8 was the last time through. That is a pretty quick lap time for this stage of the race.
So Arūnas Kukuskas has stayed on board that due to racing Audi, so that pace should maintain over the coming laps. And again, they're a little bit off strategy to everybody else. So interestingly, their tyres are showing as 30 laps. It looks like they just took fuel there. Well, no, that can't be right at all, because they were in the pits for 4 minutes. Pit only 45. No, I do apologise. They've taken fuel, a big fuel tank there, and of course 115 litres they can put in. So that takes a little while to fill up with a effectively supermarket fuel pump style. It doesn't fill up very much faster than that. So they actually 45 minutes transit time. So yes, they've come through no tyres. They're keeping the same tyres on. So we'll see how Arūnas gets on with that.
It's a good point, Peter. For people who are new to the 24H series style of racing, the fueling is done, the refueling is done not at the pit garage where the car is serviced, but done in a separate fueling area, and that allows the need, or the lack of need. We don't need any sort of expensive refueling kit. It's not any kind of quick fill churns, it's not any kind of quick fill refueling systems that are needed. It's basically in the refueling area is your standard service station fuel pumps, the type of which you will refuel your road car at, and it's a hand pump as well, exactly the same, the trigger pump that we're used to using on our road cars, and it pumps at pretty much a similar sort of rate. So refueling isn't done under pressure. Under pressure in two ways, more than one actually. No pressure on the refueler. All he can do is open the trigger and wait for the gauge to tell him he's refueled. But it does add a completely different complexity to how you go about getting your car in and serviced and back out.
And this is another thing where the pump is so clever, is that the technical team, the Creventic technical team, can adjust car by car, not team by team, it's car by car. They can adjust how fast the pump fills up at, because they're having to balance performance between the V10 mid-engine Audi, the front-engine turbocharged Aston Martin, the rear-engine Porsche, and so on. And to do that, there's different ways they can do it. They can adjust the weight of the car, they can change the restrictor, the turbo boost. But one other way is how fast the fuel will actually go into the tank. So for example, Audis, they get 95% of the pump's fuel flow. A Mercedes gets 100%, for example, and that's all to do with the amount of fuel they're allowed to put in, and indeed what car it is. Diana Binks down in the pits. Let's get an update.
Yeah, RAFA Racing bring the Mercedes GT3 in with Chantal Prince behind the wheel, and she is going to jump out. And as I was chatting to Max Bartel earlier, he was getting ready. I think he got ready a little bit too early, but they've refueled. They're doing a driver change and tyre change up that end of the pit lane. The midway, RPM Racing, the 907 Porsche 992 car, Nick Jonsson is just warming up and getting ready to get into that car. That car is going into refueling, and Tracy Crone will jump out, and I'll grab Tracy later on as well to have a chat with him. We've not spoken to him for some time. Just behind me, the Viper Noosa Racing, the number 65 GT3. They're all on the pit apron as well, waiting to receive that car, which I guess is up in the refueling area. So it's hotted up a little bit down here, so let's see how many more come in at this moment, but it's RPM that are the next car to come down from that refueling area.
Nick Jonsson has, I think, the coolest helmet design in the Creventic paddock. The blue and yellow is native Sweden with little other colours in there. It looks absolutely superb. Must be a Swedish thing, because Rydell's helmet was so cool with the blue and the yellow on it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes me back to Ronnie Peterson, actually. Perhaps the biggest racing star to come out of Sweden. tragically killed in Formula One in 1978. Never quite completed a championship win, but certainly won a few Grand Prix. But yeah, that blue and yellow, the Swedish blue and yellow, that most of the drivers that we've come across will still be there representing Sweden. And I mean, Nick's been an American citizen now for quite a number of years, I think. He's been in America for probably over 25 years. However, still showing his native roots and still proud to be Swedish underneath.
Cool to have two places to call home, really. As Viper Niza Racing come in with their Mercedes AMG. They're going to keep driver on board? No, they're going to do a driver change. So that was brought in by Douglas Coe, the team owner. We had Dominic Ang in at the start, so I would think by the laws of deduction, that would mean that Melvin Moe will be next into the car, who had a really impressive career when he was younger. Came through the Petronas Formula Experience program, which got him a drive in Formula BMW, and he's very much the coach in this car for Douglas Coe and for Dominic Ang. A great racing scene in Malaysia. It's an amazing country. I had the privilege of visiting there on a couple of occasions. I visited there about 10 years ago, and yeah, had a really good time in Kuala Lumpur. A great racing scene. You look at the number of drivers that compete in Carrera Cup Asia and all the way around as well, and Sepang very much a part of international motorsport as well. Let's get more from Diana.
Just at that moment, Chrome Racing have come in, and Tracy, or RPM Racing, I should say. Tracy's just jumping out. Nick Jonsson will get in behind the wheel, but Philip Hemprecht is standing watching with me. So, Philip, just give us an idea. I can see Nick helping Tracy get out, putting that seat in. What is it like from a driver's perspective when all that's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hectic because here we can be, or you have to be as quick as possible. There's no standing time, like, for example, 24 hours Nürburgring or stuff like this. So we have to be really quick. Obviously, in our case, it's yeah, a little bit funny because Tracy is very big, you know, very tall. Nick is quite short, and I'm just in between. So we do have a shell that Nick and I share. Actually, we have the same shell, and then we just have to move the seat forward and backward. So yeah, we practice quite a bit always from Wednesday onwards when we're testing. But it is quite hectic, yeah, and it's a science behind it. Yeah, you have to be quite quick and get basically the flow of the whole pit stop right.
Yeah, very precise. I mean, you've got a great team of guys that work with you here, so that's important as well. How much are you enjoying being here in Misano, Philip?
Oh, it's beautiful. I really like this track. Yeah, it's really nice to drive. Not too long, but really flowing, and also it's good to the car. The curbs are not too high, and it's right by the water. You know, we're staying right on the beach, only 5 minutes drive, so really, really nice.
Looking at you as a driver with Nick and Tracy, what are the similarities between the three of you, and what do you think you all bring to it?
I think we all have our strengths. Yeah, we're all basically, I think our biggest strength and similarities is that we're following the right goal, right? Obviously, we're always trying to finish every race. Yeah, there's different speeds between us, and I could say that maybe I'll just try to go as quick as possible, but we always try to manage basically our result, right? We always try to finish, gain maximum points. If we can't, let's say, win, or we had an issue before, we always aim for the same goal, try to get points, and always try to maximize our result.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, a lot. It's beautiful to drive with them. It's really nice. They're actually behind the scenes in the truck, really funny pairing. I mean, they've been racing together over 20 years, and it's really enjoyable and quite funny to watch them, what they do behind the scenes. And yeah, I've been joining now for 3 years, so they're almost friends to me, or they are friends to me more than just teammates.
Great to see, and thanks very much for your time, Philip.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere at RPM, isn't it? And I think that comes from the fact that Nick Jonsson and Tracy Krohn have been teammates now for over 20 years, possibly even over 25 years. And Nick started out, of course, as Tracy's driver, coach, mentor, steered Tracy on his motorsport path, and he's raced at a pretty high level. These are kind of Tracy's retirement years, if anything. You know, he's raced at the high level in the American Le Mans Series, did some World Endurance Championship, and now here he is, and thankfully he's decided the 24H Series is where he perhaps wants to spend the twilight years of his motorsport career, and he can still drive a car as quickly as he ever could, and it's great to have them along.
And you look at what his involvement does for younger drivers as well. Colin Brown wouldn't have got his real break without Tracy. Philip Amprecht, you know, getting, like, he's 27, he's been there for 3 years, and they've been able to get lots and lots of seat time. As I tell you what, Red Ant Racing are putting Mark Goossens to work. He's definitely no ceremonial ambassador anyway, that's for sure. He's right there on his hands and knees helping the driver get into the car, and Ajith Kumar out of the car. So I would imagine that will be Mathieu Detry getting into the Ajith Kumar by Red Ant Racing car.
Yeah, I'm sure Di's down there to get a word with Ajith and see how his first stint went. I've got a message here on the YouTube chat. Keep your chat coming, keep your questions coming. Pandre, I think that's how I'm going to pronounce it, asks, are all the cars GT3s? No, this is multi-class racing. And although we've got a very small grid of 21 cars, we've got 10 GT3 cars split into 3 groups of Pro-Am and Am and just GT3. The next class, the next largest class, is 9 992 class cars, and what they are is basically Carrera Cup cars, exactly the same cars that you will see racing in national series of Carrera Cup, whether that's America, the Far East, the UK, Germany, across Europe. They are basically what they are in the 992 class. We've got one car in GTX, and that's basically an open formula for any kind of car, home-built specials and the like. You bring an experimentation car. The Vortex is representing GTX this weekend, and that's, I'm going to say, home-built car. It's built in a pretty high-level, sophisticated factory environment, but it's the only car we've got in GTX. GT4, unfortunately, only one car has made the journey for GT4, but GT4 is the level of sports car racing underneath GT3. It's what we see in things like Michelin Pilot Challenge, British GT, other national GT series, and the one car in the GT4 class, the Venture Racing Mercedes, that's still got Neville Jones doing his thing in that car, and they are going about their race, albeit only one car in the GT4 class. They're still going about this race as they would if they were under pressure from other GT4 runners. So Pandre, I hope that has cleared that up. This is multi-class racing with 2 main categories here at Misano for the 12 hours of Misano for this one.
So just under 9 hours left to go here in the Michelin 12 hours of Misano. Red Ant Racing just completing service on their Mercedes AMG, having just had their 992 Porsche in. So busy times for that Belgian crew down in the pits. It was now, so who will be taking over for that? Kobe de Broeker going right up towards the limit of his stint time. They've got 4 drivers in the car as Odier. A little bit of an issue for the number 56. Scuderia Praha Ferrari is spinning around on the grass, trying to get turned around. That is Miroslav Vajbo, who's just heading up towards an hour of his stint time, and oh dear, rejoins just in front of the Hofer Mercedes coming through. Oh dear, oh dear. So a few little mishaps there for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Also, race leader Haas RT, Peter Guelinks, has brought in the Haas RT Audi and is in fuel at the moment. And it's Kenny Heyer who's taken over the Red Ant Racing machine. Driver who knows his way around a Mercedes AMG, to say the very least. He's a super driver and a great addition to that Red Ant team. Let's get some more news down in the pit lane and catch up with Diana Binks.
I'm still here at the Red Ant Racing teams. Obviously, the 93 and the 901 are both run from this garage area. Ajith Kumar's just jumped out of the 901, so I needed to give you a second just to catch your breath. But how are you feeling after that stint today?
Very good, very pleased with the team, with myself. Good day today. Started well. But though I couldn't match my practice timings. But okay, the car's on the circuit, and yeah, I hope it gets better.
Yeah, well, it's just about being consistent, isn't it? Every time we talk to you, you tell me how much you're learning as a driver and how much you have to learn. So you've got to take your time and let it come to you.
Of course, but I'm so grateful to Matthew, Fabian, and my teammates, Mr. Mark Goossen, and all of them. You know, I mean, it takes a lot of patience for them to get me up to pace. And yes, we've been doing just that. 141, not a bad timing at all, you know. And You know, we missed out the first couple of days, one because of crash, we damaged the car, and then, of course, our engine failed, we had it replaced. So the miles that we have put in as a team on the circuit, Matthew, Fabian, myself, is pretty less compared to what we expected. So keeping all that in mind, I am pleased with my timings, and it can only get better, Diana.
How much are you enjoying the challenge of the Misano circuit? Because it brings a new challenge to you.
Of course it does. Like I told you, I used to watch GP500 races way back then, Kevin Schwann's, Wayne Rainey. So very fond memories of watching Misano on the television set back home. And to be here, like I always tell you all, I'm so grateful to the Almighty. And thanks to all of you for making this possible. If I may interrupt, I want to thank everyone at Creventic, because most of the time interviews are about drivers and their timings, their emotions. But a great what should I say, effort by Creventic, Michelin, Porsche to put this series together. And I hope the series goes on to get popular, not just back home in India, Middle East, maybe all over the world.
Well, we love it because we get an opportunity to talk to drivers like yourself that are starting. It's a great opportunity to learn about you and your journey. It's not just where you've started, it's what you're doing and developing, and we love that. We love the sport.
Thank you so much, and I hope I can live up to all of your expectations. And all the fans back home, to everybody in Europe watching this series, thank you all for your support. Extremely grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Well, it's great to have you here. And listen, we've got to keep learning. We all need to keep learning. But thanks for sharing your journey with us.
But I promise you all, I'll get there. I'll get to the top of the pyramid one day very soon.
You're doing very well. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
A true gentleman, Ajith Kumar. He just brings sunshine to the paddock. Always smiling, always immaculately polite, and yeah, a joy to have him as part of the Michelin 12H series. And they're very much in the fight for victory in the 992 AM class, sitting in second in class at the moment. Fabian Diffused is taking on over the number 901 car, with his job now is to try and chase down Nick Jonsson, which is RPM Racing. Speaking of speedy Nicks, we have another one here. Nick Damon has joined me in the
I am first reserve for Joe's lunch, but that's excellent news. Yeah, just it's interesting because I walked away and I had a like refreshment, and then I've come back again, and Klaus Bachler's at the top of the list. You know, when he got in the car, they were 5th or 6th. I know there's a few people are out of sync as far as the fuel is concerned, but it does go to show what a super hot shoe can do. And Klaus certainly, as he did yesterday, giving us indication of the pure pace he has.
Yeah, he's in a kind of elite of an elite level at the factory level. You know, if there are, you know, you think of the racing factories, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, etc. They all have rosters of factory drivers that they deploy around the world. And if you're a customer team that have bought a racing car from one of these factories and you have one of these drivers deployed to you, it makes a massive difference. These guys are, you know, there's nowadays particularly, there's so many young drivers who want to be a factory sports car driver. It is, you know, now with single-seater racing being so expensive, it's so difficult to get through the ladder that often drivers find their way into sports cars, and particularly when they're still a little bit undiscovered, they can get opportunities in sports cars. But to get to the factory level where you put on the factory suit, that is the elite of the elite, and Klaus Bachler definitely is one of those.
Yeah, there's definitely a change of focus for a number of young karters and young drivers. Obviously, karters quite a lot. I mean, the thing is, you know, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it was F1 or bust, wasn't it? I'm going to have a single-seater career. There was a short period where mate of a British driver, because they had the most conversation with, suddenly they were aiming to get to touring cars because there was a big paycheck there. That disappeared. And at the same time, of course, we had the growth of Le Mans, the growth of the SRO organisation, and suddenly they could see that, yeah, if I'm not going to end up being the next Lando Norris or Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen, I can actually earn some money by being a professional racing driver. I think that's the thing is, it's the aim should always be to be a professional racing driver. You're starting out your career, you're a year or two into your career, and this is what you want to do. Aiming for F1 is, even to be honest, if you're the best driver in the world ever, it doesn't actually necessarily mean you'll ever make it to F1, because there's so many variables and luck and everything else that plays into it. But you can aim to be a professional racing driver, and you can, you know, have a very long and lucrative career as long as you continue being fast and not crashing.
Apart from that, straightforward. Yeah,
really easy, fast, don't crash. Oh, don't say anything silly in interviews either. That's,
oh, well, that can be the most difficult.
That's my one, that's my issue.
Yes. Klaus Bachler has brought the number 73 Proton Huber competition car into the pits. He was around an hour on his stint, so he can stay on board that car if they want him to, go up to a 2-hour maximum stint time. The other thing they have to consider is they've only got 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't think you burn 2 hours of Klaus at this point. He's done what he needs to do. He's done the hours, brought them back into contention when they dropped off a little bit. And now what they're going to do is they're going to try and perhaps finesse in their other drivers, because obviously they want to have Klaus in for as long as possible at the end, because that's when it really counts, and when the temperature drops down and when the real speed. And obviously your professional driver is going to go slightly better in the dark than the amateurs.
So class leaders at the moment, we've got the Pro-Am class, GT3, at the moment led by Proton Huber competition, but that will potentially come back because they've just come into the pitch. The leader in GT3 Am is due to racing with their Audi. Then we have in 992, it's also a car that's in the pits, Van Berlo Motorsport in the 992 class. They lead at the moment. They were running strong, so they may well come out in front of Red Camel Jordans and maintain that lead. And then in GTX, it is Vortex who lead the way in that class, alongside Venture Engineering in GT4. Let's get down to the pits with Anna.
Miroslav has just jumped out of the Ferrari. The GT3 class is very competitive. How's it going for you this morning?
Yeah, it's going very well. We are happy. I don't know which position we are now because you took me for the interview right now. And yeah, first of all, we are happy that the weather is better than last days, and we are totally enjoying that. It's there are not many cars. But I think the competition in GT3 is high, as usually, and yeah, we enjoy Creventic, we like it, and I hope we will win. Yeah.
How much are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
It's up to circuit. Few circuits we know already from Ferrari Challenge, so we have experiences, and yeah, Misano is one of them. I was already on the podium here, so we like it. Yeah. But not many hours. I am busy, I am an entrepreneur, I need to do my job, so we are not profi like another guys, you know.
Is this a great thing for you to do, to take your mind off work? You know, the business enterprises that you're running, you come here, you race, you focus on that completely?
I didn't understand, sorry. Can you repeat?
Do you use motor racing as a way of getting away from the business demands?
Anyway, because you can forget everything when you are sitting in the car, and especially Misano is very tough. It will be not easy. It's only 12 hours only, yeah, but it will be tough. Yeah, I have totally relaxed. Okay. Anyway.
I will let you go and relax now, because you did just come straight out of the car to talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Miroslav Weibo from Scuderia Praha, racing with his son Matus, alongside Joseph Kral and Denis Vashik. It's Denis who's just taken over that car. They are running very strongly in the Pro-Am class, but also in the overall GT3 standings right now. But a problem for our 992 championship leader, Red Camel Jordans, have a problem at turn 6. So at turn 6, they've gone off the road. The car has got the hazard warning lights going and trying to see what's wrong.
Has that gone off, or has that just stopped?
Hard to say, Nick.
Yeah.
We've
got code 60 in a few seconds, so the pit's about to get busy, but it's a difficult situation. They're running again. They're running again.
It was an outlap. Oh, they've got a deflation to the rear left. The rear left is a deflation to the tyre, and it is Luke Breukers at the wheel right now. So on his outlap, something has gone badly wrong with the rear left. And you would think they would have changed tyres at that point. Yes, they had just changed tyres. That's bizarre.
Well, it could be a badly mounted valve. It could be a badly mounted tyre, or it could have been an error on a slightly chilly outlet. The interesting thing is,
or an impact to the wheel.
Well, yeah, but you've got all the chances. And the interesting thing is, of course, that what's happened this year with the Michelin tyres is tyre warmers are back. We never had tyre warmers with Hankook, and now they've got tyre warmers. So it's not, you don't have that issue quite so much with the cold tyre startup. Obviously, you aren't at maximum grip as they come out of the warmers. It'll obviously be down to Diana to find out which of those 17 options we put down for it to be. Was it a technical issue, deflation? Was it puncture? Was it bad luck? Was it someone clunking him? But of course, we've won code 60, but there is no reason for the code 60 now, so I expect they will use it as a chance to do a little bit of a clean-up on the track.
Well, it is a good opportunity for that, and actually, it's for Red Camel Jordans, obviously with full season aspirations, the fact they want this code 60 to last as long as possible, because that allows the opportunity for Luke Breukers to limp the car back, get the tyre replaced and get back going again. Hopefully, in the process of limping the car back, it doesn't do any further damage. We've seen this before. Of course, the engine is so close to the rear axle, of course, on a Porsche.
Just having a look at it and just trying to see whether that is damage that's been caused. This is there's quite a lot of damage there on the left-hand side, but has that been caused by the flapping tyre, or was that caused by a contact? And to me, I think that's more likely to be a contact.
Well, yes,
because he hasn't lost the tyre. It's not throwing itself off, and it's in front. It's an impact, a potential impact in front of that that rear tyre. I think they may have been coming together.
Possibly, because there is quite a quick left-hander there that narrows, and it's the rear left of the car that's there the damage has been. So has it been a GT3 car trying to get through and they've made contact together? We won't know until Luke Breukers makes it back to the pits, and he may well stay on board as well.
Yeah, with that wheel, with that tyre still being effectively round, if not inflated, I don't see how the tyre could have caused that damage. That if you were lucky enough to picture what you're seeing now, but just in front of that front left wheel, there has been a big scuff taken out of the kind of back of the driver's door, really. So it's not looking too good. Seb Lejeune racing in the pits, the Triple 8 car. That's had its own multiple incidents during the course of the weekend. Of course, they lost their track rod arm early on in an accident. They've been off the road since then.
Yeah, it's two very different opinions of that incident between.
Really?
Yes.
So well, you got two racing drivers had a coming together and they had a different opinion. Really, P-Mac?
Yeah.
Gosh,
maybe
never heard of that.
Two people in the same team have a different opinion of an incident.
Can you believe that discord?
There you go.
Shocking.
8 hours 44 minutes to go then, as we remain under code 60, despite that.
Be interesting to see when we get
unless
the
there's another car involved that we can't see.
Ah, well, that's is everyone else moving? We have the two walking wounded cars, the E2P Racing is still the pits, and the Escuderia Ferron cars had comings and goings, and the rest of the pit stoppers are just on the code 60 stop, putting up their 25% on 50% of fuel.
The question mark of doom hasn't appeared on our on our timing screen.
It's a minute to go. They're going to go out of code 60 soon.
Okay.
Which is bad news, as you pointed out, for the 909 Breukers machine. But perhaps young Di can tell us more.
I've seen him, apparently not. So we've got damage now to the left of the car, and yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
It is a shame, and that looks like a fair amount of damage to there. They're trying to bash it out with a hammer to expect.
It's just body work. These cars are built very strongly, so underneath it'll be fine. The problem is the new tyres going on doesn't actually match the others. That's not up to temperature yet. But he's on his way again now. We were lucky in a way that there was a code 60 called, because we've lost less time because of that code 60. But Dan Burlow's going very quickly, so we were always going to be struggling to keep up with them. But we'll keep going, you know.
Cautious on first out lap.
Well, yeah, no, I think, as I say, the wheel's on now. The damage, as I say, was just body work, so it should be fine.
Trussell there just giving us a bit of an update as the guys were running around in the garage. They did, react to it pretty quickly, but I think they've not lost as much time as they initially could have.
That's mostly down to the thanks, Diane. That's mostly down to the code 60 being called. But there we are. We win the prize. It was contact. I did like, given the fact that a lot of what you see of motorsport, which is micro-millimetres of caster and camber, I do like to see a large lump hammer smacking heck out the side of a car to get it working.
The Red Camel mechanic there was giving it, as we would say in Scotland, waldy. He was really giving it some with that.
I think he could be in the Highland Games.
Yeah, he would definitely be competitive in the Highland Games with that kind of hammer control and power. So Luke Breukers back onto circuit again, and if they can get away with that with just bodywork damage, that they are still very much in this. Paul Truswell, their team strategist who we just spoke to, is absolutely right. It is a long race. There's still 8 hours and 41 minutes to go. We've seen several comings together between 992 and GT3 cars, so it can happen to anybody out there.
The mystery is who was the other who was the assailant stroke person who didn't see him. I mean, it may well have just been, obviously it was just an accident, it was a misunderstanding, but we don't know who it was. They should have some level of damage to their front right. So the least missing dive planes, obviously not enough to require a long enough pit stop for us to see it, but it looks like the Red Camel's car now up and running. It should have its 4 tyres pretty much balanced when heat within having completed now 1 out lap set with it, but by half of the next lap they should be up to temperature. And he'll be able to start leaning on the car and work out if it was just bodywork, because obviously you have clunked the tyre, and what you hope is you've not affected the toe leak, you've not affected any of the elements in the rear wheel well that can affect the alignment of the rear tyres. But he lets the Viper Racing Mercedes go. It's not his battle, it's not his class, and continues through that very tight first switchback.
Yeah, Luke Breukers has been in great form this season. There's been many times where he's been matching the pace of his brother Rick, and that's quite a benchmark to match.
Luke's quite interesting because Luke, we obviously Rick, when we started covering Creventic with Evo, and again, Rick was already on his racing career. He was already, very young at that point. We've been doing it for a long time, but going through his racing career, which eventually obviously brought him up to the heights of, as you said, 2 Daytona wins, semi-works drive for Lamborghini, and then he kind of stepped back a little bit when he realised that he wasn't going to get something that wasn't going to be it's financial. And also now he's very involved in the organisation of Creventic. Luke, when we first met him, was literally just one of the Creventic lads who was going around putting up putting up the advertising hoardings and everything like that. And he actually, at the time, said he didn't want to race. He wasn't interested in racing. And then suddenly, about a year in after that, or 2 years after that, suddenly he just went to a track day with the family. He decided he would race after all. But when we first met him, he had no interest in racing.
That's remarkable.
And I think he's 2 years, maybe 3 years younger than Rick. He had no. And then the next time I came across him, very much so, was in COVID when Creventic were running a sim series, and he and his brother teamed up, and suddenly you realise he was as quick as his brother on a sim rig, and then very quickly he became, as you say, almost as quick as Rick in a Porsche 992 with a lot less experience. I mean, I don't think Luke, and I'd really be interested to find out, I don't think Luke's done any driving outside the driving for the team. I don't think he's done anything else. Certainly nothing that's top line. So he's literally just runs for the team, and he's very, very quick. I think Rick's interesting. I think on a good day he can be as quick as Rick, but Rick has the extra something. It doesn't always come out. And I think Rick is kind of, he's got that special extra element. He is absolutely
in mixed conditions. He's incredible.
Yeah, he's a sort of driver who he's a bit of a driver who got away. I don't think the pandemic helped his career at all. I think it came at just the wrong time. And I think he ended up moving in with the Lamborghini program, which also, whilst it was, you get offered something as a youngster, you're going to take it, aren't you? But in the end, perhaps not the best program to be with. And sort of, I think he fell out of love with some elements of the professional racing career. I've had conversations, I know that's a fact, but he's enjoying what he's doing now, which is being much more on the organisational side. And then going very, very quickly, and during qualifying, moaning about his lap being taken away, pointing out he had more than 2 inches of tyre on the track.
So we have our answer on which car the Red Camel Jordan's 909 got together with. And interestingly, it's one of the front-running cars in 992. It's the 921. The Milner Motorsport car. So so that incident has been noted by race control. Will be very interesting to see what their conclusion of that, if they do come to one, or the conclusion may just be crack on, guys.
Well, yeah.
But we'll keep a close watch on the penalty screen. At the front of the field, the gap is only 10 seconds between Haas RT and Red Ant Racing, who are on fairly similar strategies. At the moment, their tyre age is 9 laps for Haas RT and 11 laps for Red Ant Racing. Kenny Hire at the wheel for Red Ant Racing, Peter Quailinkset for Haas RT. And yeah, like I said, only 10 seconds between them at this stage of the race. After, well, 3 hours and 24 minutes of running, it is close. And Jutta aren't far away either. They're 40 seconds off the lead in their Audis. And pretty much since we rolled onto the track in free practice yesterday, the Audis have been super quick.
Yeah, I mean, the Audis looked very suited to this circuit from day one. It's interesting. I think it's the variance we have within the Creventic series does throw up different GT3 cars looking good. For a long time, the Creventic rotation did seem to favour Mercedes. And you watch another GT3 race, be a SRO or a NLS, and they have all sorts of other things. But in Creventic, it used to be either you were Herberth or you were a Mercedes, and that was the clue. But then we've seen more and more success from Audis, initially with car collection, then obviously people like Haas and everything else coming through. Santalock, yeah, Santalock Junior team.
I love that how it was called Santalock Junior team, but there was several drivers in the team who were of more advanced life experience.
I wasn't sure there was the question. I think, was there a Santalock senior team? Was never quite answered. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. But there is a fact, of course, that if you look at the Blue Ribbon race of this series, the Dubai 24-hour race, it's been won by German cars forever. Now we've seen Lamborghinis here, we've seen Ferraris here. Ferraris were very, very successful in the hands of Scuderia Praha in the early years. So that the teens, the low teens in 17. But yeah, I mean, but here we've seen it again. The Audis come back. Don't forget, this is a car that's effectively obsolete. It's not being developed. It's not even being sort of supported as Audi put all their money into F1. Yeah. Anyway, enough of that. Di.
An update on E2P Racing, the number 9. Fabian, the team manager, is here with me. They have been working on the car for some time. It's still in the garage at the moment, but it's about to be brought out onto the pit apron. Fabian, you've had your work cut out for you this morning. You've been working, well, this afternoon now, I think we are. I've lost track of time, to be honest. What have you had to do to get the car back into race condition?
Well, it's basically one give up and see what we can do, but it's a pity because we were fighting generally for the win.
Well, look, thanks for taking the time to update us and let us know what's going on, but it's great that you're getting back out there.
Thank you.
Javier Mortillo from E2P Racing there, telling us all about the trials and tribulations. 188 kph impact with another car. That's going to cause a lot of damage.
115 for people who do real speeds.
That is, yeah, that's fast, very, very fast. And yeah, E2P Racing, they've just not had any luck at all this season. New program with the Aston Martin Vantage, great car. It's just not clicked together for them. There's been little things that have gone wrong, and in case today, quite a big thing's gone wrong.
But they're also ploughing a lonely furrow with their GT3 choice, and I wonder whether that is, you know, whether it's necessarily the best way. Sometimes when there's 3 or 4 similar vehicles, you know, we have a lot of we have several out, even 10 cars, we have several Audis and we have several Ferraris and we have several Mercedes. And you just wonder whether there's a kind of an element where you can kind of learn and grow and work out where you've got a benchmark, you know, where you should be able to get to.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Sometimes it can come down to all sorts of things in terms of the decision-making process of what car to go for. It can, yeah, there's so many different things. It can be even down to the owner of the car, what the owner of the car wants to drive as well. That's very much what brand do they feel affiliated to. Of course, they all should, in theory, be balanced together. You know, we have several different types of several different brands of car competing in GT3, and in theory they should all be balanced together. So yeah, you know, I mean, but of course the flip side of my own argument is if you turn up with the one car that's got a really good BOP, you're in clover. Exactly, you are. You are, and the Aston Martin is, you know, it runs as the lightest car in Michelin 24-hour series. It has a good fuel limit, good fuel flow, so
Red Camel Jordan not going quickly on the track. They were just overtaken there by Seb Lejeune. So is there another problem for Luke?
Paul Meyer, who's the hot shoe in the Seb Lejeune car, is on board at the moment. Lap time for Luke Breukers. No, it's okay. He's last time he was only 9/10 off the car's best set by Rick Breukers earlier in the piece. So I think that's okay.
Is he using the discretion, better part of valour? Let's not fight.
Yeah,
this one.
let's get into a groove and get back into a rhythm and see where we can get.
Go for it, Di.
It's still here, unfortunately, but they've put the jacks back underneath the car. There's a problem at the rear, I can see. They're trying to, they're moving the wheels around by themselves while it's up on the ramp there, but I think they're going to have to, they tried firing it up and then had to stop. So I'm thinking, they're talking to the driver now, but it looks like that will go back into the garage, unfortunately, after all that hard work, unless they can solve what's going on that pit apron. But there's a bit of a conversation going on right now.
Thanks, Di. So we have another change as I find myself sharing a commentary booth with Joe Bradley. It's
not uncommon, is it?
I'm looking out the window, looking where all the go-karts have gone.
PMAC into the pits.
Yeah, that's...
Pass me my water there, Nicholas.
Right.
I thought I was sat to your right. That's the full one, yeah.
The full one, okay. Very important to get our driving strategy correct, obviously.
You said you would. I just walked in there while you were describing to Peter what you saw on the Aston, and that I speculated that the damage caused was that rear end shunt, which the energy would have transferred through the drive shaft into the diff, destroying potentially the whole diff and nothing but the diff. That's obviously what they've been working on.
So on the whole, basically, if you don't own a Porsche, having an accident at the front is way better than having an accident at the back, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a Porsche, it's not quite the same because you tend to lose 413 radiators.
Yeah, well, there is that, and as well as that, Nick, there's the, you have a rear end shunt on any of these cars really, and you're gonna be affecting the transmission in some way, shape, or form. That's the problem. Oh, yeah. You've stolen that, have you?
It's a lot of going. Actually, one of the things I quite interesting because I've been watching. I haven't had a chance to watch much of the screen time, and I've been watching it a bit now here. And I thought, when I come in and chat with PMAC, I'll be able to run through all the penalties. There must be so many track limits penalties, and there's not. There's just I think there's more track limit penalties than in all the other races. You know, I thought everyone now would have about an hour and a half of penalties going off at the various levels.
I think it's very much at the forefront of drivers' minds and certainly team managers' minds to be telling their drivers you're going to have to be very wary of track limits because this can completely destroy our strategy. And if you're going to add 20 seconds here, 10 seconds there, with the Aston Martin straight back into the pits, is that just a check?
He left, did he?
I'm not sure. I don't think he did.
No, he's still down. He hasn't done a lap. He's still down to 2 hours 20 in the pit. So they wheeled it out. Obviously said press go.
Right.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah, so not quite right. Not quite ready for
action.
Action, yeah, to be taken back out.
So still being led by the Haas RT machine from Kenneth Hire now. Kenneth in the red ant. Obviously, Kenneth historically has been in this championship for so many years, but with as the hot shoe within the RAFA Racing team, they've now just dropped down to a 4. Kenneth has moved across the red ant. His connections with Mercedes absolutely key in Bert Redont's decision to hire him, and Bert Redont's decision to go with Mercedes rather than any other manufacturer. There was a very long conversation with Bert over a couple of beers last night. We learned a number of pieces of information we can't pass on to you. However,
as ever.
However, I basically asked the question: why did you decide to go with Mercedes as GT3 rather than the Porsche when you've run with Porsches for so long? And there was a number of very, very good reasons for it.
And it basically came down to customer support. He preferred the Mercedes customer support and some of the costs connected to that than he did to the Audi and the Porsche customer support. And I've got to say, you know, all of the customer support systems behind, whether it be Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari, who've I missed out, Audi, they're all very, very strong in GT racing. I mean, the manufacturers got behind GT3 as a formula, and behind that has to be, if you are selling cars to race teams and individuals, then you have to have that support to back that up. And you know, it's just a matter of choice. It comes down to a matter of choice after that.
Yeah, I mean, there's customer support from those various places. And obviously, again, it's one of the things we talk about, say, go with PMAP, when there's 3 or 4 of the same chassis, it makes much more sense for AMG or whoever to send a support guy, to support guys and gals to look after the various teams they've got, rather than just one outlier. So Paul Meyer, continuing in that purple and white Porsches, try and catch back the couple of laps it lost in that instant they had with Antonio Cineulagam and the E2P Aston Martin. The E2P Aston Martin, unfortunately, isn't trying to catch up a couple of laps, it's trying to catch up 80. Because it's been stuck in the pits for so long. So, yeah, it's one of those things where, as PMAC said, 2 different opinions on the accident. The certainly indisputable fact is that it was less serious for Seb Lejeune than it was for E2P.
Which brings us nicely on to a nice little question that's been posted by Movies and Series, who are a commenter on the YouTube chat. What is the difference between 992 and 992 AM cars? Nothing is the answer. They are categorized by driver rankings. That's what makes the car drop into the 992 AM class.
Fuel fill during code?
Well, there are other complexities of regulations between the classes, but the difference between the cars are zero.
The cars.
Yeah, the cars are exactly the same. They're all Carrera Cup cars that you can race in any Porsche Carrera Cup National Series, wherever you choose to do your Porsche Carrera Cup racing, to be honest.
Maxi Partel dispatching Fabien Defeu in the Ajith Racing by Red Ant car. Ajith and the Kumar team have changed support. They've moved over to be run by Red Ant for this event, and it's going quite well. Obviously, a lot of experience in running those 992 Porsches for Red Ant, because that's what they were doing up until the beginning of this season when they switched to GT3 as the 992 champions. But we're in that stage of the race now where the actual overall positioning is a little bit difficult to completely work out, mainly due to the fact that we're on very different fuel strategies, not necessarily pit strategy, but fuel strategies, due to those couple of Code 6 that we had. If you've taken 25% of fuel and somebody else came in a couple laps before you took 100% of fuel, yes, you may be shown ahead of them, but you're actually effectively 45 seconds to a minute behind. But in pure competition levels, it's Haas RT by 12.5 seconds from Red Ant and Kenneth Hire.
So another question regarding class differences. Nick Rinks 83, is a 992 Cup car is the 992 Cup car more power, less aero compared to the GT3? It has less power and less aero than GT3.
And less drag.
and because of the less drag, that's what makes it so quick and almost comparable. If you have a really good 992 driver against an AM driver in a GT3 car, then the lap times are very, very similar. But if you put two superstars in a GT3 car, the GT3 car would outperform the 992 car in all areas.
Yeah.
So it's a lot slipperier through the air. And hence its top end speed is very similar to GT3, but through the corner the GT3 has got a lot of aero enhancements to it, so it's glued to the ground a lot more. So overall GT3 more power, more aero, so more grip in on all areas of the track. 992 a little bit trickier to drive.
Yeah, so for example, during the very naggy, let's use that term, first few corners of the lap, you know, you're going to have a lot more downforce and a lot more overall pace with the GT3 cars. When you get to the back of the circuit, when you exit Curva Tramonto, go through Cavone and into the first part of Curva del Cado, which is a flat-out sprint with a kink, they are actually doing the same speed the whole way down.
Yeah, I know. And it's
only finally, when not even the braking, it's when you actually start to turn, that's when the speed happen.
The 992 car would have to is braking a lot earlier as well, and sometimes we see that. You see a GT3 car trip over a 992 car because of that situation. But they race nicely together. I said earlier, very early on in this race, you know you're in a GT3 car. Overall, you can lap quicker. However, to pass a 992 car because of that straight line speed, you have to be a bit more thoughtful, especially here at Misano. So it's not just a case of driving past. You can, you're quicker in the corner, so the last thing you want to be doing is tripping over the 992, which has got a lot less grip mid-corner. So you have to think about it. You at the end of the straight, you've got a lot more braking power, a lot more grip through the corner. So it makes it relatively easier to outbrake at the end of this long straight, which isn't a straight at all, is it, Nick? It's got a few kinks in it.
Yeah, there's a lack of straights, but that's quite typical for motorbike circuits because a flat out straight is just a recipe for disaster. The following corners, they like to put a little bit of a curve and it just takes some of the pace off it. But yeah, and it's a good point. I mean, I think the reason they race well is because the GT3 has enough parts of any track where it can get past, which means that the person following doesn't get frustrated. That's when mistakes are made, when you've been stuck behind someone for a while and you get frustrated and make a lunge.
Well, we talk about focus, don't we? We talk about driver focus and driver concentration, and that's exactly what we mean. Part of that, getting flustered and getting frustrated and getting desperate to get by, that's when you can start making mistakes, and that's where you get out of sync. It's all about timing. When you drive a car around a track, it's about timing. You get to know the track, you get into that rhythm. And the rhythm is all about timing. And in multi-class racing, that timing can be upset, that rhythm can be upset, a lot and very frequently. So the skill is to get back into that flow.
Well, whilst you were enjoying lunch, the main news was the coming together between Luke Breukers and... who was it? I've got a different page to find out who he came together with. It was the 888 of Seb Lejeune. Well, it's been declared that the error was for Luke, and he's been given a 20-second penalty.
Ah, right. Well, Seb Lejeune's having a nightmare of a race here at Misano, isn't it?
As far as coming together with people.
Yeah,
so
and it's been deemed not to have been the AAA car's fault, after all.
So, yes, as an outlap, effectively, and obviously as it said, Luke Fording saw it, but obviously that wasn't the way. I'm assuming he moved across onto line, not aware of aware of the Seb Lejeune machine, which is quite hard. It's bright purple. It's hard to miss. So yes, they're going to have serving a 20-second penalty at some point in the next 2 hours. You have 2 hours to serve a penalty. You don't have to serve it the next time. Now the penalty box here is at pit out. Often it's at pit in. So that probably would change the tactics of when you serve it, I would think.
Well, you're going to have to serve it after your pit stop, aren't you? Before you leave. And the thing then is, do not forget to serve your penalty.
Yes.
And if your radio system will hopefully work, and you've got your team manager saying penalty box when you move away from the pit apron. But yeah, that's a different one. Battle of the Mercedes on track out there at the moment. Hofer it's not a challenge for position. That the great and green Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes. Melvin Moore at the wheel of that car. That car's down in 16th place overall, 9th in GT3, 4th in GT3 AM, and that is on a bit of a recovery drive. We saw that car having a problem that brought it into the pits. The Hofer car, that has got Maxi Partel at the wheel of that car, currently 2nd in the AM class, 5th overall in the overall race and GT3. But 2nd in class, on for a class podium there at this rate. Still 17 minutes away from 4 hours completed though, Nick, so still a long way.
Yeah, a couple of the GT3s came in. The Continental Racing by Simpson, that's come in. Looks like it's stayed in with David Bugozzi. But Carl Tilley's got back in the Era Motorsport car, so they are using the Kyle and the Dwight's time up at the beginning of the race. They're saving the Nico Verdonk and brain's complete. This is I've lost my brain. Nico Verdonk and
who are you looking for?
The Scottish guy at the Euro Motorsport, who we've spoken.
You mean Ryan?
Ryan, yeah, Ryan Diaz.
Yeah, that's because he's not very Scottish these days. He still speaks like a Scot.
Wow.
You know, yesterday we had a conversation with Ryan Diaz.
Myself tested.
Yeah. Have you had lunch?
You know.
Oh, there you go. So we chatted to Ryan. And I did notice, you know, I've known Ryan for a long time now with IMSA Racing in America and stuff, and Ryan's been there a long time racing sports cars in America. I did notice that with Peter Mackay chatting to him.
Oh, did he get more Scottish?
He became more Scottish, yes. It's a bit like Di. Di becomes more Scottish, doesn't she?
Yeah, that's what, as Di gets more tired, she becomes more Scottish. That's what happens there.
Is Di Scottish?
Apparently.
Is she really?
She's from the borders, I think.
It's still Scotland, mate. You go across the Carter Bar.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Or you become Scottish. You become more Scottish when you're upset, do you? And, yeah. I've never seen Di upset. I can't even imagine Di upset. Only drink being Scottish.
It's all clear down here in the pit lane.
Yeah.
But earlier on, when Nick was actually down here in the pit lane, you said the wind had picked up. It sort of dropped again, but the flags have just, in the last sort of 15 minutes, the wind has, picked back up again. But the skies are fantastically blue still, which is good. And I think most people have gone for lunch because there's not many people in the garages.
I noticed you're wearing your sweat, what's that called? A jerkin, a hoodie, your hoodie, a
jumper? No, jacket.
I know you're in the shade.
By the way, hold with me, guys, because this man here, you see, this man here is what's a photographer's life like at a motorsport event?
Busy. Well, I say it's busy. It can be busy when the pit lane's busy, but now there's no car, so there's nothing to shoot. So I'm just walking up and down.
He's just been sat with me at lunch day.
Getting your steps in. Joe said you were just having lunch with him. God, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's not bad. Sit down for half an hour, have some lunch. You got to look after yourself. You can't keep going without some food. Yeah.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. He's not normally wandering up the pit lane. They go all around the circuits here and take advantage of the best positions to get those fantastic shots that we see on the Creventic social media. There's some amazing images between Nick and Chris that are across that all weekend.
I wanted to ask you, Di, you still got your jacket on, but you're in the shade, so that pit lane is still a bit cool. Out back in the paddock, I've just walked to lunch and had lunch with Chris there, the photographer, and it's getting hot. The sun beating down, so the track temperature is going to be getting higher and higher and higher.
But it's still quite cool, Joe, with the wind. The wind has made it, it seems very nice standing on the pit wall. But I guess, it'll keep changing, I guess, as we evolve into this afternoon.
Now, whilst we are doing our clothing tactics, I eschewed the jumper prior to the opening pit wall, thinking a bit bulky and I'll get too hot. And it was very much a case of if you were in the shade, now you wanted it back on again. But if you're in the sun, oh no, it's way too hot.
Yeah, you got to get in the sun. Yeah, I mean,
got these sunny days.
We've just had the temperature graphic on the live stream there, and it's just under 20 degrees, which is very, very nice indeed. And the Creventic Lounge and Welcome Centre there is where a lot of the teams, and certainly our commentary team, will be enjoying the very pleasant lunch. I had the pasta verde.
Did you?
Yes, with a bit of egg salad.
We're going mine a bit later.
Yes, you do, because you're forgetting things.
Who? Who
exactly.
Some of these fantastic drone shots we're getting.
Yeah, and this is a facility that's available to all of the teams. Obviously, you've got to pay for it. I mean, you know, everybody does that. But it is a very, very high standard of catering that we have here, as you would expect at this level of international motorsport. We're very well fed. It's very, very well catered for. The desserts are lovely, Nick. You're a desserty kind of guy, aren't you?
I get very upset when there isn't a dessert.
You do?
It doesn't seem like you're trying if there isn't a dessert. But yeah, much like an army marching in its stomach, so of course do mechanics and race teams.
Oh, absolutely. So, absolutely.
Even further, there's the international flags are fluttering because I think that wind is picking up again. I mean, it's quite interesting. It is what you would expect when you've got a relatively clear, warm day. It's going to start heating up the air at the bottom of the stack, and that's going to start moving around with the air pressure movements. You will get more and more wind, and then what obviously normally happens, of course, is it picks up during the middle of the day. It will drop down for the evening as it cools off. And we are running right into darkness. This race will finish at 9:30. Official sunset, I think, was 8:38. Was that?
Yeah, about 8:30. Yes.
We'll only have about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
A full dark, I think. Yeah. Which is enough if your lights are not working.
Well, yes, and I know that.
Or off my eyesight.
One of the cars does have a broken light already, but they only have to have one, don't they, working? That's the rule. It's just a single working light will stop you getting in trouble. But we're in that period of the race now where there is an element of the tactics of turning laps, and as you've pointed out, how you finesse your various driver lineups. You know, I think we're seeing, for example, Era Motorsport very much heavily putting in their more gentleman drivers, saving their faster drivers for push towards the end. But on the flip side, we've also seen Paul Meyer do a quick sprint to get back into position for Seb Lejeune. And again, also we did see Klaus Bachler as well.
They're having to adjust their strategy, aren't they, and put in the hot shots. I mean, Richard David Morley on the YouTube chat makes a very interesting point here. The non-pro drivers are the lifeblood of this sport.
Absolutely.
They really are. They are the funding that is this sport. The car owners, you know, these cars aren't cheap. So you need, you know, the businessman, the gentleman driver.
And the weird thing is, some very experienced people in this business don't understand that.
That's what I don't understand. This is, you know, this is very much pro-am racing. It's an international race series, but the level is very much pro-am. The World Endurance Championship is different. You've got manufacturers, but even in World Endurance Championship, you've got amateur drivers who aren't necessarily as quick as your pro drivers. You know, you've got people driving the BMW that aren't as quick as Dan Harper.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a World Endurance Championship example. But this series is not for the pro driver primarily. Yes, we love to have pro drivers like Mayer, who you just mentioned. Yeah. But the life and blood of this, and it's very well pointed out by Richard David Moxley, they are the life and blood of a series like this.
But also, they're significantly more important than they would be, for example, in IMSA, because we haven't got full course yellows. So in IMSA, you go out and they send out in the P2 and in GTD, they'll send out as much as they can with their gentleman drivers, because they know they'll get a shuffle up, or not always in the 2 hour, 40-minute race, but longer race, you'll get a shuffle up at some point, and any time you may have lost from having that slightly more, you know, not so professional driver in the car, you'll get back. It doesn't happen here. Every second that is lost or gained by your particular talent of your gentleman driver is absolutely vital, which is why you talk about Era spending many hours during the build-up to this training up their less quick drivers, making sure they do, you know, lead and follow, so they can get the maximum they can, because that time that is not achieved, that's gone forever. You don't get it back because someone's fallen off the track somewhere else entirely.
And that's because without the full course caution, which then closes up the field, so you could have a 50-second gap between cars under full course caution, that closes up and is negated, and there is even the wave arounds, isn't there? You get laps back, and you can have that recovery drive is using those full course cautions. We have a different system here in Creventic racing, in 24H series racing. We have the code 60, where you don't bunch the field up. Everybody just slows down to 60 kilometres, but continues in that same position all the way around the track.
Every lap counts.
And the only way to gain time back is how you use the code 60s with regards to refueling, extending your fuel window, and maybe doing an overtake in a pit stop where you don't need a pit stop if you've gauged it right. But then that can backfire on you as much as anything, Nick. And you mentioned there about you know, changing and swapping around your driver rotations depending on what has happened. And Paul Meyer in the 888 car, the Sebelju Racing, you know, whether Paul was scheduled to be in the car at this point in time, remains to be seen. Because at this point of the race, you want to be cycling through and having the contribution made by your AM drivers. And it is a team sport. Everybody contributes. We started, you know, when we went qualifying yesterday, it's an average over 3 drivers. And that to me, that is pure team effort. Team effort from the full sense of the term as well, when you regards the crews that are pit stopping these cars, that are repairing these cars, that are, you know, doing a good tyre change, doing a good fueling stop. Endurance racing's always been about team effort. The drivers just tend to take all the glory.
Yeah, it's always the way the drivers always take all the glory. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting rotation and working out how to get your drivers through. And I think there is a desire that, you know, you've got some time left with your hot shoe, you will put them in at the end, because that's when people feel they can make the most difference. But oddly, sometimes if they are particularly good on a particular part of the track, when the temperature or whatever, it could be somewhere else. So there's a huge amount of tactics, because everything counts, and that's the difference I think about the Creventic series. I don't think does any other series not use any full course yellows. Are the full course yellows in SRO?
I do know. I know nothing about that series.
Quite sure.
I love how Richard David Moxley's used a term from sim racing, referring to the likes of Klaus Bachler as an alien. That's a grass cutter.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough to see the pictures, there's a Husqvarna grass cutter going around doing it.
That's not just off track, though, is it?
That's way off track. Yeah.
Right.
A robot
in the runoff area.
Yeah.
You need one of them, Nick, for your land.
Yeah, God, it's too complicated programming them. You've got to work out everything. If you don't want to put like little wires around them, they have to. They kind of, yeah. Otherwise, they'll run away. They get away quicker than a tortoise will. I've had enough problem with that recently.
Yeah, your robot lawnmower would probably escape.
Yeah, it's not a robot tortoise, but yeah, she decides to go for a trump. They are very, 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 very strong creatures. They don't look it, but they have a huge amount of shove force. So we've got a Paddock Club environment on the roof of the pit lane. A lot of spectators here. A lot of spectators, obviously, specifically for Ajith Kumar and the Ajith Kumar racing team. But we do have a lot of the locals in as well. And we do. If you can see the pictures now, what you can see in the background of that shot is what looks like a little kind of easy up village, and that is the Japanese car show. So we have. So if you were in the Misano area and a big fan of massive turbos, dustbin lid exhausts, and a selection of some really rather nice old Subarus and everything else. That is a Japanese car show that's taking place here as well.
We've started something.
Pretty well attended that as well, looking at the show.
It is. It's absolutely phenomenal. We've started something because Jack Wells is wanting to join in on the amateur driver chat. He agrees with what Richard David Moxley said about, you know, those guys pay the bills in this kind of series. And then, where is it? Where did I see the comment about the World Endurance Championship? Yeah, amateur drivers in a World Championship is a different conversation entirely. 24H series is different as it relies on those AM drivers to keep the championship alive. You'd be surprised to hear, Jack, that there's a lot of AM drivers at World Championship level are actually the money behind the teams. They actually are the owners of the drivers. And I'm not going to name names here, but they are actually the owners of those cars in the World Endurance Championship, and that's been for a few decades, if not forever.
Yeah, I mean,
it is a very similar. It's just the standard of lap time that you get in the World Championship is perhaps a lot higher, and those AM drivers are closer to those aliens.
I think now with GT3 being taken into World Endurance Championship and taken into Le Mans itself, there's a lot more manufacturer involvement. So I don't think, but even though 2 or 3 years ago the cars were owned entirely by a rich person who then funded them all, I think now there is co-funding. So if you look at the gentleman drivers, the third driver in the various GT3 cars, I'm sure there is some financial contribution for them being in that car, but you'll probably find that the manufacturer is also supporting a reasonable percentage of that cost.
Well, actually, there are people who buy cars, and then in exactly the same way it operates in this series, they are then relying upon the customer support services behind, and I'm talking GT3, I'm not talking about hypercars, and but there's an element even in LMP2
well, the P2s
of that.
P2s are all owned by some.
The cars are owned by privateer owners, not necessarily the teams, and the teams are running the cars at a cost.
There's no works orators,
and somebody's paying the bills.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's footing the bill.
There's no works orators. Exactly, Nick.
You know, but and that's fine because that's how motorsport has always been. This revulsion to the pay driver, which comes out like this pay driver is the ultimate insult. Well, no, that's what 98% of all drivers are. They're paid drivers. You know. You don't, you know, you're doing like a Super 7 clubby down at Alton. They're all paid drivers. Yeah, they own the car themselves. It's their car, but they've paid to do that race.
I mean, you could even include Formula One in this. There's still a few paid drivers in Formula One. Not everybody's paid.
Very few now.
Very few now.
But I don't think there's any paid drivers. There is one whose dad owns a team.
There is that,
but he's not actually paying.
There are a few drivers, Nick, who are paying to be in that Formula One teams. And I can name names.
Well, those who are on the junior programs, yes. Those in the seats, I would say no. But it's a conversation for a different day, but I would say no.
It is, because we're here at Misano with 8 hours remaining.
In the sunshine.
In the sunshine. The sun has come out. We've had a lot of rain over the course of the week. There is on the horizon beautiful blue skies there that we see, not a cloud in them.
Well, there is a cloud in the sky if you're the 421 car.
Is there?
Now, the 421 car, which is the venture Mercedes-AMG, who wanted to make sure they ran a perfect, clean race with no mistakes, have made a mistake. They've exceeded the driving time limits.
Oh, no way.
They've exceeded the driving time limits and picked up a 6-second penalty, so they have made an error, which is good.
So was that Neville? Well, Neville's the owner of the car, talking about that. So Neville owns the car, so it's his prerogative.
Error, yeah. So the interesting thing about that is that they've learnt that now, so that means that they can not do that next time when there's competition. So that's gone wrong for the 421.
Well, maybe they were experimenting. You know what? This is kind of it's not a shakedown or a test session, but it is a race test. They're testing themselves, and maybe they just pushed that window to see how close they could get to that window.
The thing is, the interesting thing is that the 2 hours does not include any time in the pits, and that includes refuel. So it's 2 hours actually on the track. So if you get a bit, you've got a stopwatch going like that, and you go, well, that's code 60. That's
right. Yeah.
What have I done? I don't know. And it's easy to get it wrong. I don't think so. You don't think so? You think it wasn't Matt George who's gone over the 2 hours then?
No. It was Neville Jones.
Right.
He's the driver that was in before Matt. Daniel Bishop. I don't know who's making those decisions, but Bishop's involved in there. I think he's engineering the car to an extent.
Because Matt started the car, Matt's back in the car, and he's been in the car about 45 minutes.
Chris has not been in the car. Chris Jones.
So it was
not been in the car
yet.
In
the middle, they've missed it by. I assume they probably missed it by a tiny amount. By a lap. I mean, I don't know if you remember, there was one time quite a while ago where there was a car that they were absolutely touching the limit, and then on the in-lap, a code 60 was called. So the in-lap took a minute longer than it should have done.
That's right, yeah. And I think, and Binksy's still in the pits there. Whether to take a jacket off. Hey,
we haven't got cameras. Lunch.
All right. That drivers just finding their pace, easing into that race pace that we're looking at, and not really finding any real opportunities out there to maybe seek out where their cars are stronger than what the cars around them are. And they are third, not that far behind. The number 73, the Proton Huber Porsche, that is recovered to fourth place and doing a great job. Maxi Partel is in the RAFA Racing Mercedes in fifth. Sixth, there's Dennis Vasek in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Seventh is the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. The Era Motorsport Ferrari seems to have had Kyle Tilley in it forever. Kyle Tilley back in that before he scoots off to Spa Classic. Ninth is the Marcel Van Berlo driven Van Berlo Motorsport by Baskuten Porsche. They are leading the 992 class, and not far behind them is the Holmgard Motorsport Porsche, the number 902. 11th is the Red Camel car after their problems with that puncture and damage after contact. They've been given a penalty also. To add to there was their third in 992, 11th overall. Nick Jonsson is in the bright green RPM Racing Porsche in 12th place. They are currently leading the 992 AM class and 4th overall in class. Podium Dufour is in the Ajith Kumar Racing Porsche now in 5th in 992, 13th overall. It's the Mulliner Motorsport Porsche in 6th in class and 14th overall. Melvin Moore is on a bit of a recovery drive in the Viper Nissan Mercedes. They are 4th in the GT3 AM class, 9th overall in GT3. And then we've got GTX, the Vortex V8, that is keeping GTX honours alive in this series. The number 701 in 16th place overall. 17th is the 911 Racing Porsche. That's 7th in 992, 17th overall. Matt George, we've just been watching the only GT4 car we've got. The Venture Racing team really are testing their race prowess here this weekend. Paul Meyer continues to recover in the Sebelju Racing Porsche in 19th. 20th is the Escuderia Faron Porsche. That is again on a recovery drive. And then still in the pits, it did have a peak outside of the pits after that long repair job on the Aston Martin for E2P Racing, but Antonio Saniero will be the driver that perhaps will continue in that car, but that car poked its nose out of the pits, went straight back in, and that car still in the pits in 21st place. But it's been quite an exciting start to this race, Peter. Peter Mackay just joining us back after a lunch of Pasta Verde, was it? Pasta Verde lasagna?
Oh, I'll tell you about the highlights of my of my lunch in a minute, but why don't we talk about the highlights of the race
after
so
the
far,
highlights
and
of the
then
race.
I will tell you all.
...12-hour endurance racing, and the hashtag for the 24H series, hashtag this is endurance, as ever, Peter, with 8 hours to go. That is very, very apt, isn't it?
I think we should have another one. We should have hashtag this is catering, because the catering that we have here in the Michelin 24-hour series paddock, brought to us by the W Racing Project, is absolutely sublime. And you were not joking about that lasagna when we did our quick driver swap. You said the lasagna was incredible, and you were correct. I think you're maybe even underselling it. It was that good. And I can say this because my mum isn't Italian. It's definitely the best lasagna I've had. Hands down.
We are in Italy.
Exactly.
And it's nothing less than I expected.
No matter where we go on our European adventure with the Michelin 24-hour series paddock, we always have Italian food, because we have an Italian caterer. In fact, it's very much their home fixture. They're from just up the road. So
yeah, they're from the San Marino province, aren't they?
Exactly. So
it's just north of here.
Exactly. So we're we're very, very.
We tend to be spoiled, don't we? No matter where we are in the world with this lot.
Very much so. Oh, spin for the Vortex coming out of the final corner. Mount Curva Misano, little spin for the Vortex, but managed to keep it out of the wall there, which is good at the moment. That is cars driven by Lionel Amrouche. the Vortex 2.0 is such a big improvement on the previous car. I mean, the aero work particularly, I think, is the big thing. Olivier Gomez's new aero concept, new PKM suspension, actually replacing the Olin suspension on the previous car, new SADEV gearbox, and it's a carbon tubular space frame. So now you talk about, space frame, metal effectively, but to have a carbon space frame,
I think the cockpit is carbon, and there is a space frame attached to the rear bulkhead just behind the driver, which is where the engine is hung from.
Yeah.
So you've got that space frame chassis on the rear of the car, but the actual tub where the driver sits and the front end where the suspension is bolted onto that's all carbon tub. Very, very well designed, very well put together, and that has got a Chevrolet V8 engine attached to it, and pretty much you can see it's quite a diminutive in size and dimension. It's virtually like strapping a Chevrolet V8 to your back and lighting a fuse, because that car is like driving a firework, that amount of power.
Yeah.
The power to weight ratio, I haven't got the figures on the power to weight ratio.
1,000 kilos, so it's a very light car, and
it is.
550 horsepower. So 550 horsepower per ton.
The majority of that 1,000 kilos is in that motor.
Yeah.
The actual chassis, you'll be lucky if it's like 350 kilograms with it being carbon.
Wow. They are talking about changing to a different engine in the future, and you could imagine you can get an engine that weighs a lot less than that develops the same power. So when you think about that, that's quite a prospect.
Well, it's going to change it's going to have less weight.
Yes,
it's a bulky, standard V8 block.
Yeah.
Chevy, whether it's a Ford V8 or a Chevy V8, they're both pretty heavy lumps. The more modern, I mean, the Chevrolet V8 is what, a 1960s motor, it's an old stock block motor. That's why it's popular, I suppose, to be running in any kind of car.
Yeah.
The parts are still there. You can get this, Chevrolet V8s, Ford V8s, in America especially. They're still, those stock block motors are easy to run. They've got a long life. They're not heavily stressed, so you get a long longevity out of them, and they are very, very powerful.
Marcel van Barlo at the wheel of the class-leading 992 car for Van Barlo Motorsport, way off the track on the exit of turn 16 there. That will certainly accrue a track limit infringement, as Marcel is taken over from his two sons, Glenn and Kai, who started off the race. Glenn taking the start of the race, then Kai switching in after that. What a great opportunity. We see that a lot here in the Michelin 24-hour series paddocks, of families getting together to race. Of course, Red Camels with the Breukers family, Hoffer with the Kroll and Prince family. It's just wonderful to see, and I think that's got to be one of the greatest pleasures in life, is to go and compete with your children or compete with your parents.
Absolutely.
I mean, just such a cool opportunity to be able to do that. Not many sports you can do that, actually, and share the
share the team as a team.
As a team, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any sports you can do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I mean, we could set up a football team with me and the kids, and certainly they would run rings around me with my kids and grandkids.
You'd still be fastest in a go-kart, though.
I have shared a car track with my grandkids.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet that was cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a bit boring, really.
You didn't turn in on them either.
No, they were just finding their feet. I've steered them away from karting.
Have you?
Yeah, there's a tennis racket. So
very wise.
There she goes.
There's
rock climbing. She's into rock climbing.
Good.
Yeah, equally as dangerous and thrilling, but a lot less expensive.
At least. Yes.
Yeah, pair of climbing shoes, a lot less than a set of tyres.
Well, another track limit penalty coming through. We've seen a few so far in this race. Red Camel Jordans, who are on the recovery after an incident with the 921 Müllner car. They're actually up to third in class now. It's been an amazing fight back. They lost time, but not as much as they would have done had there not been a code 60. But they've been given a 10-second time penalty for breaking track limits. They are, as I say, they are not the first, and I doubt they will be the last to get that penalty. The way that the penalties are served, there is a penalty box in the pit lane, so when you come in to take pit service, you can serve your penalty. If it's under a code 60, the penalty is doubled. So the teams can decide whether it's better to serve it under code 60 or not, depending on what they're doing and what their strategy is at that particular moment. The first third of the race is done. We're well into the
it's incredible, isn't it?
Third of the race now, and it's, you know, you look at the balance of things at the front of the field. There's still 5 or 6 cars, maybe more, that are all within a near enough equal chance of winning. Yeah, and I think that's what we like to see.
We like it to be competitive, and that, you know what, I wasn't worried about only having 21 cars here over 12 hours, Peter, because I knew that we were going to have some close racing. My adage that I've used for a long time is we only need 2 cars to make a racing, and we are going to see movement in the field, but right now everybody just sort of sussing everyone else out and seeing who's where and who's fast in what places, where are my car's strengths, where are my car's weaknesses in comparison to who I'm racing with. And now we see Aston Martin and Ferrari battling it out there. The Aston down the order in 4th place with the silvers as well, because they are going about their business. And you know, isn't the very concept of endurance racing? It certainly started out like this, as a test of endurance, and it started out back in the turn of the last century, in the late 1800s into the 1900s, when, you know, motorsport was invented. You know, that it was a test of endurance. Le Mans in 1923 was a test of endurance. It was the way that manufacturers proved. It was a proving ground. It was a sales tool, proving that your technology Scuderia Praha Ferrari looking like Joseph is just, as I say, and that sussing job has been completed with
just an update of how they're getting on.
Apron, and that GT3 Aston Martin Vantage is now back out on track. They'll be doing a bit of a installation lap with that. I think they had a few issues earlier. I don't know if probably about 35 minutes ago they brought it out, fired it up, and then there was a problem with the rear again, so they had to take it back in to the garage. But they've been working on it at a good pace, and they've got that car back out. They were keen to get the car back into the race, despite obviously not being able to challenge for any championship or podium positions, but they wanted to be back out there as soon as they could. I think they've lost now, is it about an hour and 3/4 in the garage?
Quite a lot more by the looks of things. Yeah, they've had 3 hours. So it's, yeah, they're running significantly down, but keep going. You never know what happens to the rest of the field. Look, I actually just when I just popped out for a second, I had a chance to look at the footage which E2P have shared from the onboard from the car, and it's quite scary actually. As they're coming round out of turn 3, which is, you know, as they said, the impact was at 188 kilometers an hour. The Seb Lejeune, it's a right-hander, and the Seb Lejeune car is over the curb and onto the tarmac runoff, and actually starts to spin and basically spins into the path of the E2P car. It's got a really scary one. So yeah, I can see why they're frustrated. There's of course no intention or malice or anything like that, but really frustrating nonetheless.
Rich David Moxley makes an interesting comment on our chat about, you know, the hashtag this is endurance. Endurance racing's become a sequence of sprints. And that's down to modern engineering, though, isn't it? You know, the attrition. You know, I remember my first Le Mans was 1981, and I remember, you know, drivers would be driving at 6 and 7/10 to nurse the car across the 24 hours. And we'd have drivers, you know, obviously clutch and stick shifts and gear changes and straight cut boxes that would, if you overused them and abused them, wouldn't last 2 minutes. So there was an element of that. Whereas because of today's technology, you've got paddle shift gear changes, the computer changes gear. You can't over rev an engine on a downshift anymore by getting that gear. It's all and of course the metallurgy advancements in 100. Mercedes there, the green and grey Mercedes, trying to get by that Audi. And that is the two Mercedes of Dominic Ang and Alexander Prince just ganging up there on David Bogosian in the Continental Racing Audi. And the Audi's hung off cars. And a prime example of that, of course, is what Diana's just described there. The E2P Racing Aston Martin, a lengthy repair job after that 188 kilometres. Yeah, that's a massive hit.
Yeah, that's a big hit. And I think also, you know, you look at it, also depends on the circuit as well. You know, here at Misano, it's relatively smooth. It's, in terms of a motorbike context, it's a little bit bumpier. Actually, the riders complained about that a bit after the track was resurfaced. But in general, it's a pretty smooth track. When you compare it to somewhere like a Sebring, totally different. Sebring just shakes the life out of a car. Even the very latest modern car in this year's Sebring 12-hour, there was so many cars just grinding to a halt with technical failures because they were just being shaken beyond their limit. And so it's not a perfect science, just, you know, I don't think it ever will be, and I hope it's not, because that's part of the challenge, isn't it? And it's also, how does a driver look after the car? You know, you had it where at Le Mans last year, where the Ford Mustang was relatively new, and one of the teams were striking a curb in a certain way, and it damaged the steering rack.
Yeah.
You know, so, and they had to replace the whole steering rack. So it's, you know, it comes down to driver input as well, and how kind you are to the car whilst being quick. It's part of the overall suite of skills that you need.
It's getting that balance. Just Red is here at Misano, and he's wondering when there are going to be more pit stops. Well, he got his wish as the Red Ant Mercedes was brought into the pit lane by Kenneth Tyre. Kenneth has been to his pit garage and is now in fueling. I'm not sure if Kenneth has stayed in the car, as that will trip when he leaves the pit lane. So I don't know how far Dye is away from the Hofer pit garage, but and a few other cars into the pits as well. Nick Johnson in the RPM Porsche in from 4th place in 992. And the Vortex out of the pits and back into the race. And we've got Diana, are you actually at Hofer? All right.
It's just typical, but RPM Racing, the number 907, has just come in, and it is Nick Johnson, as you quite rightly said, getting out of that car. There is a driver change. Philip Hemprecht is getting behind the wheel in a few seconds. They're just adjusting him and his seat belts, and they're changing all the tyres, having a good look around the car, cleaning the windscreen, but as ever, a pretty slick stop by these guys. They're now changing the water bottle. Obviously, it's pretty hot out there on track. And off we go.
So, 7 hours and 39 minutes to go, and E2P Racing are back and going. Oliver Campos is at the wheel of that Aston Martin, and Kenny Hire, I would think Kenny Hire, they might be due a driver swap now in the
that's what I was thinking.
Red Ant car. Yeah, notice Kenny Hire coming out of it. He's got a very impressive motorhome. Getting out of, I was like, that looks like a fun thing to drive around Europe in.
I think I noticed the Hofer car was out of fueling and it actually onto its pit apron, and the car will be getting serviced. Whether or not we see a driver change remains to be seen. As Di said, she was way down the pit lane, away from it, typical. So we'll wait and see how that transpires. That's allowed the Proton Huber car, the Proton Huber Porsche with Konstantin Dressler at the wheel of the car, into the lead of this race. And going into the second hour, Peter, I would have, if I'd said to you that within an hour or so this car is going to be back at the front of this field, it would look a bit dubious, wouldn't it? However, with a stint time of just over an hour, that's not necessarily the last time he pitted, though. That's how long Konstantin's been in the car. So I can't see any.
Konstantin Dressler, that is, yes, he got out in for Klaus Bachler an hour and 9 minutes ago. So so Dressler might well be staying in for a double here. Red Ant Racing are into the pits and have greeted Diana Binks.
They certainly are, and they've just brought the car in. They are making a driver change. They have changed tyres as well for the number 93 Red Ant Racing Mercedes. That you can hear it just firing up now and heading back out on track. But again, another slick stop by the Red Ant Racing team, who are also just waiting on the pit apron now for the Ajith Kumar Racing by Red Ant car, the number 901, the Porsche 992 car, and Ajith is about to jump back in behind the wheel. So he's only had a very short break. He got out, I think, about an hour and a half ago when I spoke to him. So he's getting back, or maybe it's 2 hours. He's going to be getting back into.
Mercedes taking over from Kenny Hire. So they're very much in the mix. I think because they've got a consistency across their driver lineup, they're neither up nor down too much, depending on which driver they have in the car, which is really, really helpful. And so they're just keeping up the top of the order and let the others make mistakes, let the others have problems, and just slowly make the way forward. But Konstantin Dressler doing a really good, strong pace at the front of the field for Proton Huber competition. Dressler, a really interesting case actually. He drove at Spa in 2 different cars. He drove in the Proton Huber Porsche and one of the Ferraris. He's decided to go just for the Proton Huber competition Porsche this time. 36 years old German, and his most notable point on his CV, it was the ADAC VW Polo Cup champion in 2007, which 2 very hot drivers that came out of that championship were the Van der Linde brothers.
Was he right? Yeah, I mean, that's a similar sort of thing to what you would see Mini Challenge being now in the UK, or Clio Cup back in the day. Yeah. I mean, that is the pole position car, remember. That's the car that started at the front of the grid, but for reasons I forget now, Peter, it kind of dropped back out of contention in the top 4, didn't it?
Just a bit of driver rotation.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Driver rotation coming into play there, making it very, very hard to predict who is where. With the difference of these drivers, as we've discussed in great detail.
And of course they are a Pro-Am car, so to be leading overall is punching above their weight. You would expect the pro cars of Haas, RT and Red Ant Racing to be in the conversation, and they absolutely are for the overall victory. But as the Pro-Am cars are strong as well. Aero Motorsport, they've seemed to have kind of front-loaded their driving time a little bit with, they've got quite a lot of Kyle Tilley's time in early, they've got Dwight Merriman's time in early, and then perhaps keeping Brian DL and Nico Verdonk for we're not into the second half of the race yet, so they've still got plenty of time.
We know there's a reason for that, and Kyle is heading off to Spa for the classic event. Whether he's leaving this evening or tomorrow morning, I'm not sure. But it seems that Kyle is, every time I've looked, I saw Dwight Merriman in the car for maybe, I'm going to say it sarcastically, 10 minutes.
Oh, it was one.
He's done one. It was a stint of about an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he has to do the Kyle Tilley in the 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari and Dwight Merriman, they have to do a combined driving time of 6 hours, to get together. Yeah. But a minimum of 1 hour. So theoretically, Dwight Merriman could do 1 hour and then Kyle Tilley do 5. Yeah. But it'll probably be more of a balance than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dwight Merriman in the car again. As into the pits comes our leader then, into the fueling area, Konstantin Dressler, getting filled up with fuel. This is just a single stint at the moment, so I'll be curious to see whether he stays in the car or whether he hands over to Manuel Lauk, who we do know is having to go to the Nürburgring tonight. So he was wanting to get his driver time done early. So we may well see Manuel Lauk.
I think you will then. Yeah,
maybe do a double stint.
Well remembered that Manuel Lauk was off to the NLS, which will be taking place tomorrow. Qualifying for the N24 as well, isn't it? A qualifier for that. So yeah, I would imagine we'll see that car with Manuel Lauk in it. Maxi Partel has also brought the Hofer car in. That car in from third. This has allowed Tim Muller in the Utah Audi to resume the lead for Utah. The Utah Audi, car 71 with Tim Muller, is not the first time this car has been in the lead, Peter. It's certainly in contention. We are an hour and about 93 minutes away from half distance, so everybody on program so far, this is, you know, going through the motions, going through their driver rotations. We haven't seen, I think, the full extent of the competitiveness of, for instance, the ERA Motorsport Ferrari, as both of their pro drivers, Nico Verdonk, who is, I believe, a Pro-Am now, and I'm not sure why, Ryan DL, who's very much a pro driver. They are very, very quick lads in that Ferrari, so we'll see that car come back into play, I would think. And there's a lot of other situations. The Red Ant car, though, I think is a constant, isn't it? You've got very little variation in those drivers across the driving rotation in that car. Hence, the car is in the GT3 class proper. It's not in the Pro-Am. It's in GT3 Pro.
I think they made themselves known to the local karting track over the course of this.
Not in a good way, though.
No, they weren't behaved like we were.
No, we took it all seriously, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. They were taking shortcuts on one another.
Yes. Yes, they were. Which it's a shame. We should have had a race with them. That would have.
It was called. You know, the car track was called. You know, it was called the Mezzanino. Actually, I've got me membership.
Small Misano.
Yeah, mini Misano.
Yeah. But
the car track looked nothing like Misano.
It looked nothing like Misano, no, but it was a really cool kart track. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah,
you've got your membership card.
Yeah, if you ever did you get one?
Yes. Of course. I shall frame it when I get home.
Yeah.
That I won the Joe Bradley karting school race. I just followed.
Let's have a dodge back down to the pits then. What you got, Binksy?
You were talking earlier about RAFA Racing and wondering what was going on, and that car has been into the refueling area. It's now on the pit apron, and Michael Kroll is getting in behind the wheel. So driver change, tyre change, and a quick clean-up for that car. They seem to take, obviously, as you'd imagine, quite a bit of fuel during that fuel area. But the pit lane itself is now getting quite busy, as you can imagine. Venture. The GT4 team behind him, they in the Mercedes, they have just done a completed a pit stop as well. Quite tight in the pit lane at this end at the moment, but all clean, good service for all these cars as the RAFA Racing makes its way back.
So their arm driver, the Hofer team now putting in Michael Kroll. Myself, there it is. It's a driver time infringement, isn't it?
Oh, like they've gone through the 2-hour max stint time.
Yes, they went through the 2-hour max stint time.
60 seconds.
Was that while you were on lunch?
Must have been.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now then, what Nick and I speculated and maybe Di can have a look down adventure. So it was at the wheel of the 421 was Neville. So Neville Jones, car owner, team man with the name above the door of that team. Although I think he took the car 2 venture to run. So Neville was in the car too long. And I just wonder if they really pushed the experimentation of how close they could get to that driver time.
Yeah.
They're the only car in GT4, and this was an experimentation run for this car. We know we're going to have more GT4 cars at Paul Ricard. We know we're going to have more GT4 cars at Barcelona. So it gives the team, without any pressure of having competitors around them, but they're kind of trying to emulate that pressure and put themselves under personal pressure, and they've maybe just pushed it a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And Neville was in the car too long, and maybe Diana can have a dodge down there and have a chat to Neville and see if our speculation is correct, because it is pure speculation, or it might have been just an honest mistake.
Yeah, and or the other thing it could be is that they were running beyond that time as a way of preparation for, you know, when we go to Paul Ricard, it's going to be hot. It's going to be very hot.
It is.
So from a preparation point of view, you go and they've got nobody to compete with anyway. So they go, actually, if we go over the max stint time, it's fine, but it's a way of preparing physically for that as well. I mean, Neville's a very experienced rally driver, very successful rally driver, but relatively new to endurance racing. So could have been that. We'll no doubt Diana Binks will find out from the Venture crew, who are a wonderfully nice bunch.
There's one of the crew chiefs from Venture just making his way back from the penalty box. He has to manage their car once a car has been given a penalty, and I noticed that the number 888 that's into the pits, Paul Meyer in the Sebelju Racing Porsche, that's the car, remember, the purple car that had the damage to the front end after that coming together with the E2P Racing Aston Martin. That has been given a track limits penalty, so 6 infringements of track penalties being exceeded, track limits being exceeded, I should say, and that's now been given a 10-second penalty box penalty that car will take up when it leaves the pit apron here.
So that's where they serve it at the end of the pit lane. That must be annoying if you've got a penalty and your garage is away down the other end of it, like it is with Venture, and you've got to walk all the way. You've got to walk all the way down to the penalty box to time the penalty to make sure that it's been served in full. Sebelju Racing on the way then as race leader has come into the pits. Our former race leader, I should say, now due to racing, and Tim Muller to go to fuel. That means that Matisse Lelismont for Haas RT now goes to the front. So
it's great, isn't it?
It's just one car to the front next. That doesn't mean that it's, you know, filtering back between two different cars. There's probably 5 cars that are cycling through the lead at the moment. That's fantastic.
And then when you consider, all right, you've got the Hofer Mercedes. Michael Kroll's in that car now, and by Michael's own admission, he's not as quick as Alex Prince or Kenneth Heyer. We'll see that car coming back towards the 4, and more, I think more excitingly, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, you know, they're cycling through their AM drivers, Dwight Merriman, Kyle Tilley. We have got locked in a dark cupboard Nico Verdonk and Ryan DL that will be taken out of the cupboard, switched on, programmed to go as fast as possible. So that Era Motorsport Ferrari, I expect to be into contention as well for overall honours.
Do you think before Ryan DL gets in, they crack open a can of Iron Brew and pour it down him like?
Well, no, because he's not Scottish, really, is he? He's American.
Oh, he is. He's very
I was just talking to Nick about that, and I would chat yesterday. His Scottishness came out because he was chatting to you with the Scottish accent. Which I mean, yeah, there's a Scottish twinge underneath his accent, but he's been in America for so long. He's got an American Scottish sort of twang. But he was very Scottish yesterday.
I met his dad John for the first time at Spa, and I would imagine his dad John and Mum Mary will be watching. I'm sure. Hopefully they are. If you are, hello, John and Mary. So a little bit of windshield clean there.
Well,
for,
as well as that, what I was going to mention is the speckledness that you see on that windshield. It looks like the windshield is cracked. It's not. It's got a covering. It's got a tear off. And rather than, I mean, you need a load of tear-offs for a 12-hour race. So they're cleaning that windscreen, but there's a sheet of clear plastic that they will eventually tear off the windscreen. Like you have a visor tear-off. It works the same.
one at the car came in for a pit stop, and I think the mechanic, in such a rush, he sprayed the windscreen, cleaned it all down, got it all nice and shiny, and then tore the tear off.
So it was nice and clean when it went in the bin.
Nice clean tear off just got pulled off. It's very funny. So Juta running really, really well. The Lithuanian squad, a proper stalwart of Creventic Racing. They ran a car for the Red Camels team actually at Barcelona last year. Typically run Audi R8s from their awning.
Dafa Razaka is on the YouTube chat. Boy, it's raining penalties. Or boy, it's raining penalty. Yeah, this is not a surprise, Dafa, and I think it's
not hallelujah either.
It's the nature of Misano, isn't it, Peter? We'd mentioned it earlier. We chatted about this earlier, but it doesn't stop us repeating it. It's a predominantly a motorcycle course. This is where MotoGP, World Superbikes, etc. come to, and the curbs are very low. And so you get the cars using extra track by going over the flat curbing, and you're allowed to put all wheels on the red and white curb, but you're not allowed to go all the way over the red and white curb. And when you do, you get a track limit infringement. So if all of your wheels are on the blue section off the red and white, before the grass that is, then you will ping a track limit infringement. You're allowed 6, and then you get a 10-second penalty, and so on and so forth. And I think the penalties build as you go on, isn't it? Did I hear the dulcet tones of Nick Damon down there? Nick, go ahead.
Oh, there. We're going to try and do a few chats with teams with family teams, basically, just because there's a lot of family teams here on the pit lane. And we're going to start with Bert Redont from Redont Racing. Simple question: is it more fun racing with the rest of your family, or more stress?
More fun, definitely. Stress. There will always be stress in racing, and when your own kids are driving, it's a little bit extra. And my wife is also looking on the screens when the kids are driving. And the rest of the day, she's in the kitchen. But that adds some stress also, yes.
So you got 4 drivers, 2 of course your sons and 2 are hot shoe race from elsewhere. Do you treat them all the same, or are you a bit harder on your boys, or?
I try to treat them all the same, but if I'm honest, I try to be more honest to my kids than to the other drivers, because yeah, we're a family and we can be honest to each other. If it's not good, then I tell them.
So what did you say to Ayrton when he threw the car off on Wednesday, Thursday?
That happens. I had that too in my career. If you're not going over the limit, you're not racing, and you're not searching for the limit. So if you cannot handle that in a team, you should be, you buy a PS5 and you play at home on the television.
Yeah, good point. Now, you are into your 3rd race or 4th race with this new GT3. Explain to us the idea of why you moved from 992 to GT3. What's the thought behind that?
Please come again, I didn't know.
What was the thinking behind moving to GT3 from 992?
That was the plan from the beginning. From when we started racing, we started with a GT4, then we went to a Cup car, but the plan was always to end up in a GT3 car.
And the Mercedes, again, an interesting choice.
Yeah, that was the smartest choice for us at this moment. It's a very accessible car, and it's also a car with a lot of data. We had a driver in our team, Kenneth Heyer, who has a lot of connections with EMG. So for us, we felt as a team that was the smartest choice for us.
Does it help also in the Creventic series as a number of these Mercedes cars? So there's more information you can share or more references you have?
Yeah, that is true. The Mercedes teams, they're one family. We all help each other out with parts, also with data and with setups. So it's not like in the 992 class that once you're winning, everybody wants something from you. But here in the Mercedes family, for the moment, it's different. They're more like one happy family.
Coming back to today, we're about, not just about a third of the way. Ian, how do you feel it's been going so far?
For the moment, we're on schedule. So we're in the same lap as the leader. We lost some time in the last pit stop, but we'll manage. As long as we stay in the same lap as the leader, everything is to play.
So thanks, Bert.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bert Redont there of Red Ant Racing, a man who's doing obviously got his own team there, but doing a lot for young drivers coming through, gives them an opportunity. Has Mark Goossens out looking for young drivers, and if he deems that they have potential and an opportunity, it actually gives them a test in the in one of the team's Porsche Cup cars. Also, rally fans listening and watching will know the name Kalle Rovanperä, and will know that probably that he went and did some circuit racing last year, and in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, Red Ant were the team that ran the car. And what was really nice was at the end of the season, Bert was going to sell the car, and Kalle said, no, I want the car, I'll buy it from you.
Yeah.
So, and now it's in his little museum in
It was a great story. I mean, they weren't letting anything out, were they, about... are we going to see Mr. Rovanperä perhaps run with Red Ant Racing in a Krevenik race this season? And couldn't possibly say, but I'm sure if Mr. Rovanperä came knocking and said, I fancy doing that 12 hours of Paul Ricard, because it's nice and hot. He'd like the heat. The Finns love their saunas. Yeah. Being
inside a GT3 car at Paul Ricard is about as close an experience as you can
outside
get.
Of a GT3
it's a sauna
car
on wheels at that point. Well, let's hope so. It would be really cool to see Kalle Rovanperä. Of course, he raced in Dubai with Proton Huber competition and acquitted himself very well. That was his first time racing a GT3 car. I'm sure he's had little private tests here and there. I'd love the thing with people at that level. You wonder what they do completely in private. You know, you hear about, you know, there's a rumour that Lando Norris has tested a WRC car, but where, I don't know. And these things that can be arranged when you're of that level of profile.
Well, we had Max Verstappen out in a GT3 car on the Nürburgring, didn't we? You know, that wasn't a secret. Mr. Franz Hermann, the pseudonym, he kept that well, didn't he? Hid that well, everybody knew. And as far as I'm aware, it was a GT3 spec car to run in NLS, and whether or not he's going to get his license, and we may even see him, you know, that would be, I mean, you know what, I do a lot of historic racing as well, and having current Formula One drivers running in sports car racing or any other kind of racing was a thing in the past, you know, the 60s, 70s, and even into the 80s. That was a common feature. You'd have Jim Clark running in the British Saloon Car Championship in a Mark 1 Cortina. You'd have them running in, because basically they didn't make any real big money in Formula One. It's perhaps not necessary for them to make money these days, but what a great, I mean, that's pure. That's Max Verstappen. Doesn't matter what you think of him, he's an outstanding race driver, and it would be fantastic to see him running in a GT race, running in an endurance sports car race. We know how much he loves his sim racing. I think there's a rumour that he was feeding his baby whilst driving around on his sim, which he isn't the first one to do that.
No,
yeah,
it probably won't be the last.
He isn't. Yeah,
no, it's wonderful. To see, what I want to see is if he's going to do the Nürburgring, he has to go and get his permit. To see him doing it in like a front-wheel drive Hyundai or a BMW 320i or something to get his permit.
Yeah, that's right. I know. That's even better.
The other day, Lionel Amrouche got out of the Vortex, and it's been in the pits for a little while. He looked to be a little bit stiff getting out the car. Nick Damon's right there with it.
I came down here thinking it's like a relatively normal stop. Lionel hopped out. There was no real effort on the car. I mean, not saying they weren't trying, but they're just general nothing, oh my God, there's a problem. But there was no one actually ready to hop back in again, which makes it Lionel, as you said, the hopping out part could be the clue. And perhaps he wasn't supposed to get out of the car at that point, and it was an injury, or he's sitting down and he's getting a glass of water. Lionel doesn't speak English very well, so it's hard to work out what's going on. But it's a possibility that I think it's Cyril Kalman who's got in, but I wouldn't want to bet my house on it. I think it's Philippe Bonnell around. I'll go try some sign language with Lionel. Oh, okay. His ankle popped up, isn't it? His ankle is out, and he's looking. Yeah, he's. Whether it's or just basic problem.
I know that feeling. We had that feeling yesterday when we climbed up those full cards.
That's it. Oddly, though, I think I can't help feeling he should be slightly better prepared than we were for 22 laps around the Misano kart circuit, which I like to point out, because it hasn't been mentioned so far, I was top qualifier. Because At this point, we now then draw a veil over the rest of the event. But I was top qualifier, and that's all you need to know.
That is in answer to Kevin Heslip's question of what kind of car is that. We were talking about the Vortex V8 as we watched the RPM team change their brakes after 7 hours, 6 hours?
No, 5
5
hours
and a half,
45.
yeah, 5 hours 45.
By that again,
so,
4 hours
yeah.
45.
Well, this is very heavy. Before we tell Kevin about the Vortex, we'll just discuss this RPM Racing's change of brakes. You could ask very early on, is it early? You know, how long will the brakes last? Will the brakes last? If the brakes last 8 hours and you're
They've got uneven wear, really uneven wear on their pads, boys. So this is, I'm not sure it's a show or not, but that's their problem. They've got uneven wear left to right.
Isn't that common that you get uneven wear on a...
Not side to side, Joe, no. Might get uneven wear from the leading and the trailing shoe, but not side to side.
Right, you might want to chat to them about that. Is that what's causing them problems? You might have had one of those pads glaze, so it just becomes a brick.
They're now also examining the rotor as well, which came off the right-hand side, the brake disc. I'll be multilingual there, but yeah, so that's why they've changed it. There's one of those pads looks virtually unused. Now, that was a strange thing to happen, but we'll try and grab a word with someone. There's Nick Johnson. Let's see if Nick can... I've got to meander in here. Well, I have to say, the microphone's working brilliantly here.
It is, isn't it?
Another plus point for Misano. Nick, quick question. Brake change there. It seems like you had very uneven brake wear left to right.
Yeah, that's very normal here because you have so many kind of, hard kind of brake zones in the trail braking. So you wear the right much more than you do the left. And last year, when it was much hotter here, we had to have 2 brake changes, almost go to a third. So we knew we were going to be like, very, very much on the edge. And obviously now we had to change here. So we're probably going to have to do another one. We're not going to be able to kind of, nurse it enough, I think, to just do one stop. But the pace been good, we're just about to stay safe and stay out of trouble out there and try to not push too hard. I mean, I was very conservative in my 2 runs here and taking care of the brakes as much as I could. So I think we pushed it almost an hour longer than last year so far. So I think we should be in good shape.
The cooler temperatures towards the end of the day won't help at all?
Say that again.
The cooler temperatures as the sun goes down won't help at all?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That will definitely help. So I think the first couple of hours this morning was not that big of a deal, but now with in the sun, it's wearing them really, really hard.
Thank you very much for the information. Well, there we go. That is something I didn't know. But I suppose if you are braking and trail braking, you'll get the unloaded side is going to need much less resistance to stop, isn't it, compared to the loaded side? So there we go. It's good. Look, every day is a school
Nick,
day.
That was a great spot, I've got to say.
It's easy for me. Yeah,
commendable spot from Nick Damon there in the pits to point out the uneven brake wear, and then that was clarified by Nick Johnson's explanation, I think.
Yeah, very good spot there, Nick. And it's easy to say this now, but once Nick had spotted that, I thought, I wonder it is the nature of the track. Because it's clockwise.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look when you're going through Corvone, 200 in a Porsche Cup car, 240 kph, turn 12, you're 250 kph, then all of a sudden you're braking while turning down to 150, then down to 65 kph, all while the wheel's not straight. So you're always going to be leaning on one side. The car's weighted towards the left-hand side. So that makes a lot of sense. What will be curious to see, do the other 992 teams follow that same pattern? Or are they going to try and get away with one brake change around halfway? They're probably all thinking we could do with a code 60 right now to get that brake change done.
Well, we've just had a pit stop from the Van Berlo Motorsport car. Marcel Van Berlo is showing in the car. We'll see if I think it's had a driver change. We'll see who's comes out in that one. That car current has now dropped down to 3rd. So they've changed brakes as well, Nick, did you say?
Busy at the moment, so that's fine. Baz Carlton is actually fully it's not asbestos, it's illegal, but he's fully got the heat glove, long heat gloves. Theirs have come off, and it's a very similar story. It's not quite as extreme on the left-hand side of the amount of wear they've got. But they are, again, having this side-by-side wear situation, which I genuinely have not seen before. This is really interesting about trail braking,
Yeah, makes sense.
as you speed in. I'll go quick with Baz now. Baz, it's really, really interesting. This brake wear, I've never seen this uneven brake wear before. Is it unique to the circuit?
Yeah, it's unique for the circuit, and it's only the left outside pad. The rest of the pads is looking good. We already faced this in the practices, but now it's even more than it was before.
So is there a case where you could just change the right-hand side, or do you have to change them as two pairs?
You can change one pad, but you can't see the inside, so for us it's better to change them all. And then you have an even pad wide on both sides, so it's all new again.
Now, we've seen RPM do it as well. Do you think it's going to be the same for all the 992 cars, or is there any way of avoiding it or reducing it in any way?
Yeah, as I saw our neighbors, they were not expecting any brake change. Then they saw us preparing it, and they came even one lap before. So they were surprised about the high wear of the brake pads. We were already prepared, so yeah, everyone will have the same.
Thanks, Baz. Unique circuit.
Yeah, it is. And now that it's been explained to us, it absolutely makes sense, doesn't it? But then again, you know, that's what experience comes down. Baz was here last year for the 2024 edition of this race and learned from that one. And yeah, when you come prepared for that. And it was a good question, Nick, that was coming into my head that you answered for me, because I obviously channeled thoughts to you. Can you get away with only changing one side then, the car, the left-hand side, where the car is leaning on pretty much through curve on, isn't it, and then through 12 and 13, and then it's kind of doing the same into Tremondo, which is turn 10. You threw the kink at turn 9. You're leaning on that left-hand side of the car, and it makes sense. It makes sense that you're going to have more braking needed on that left-hand side of the car, which is where the load is.
Now the question is as well, is that a 992 specific issue, or are we going to see the same thing happen with the GT3 cars? You know, that's, you know, is it more a 992? Because the 992s, do they have the same kind of beefed up brake pads that the GT3 might have?
You would think it's going to be very, very similar. And
Yeah.
GT3 has got ABS, and you're going to, you know,
The
be able to
992s
use
run ABS as well.
Yes,
you can run one. Yeah.
and that's why it's actually the ABS that causes that, because it's putting less braking to that right-hand wheel, because that right-hand wheel is unloaded. So if, you know, you can imagine without ABS how difficult it is to gauge that brake, because you're braking exactly the same on the front axle. And when you lift the weight off the right-hand side, it's going to have a tendency to lock. The ABS stops that, but it's stopping that by not braking as hard as it is on the left.
That's interesting.
They're very, very clever systems on these cars.
Yeah, and weight-wise, there isn't a great deal to you know, between the GT3 and the 992. Fairly similar. So weight are the same. Yeah, the ABS, that is a great point of how that will work and how it will wear out. So we'll keep a close watch in pit lane of we're on brake watch now for the next little while. Nick, have you got more for us?
Brake pad before we go and try and brake for something slightly different. Look at me, what I'm doing there. Also, of course, the GT3's got more downforce, so there's more load across both front axles, so the unloading wheel will have more load just because it's got downforce on it. Good grab quick with Carl Tilley, who's got out of the era motorsport. Is it do Nico and Ryan not want to do any work today? Because it's been you, it's Dwight, it's you, it's Dwight. It's just not fair, is it?
Yeah, and we're fighting it a little bit, but there's still a long way to go. So,
question that's been raised by some other cars in the pit lane. What is the situation with braking? Are you thinking you're going to have to do a brake change in these 12 hours?
No plans to do a brake change.
That's the answer. Thank you very much.
Yes. There's your answer, Peter.
There's your answer. So totally different to 992 then. With, you know,
you were right. You were right about the using up Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley for that 6 hours, the minimum allowed for those two drivers. The AM drivers have to do 6 hours, and it doesn't matter how those two drivers share that 6 hours, as long as those two drivers complete 6 hours combined. So yeah, you were spot on. Dwight Merriman back at the wheel of that number 81 Ferrari.
This is fantastic experience for Dwight. Still very early in his days driving GT3 cars. So this is, I mean, great competitive race experience on a totally new track. And it's going to, I tell you what, it's going to be really interesting to watch. Once we're past that halfway mark, Kyle Tilley and Dwight Merriman will have completed their a mandatory driver time that they have to do together, basically. Then it will be all Nico Verdonk and Ryan Dale to the flag. So we should see that Era Motorsport car climb the order.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that.
And just how far they can get up. Of course, they're running in the Pro-Am class. They're looking to fight for the Pro-Am Championship. More penalty news. No, I thought we had a bit more penalty news there, but not so.
We've the winner of 992 class at round 1 in Mugello was the Red Camel Jordan's car, the 909. It was the winner in round 2 at Spa. I doubt very much whether it's going to be the winner here for round 3, however, as Luke Breukers has been in the pits now for 21 minutes. And I didn't notice that car come in.
No.
Did you, Nick? We've got a mission for you. Red Camel Jordans have been in the pits now for 21 minutes. And remember, that car was subjected to some damage earlier on. We saw the lump hammer come out and bring the wheel arch away from that back wheel on the left-hand side. I'm not sure seeing that it all is related to why it's been in the pits for coming up to now 22 minutes, but that is a car that was very much in contention for a class win here. Now looking like it's dropping completely out of contention.
That just shows you how championships can turn sometimes. They've had just the perfect start to the season. Let's see if we can get some more info on that with our intrepid pit reporter, Nick Damon.
You're about to get some info in front of your window.
Oh.
Because as I walked down to find out what the problem was, the Red Camel Jordan's car zipped past me to my left. And so it's going to be going in front of your window in a second. I'm carrying on going there to try and find out what the 21 minutes were. Hello, everyone. So it's out and running. So it's 20 minutes. Sneaked in, tried to sneak out, but no, we'd seen it was there. Didn't quite manage it. Let's see what's happening inside the garage of Red Camel Jordan. What caused the problem? Let's see if I can find a man who can quote. I'll have a quick word with, I think, Rick's looking like he's desperate to talk to me. Rick, we just obviously seen you leave the pits. What caused that 20-minute stop?
Sorry, what?
What caused the 20-minute stop?
Look at a small touch on the pit entry. So there was some damage on the wheel that we had to repair. I don't know exactly what was broken, but luckily the team fixed it. So we just can score some points. I think the podium is out of reach, but let's see.
So that was a result of the accident a couple of hours ago then, and it's kind of a knock-on effect, was it?
Maybe. To be honest, I don't know. I was not in the car, so I don't know.
Okay, thanks, Rick. I think it probably was, right, so they are back out there. The important thing is they fixed whatever got damaged in that instant with the 7SU racing machine, and everything is fine.
That's another father and son story there in Red Camels, isn't it? We've spoke to Red Ant. Red Camel. Red Ant was in the 992 class last year, and we used to really enjoy the battle of the red-coloured species, didn't we? Red Camels against the Red Ants. Red Camel being left in the 992 class. They did have a little bit of an experimentation in GT3, didn't they? That was at Barcelona.
Barcelona, yeah.
And that was purely because they'd run their 992 class the week before at the Spa 992 race, and that car wasn't able to be prepped, so that's why they hired the Duke Audi. No plans for Red Camel to move into GT3. They're quite happy battling for 992 honours, and it looks to me like Luke Breukers It still is Luke in that. No, it's Evo breakers now. Now Evo was kind of shuffling the wheel there, Peter, and it's looking to me as though whatever the issue was that caused them that 21 minutes stoppage in the pits, Evo was kind of feeling his way around there. But it looks to me as though he's up to speed and doing a great job of holding up the Proton Huber Porsche.
I don't know if he's up to speed, you know, as the Milner car is going by. He may well just be keeping out the way until he's sure that everything's right, but I'm not sure if everything is right. Ivo Breuker's a super experienced endurance driver. I mean, he won the 2004 Unipart Endurance Series in a Seat Ibiza diesel. That's how far back and how random his endurance career can be. He has gone past the pits, so he's obviously happy enough to go for another lap. But Ivo, of course, driving with his two sons, Luke and Rick, and Fabian Dance, who, as we said yesterday, might as well be called Fabian Dance Breukers because he's been there that long.
He has,
he might as well be a Breuker.
Yeah, big part of the family.
Yeah.
Big fat, and of course that Red Camel team is a combination of volunteers and weekend workers. They are a team that comes together purely at the races. They're not a professional race team back home, and they come together to prep the car and then run the car at these events. And they do, considering how that team is put together, the results they get, they are way punching above their weight.
Yeah,
can we credit Trustwell with that?
It's definitely a big part of the toolkit. That's for sure. I mean, and you know, they're competing against teams like Milner Motorsport, who run several cars at the Nürburgring. You know, you can always look at the truck that a team comes in to see how serious an operation they are. The Milner trucks are unbelievable. They're huge things. But you know, it's a human business as well as it is, you know, technical. So that's why we all come to watch. That's why we follow this this wonderful sport and the stories behind it. So Haas RT right now, they lead the motor race, but are probably due, yes they are, they're due a pit stop fairly soon. Mathis Lismont has been doing a great job. He's last lap by, he was 1.3 seconds quicker than Ayrton Redon in the chasing Mercedes for Red Ant Racing. Then not far behind is Manuel Lauk, as we suspected. Manuel Lauk getting into the Proton Huber car. He's about halfway through his first stint, although that car has a 20-second penalty hanging over it. I presume that's track limits. If we look at the penalty box on Joe's shiny new iPad, it is for not respecting instructions from race direction.
I don't know what that is.
I remember the last time I saw that one in a Michelin Series race.
That's maybe not responding to a penalty or something, or whatever that might be. So that's the 73, what we're talking about, Proton Huber competition Porsche. That's another mission for Nick. As another track limits pinged for the leading car, the Haas RT, using all of the track and more. The number 21, Mathis Lismont, been in the car now for just coming up to an hour, isn't he? So they can keep him in the car another hour. I suspect that car's going to be needing fuel in about 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm sure he's got plenty left in the tank, but the Audi doesn't.
Yeah.
So of course, young driver, only 19 years old. Imagine being 19 years old and driving a GT3 Audi at Misano and various other places. I can't quite comprehend that, to be honest.
Well,
it's so cool. There's many doing it.
There are people at that age doing driving all sorts of other race cars.
Amazing.
So
what a joy! 19-year-old. You know, you think, what are you doing at the weekend? Oh, I'm driving an Audi R8.
So that 73 is going to have to take in a 20-second time penalty at the penalty box next time we see that car in the pits. So that car has just gone out with Manuel Lauk being in the car now 35 minutes. So I have no idea what that instruction that it's infringed. Look forward to hearing from Nick to see if he can find that out.
20 seconds is a fairly chunky penalty too.
It is.
Having one go.
I mean, I know we are, you know, just under an hour away from half distance, but it does mount up, and you know, regaining that 20 seconds. You mentioned it earlier about, you know, the regulations in the 24H series with code 60s. It's very hard to make up time. You know, you're shaving tenths of seconds, hundredths of seconds from your competitors out there on the track under race conditions. You can lose a chunk of time in a penalty, 20 seconds, chunks of time in pit stops if you haven't got if you're not doing it right, and you just can't. It's very hard to make that ground back up, especially at this level and this pace. And as we get towards the end of this race, Peter, we are going to see the pro drivers being utilised much more than we've already seen.
I have this niggling feeling for Proton Huber competition that they were that penalty, that 20-second penalty, and indeed the 30 seconds plus that they lost in the first pit stop through a team communication error. But read into that how you wish. That's all we got from them. That could mean lots of things, but let's call it maybe an operational miscue, maybe. And
back in the pits.
Yeah, but so that is over a minute that the Proton Huber competition car has lost. That could easily cover the podium, let alone the difference for the lead. And car, Joe was mentioning in the pits, the 909 Red Camel Jordan comes straight back in.
Yeah, it's been in there nearly 4 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, no. Well, that's not good news. So that impact, I mean, they got the car at the time repaired so quickly, you thought surely they haven't, you know, surely that had not been able to be repaired so fast, but seems that there's more of a lingering issue there, unfortunately, for Red Camel Jordans. We'll keep trying to scrape through the surface and try and find out exactly what's going on there. Rick Breukers was pretty tight-lipped, I would say, on what was going on.
He was, yeah. I mean, we're asking a driver a technical problem, and sometimes drivers just do not know.
No,
because they kept out of it.
Not saying he was being tight-lipped on purpose.
It's not their job, but there is an element of that. Yes, there is an element of that.
Well, it's Holmgard Motorsport who are leading the way at the moment in 992 with Magnus Holmgard at the wheel right now. This is one of a few crews that switched a couple of years ago from a TCR machine to the Porsche 992 Cup category because, from what I understand from the teams, the running costs are very, very similar. So you can either run a front-wheel drive touring car, or you can have a 500 horsepower rear-wheel drive Porsche. I think most people would go, I'm going to have the Porsche.
Yeah, the new TCRs didn't do endurance racing.
No,
using those cars for endurance racing any favors whatsoever with the development that went on with the gearboxes and the suspension components. Became a lot more bespoke suspension components, which upped the cost considerably.
Yeah, and suffered for it, unfortunately. So Holmgard, they've switched to the Porsche and looking for that victory, but they are due us a pit stop very soon, actually, because Magnus Holmgard has been in the car for 1 hour and 49 minutes. So within the next 10 minutes or so, he's got to come in. Another car that has had an issue is the Vortex in the GTX class has had a problem coming down the pit straight, and apparently a piece of bodywork has come off the back of the car. I don't know whether it's had an impact or it's just simply fallen off. But anyway, in the 992 class, Milner Motorsport in for the pits with Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a full service. So Martin Ramp's got in. Getting out is... I was trying to get a glimpse of his brake pads, because they have no intention of changing the brakes whatsoever here. So getting out was Valteris Zvenet, is this? I think it's close enough. But I was trying to have a quick shift to see what that brake pad were, but they haven't even checked it, they haven't even bothered by it. So whether they did it before or we missed it, I don't know, or whether they have it where they're running the car differently. But that car is straight into the penalty box, so they've obviously been bad at some point. But apart from that, it was a good stop for Milner, and they'll continue being around about the top 3 of 992.
Thank you, Nick. You might want to pop back to Red Camels, because that car came straight back in. You might get a bit more of an insight as to what the issue was. I know Rick was keeping his cards very close to his chest there. But that car, not just out of contention for a podium, they're dropping down the order, and it's, if anything, it's been caught by the Scuderia Faron Porsche, which lost a lot of time at the beginning of the race, didn't it? The 949. That's coming back, and it's going to be battle of attrition at the back end of the 992 class. We mentioned the venture car, Christopher Jones now at the wheel, the father and son team being joined by Matt George. It's Chris Jones at the wheel. Now, Chris had a huge shunt at Spa, didn't he, Peter?
Yeah.
Which you were at, and was very lucky to get away with just, I think he said, a sore back, did he, or sore neck?
Yeah.
But the car was
the car did its job. It kept
the car was
safe. Yeah, I mean,
destroyed.
It's huge. If you get off at Eau Rouge, and it's, we see it a lot. It's such a challenging corner. It's so easy to get it wrong, and the walls are, although they've widened them out a bit, they're still pretty close.
Didn't he tell us he kind of
hit the concrete?
He hit the concrete rather than the tyres.
Toast. Yeah, I think they saved the engine and the gearbox, but apart from that, it was pretty much all for the bin, and sadly. But yeah, the main thing was that Chris was okay and was able to get back in the car for this weekend.
I want to add to Nick's mission list. We remember the venture car with Neville Jones at the wheel incurred a penalty for Neville being in the car for too long. And Nick, if you could ask that question of whether that was deliberate, whether they were, because we know this car, it's the only car in GT4. They're having an experimentation run with regards to just gaining experience of running these 12-hour races. Before you do that, though, you've got one mission to tick off, and that's the Red Camel report. What have you got?
For those of you on radio, it's kind of bent back a large amount of metal underneath the driver's door, but it's a pretty big mess. Now, the thing is, looking at that isn't going to affect too much drive shaft or drive line wise you would expect. Now, the question obviously is, what is it doing as far as the car is concerned, handling wise? So we're going to try and grapple with Ivo, because he had a whole lap in the car. Ivo, my friend? You can see me coming, but you can see me coming 20 seconds ago on delay. Ivo, you managed to get a whole one lap. So what is the problem with the car?
Basically the whole setup, suspension kind of thing. It's not really in line. We tried to go out there hoping that we could do some laps, but the car was unpredictable, and we now decided to come in and to fix the car so we can see how it is and just to finish the race.
So is it a simple case of restringing it, or have you actually got a tweak on the chassis itself?
No, maybe you missed it, but Luke touched a little bit the barrier coming in. So something is broken, we replaced it. But in the front also something with the steering was not aligned, so everything together I think it's better to repair it, because the car was really unpredictable and we don't want to cause any problems for others as well.
So this has nothing to do with the accident a while ago with the Seb Lejeune Racing?
No, nothing.
Busy day for you, isn't it?
No, it's nothing to do with that accident. So this was coming into pit lane and touching the barrier.
I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask you, but what do you feel the benefits of racing as a family team?
Not particularly bounding. Sometimes can be difficult, but of course after a race, after such incident, you have a laugh, and you are in it as a team. You win together and you lose together. So can happen to everyone. Most of the time it is happening to me. Now it's somebody else. So no, it's a pity also for the car. We need to repair for Paul Ricard, of course. So. No, we want to get the car straight again and go out and see if the car is fine, and then all the rest we will fix later.
It's interesting, but recently we're doing a little bit of a thing, because suddenly it seems, there's 21 cars here, but so many of them are family teams. We've got so many Red Ants, Van Berlo, they've got the Home Guards, you've got a couple of 9 and 11. Why do you think the Quventic series is suddenly attracting these familial teams?
Yeah, I think the Quventic series is a series where everybody's welcome, and it has a family atmosphere. So I think it's also the right format to compete together with your family, your sons or brothers or neighbors even. I mean, the level of competition is very high, but still there is this family-friendly atmosphere which we all like. I mean, it's good to walk the home guard and to have a laugh and to have a joke about a small accident they have or we have, and the same was with Dan. So yeah, I think the relation between among the teams is very nice and friendly.
Great stuff. Thank you, Ivo.
Welcome.
Thank you, Nick. Hopefully they will get that car repaired. I've always said that when the grid is small, it's always worthy to get the car repaired and get back out there. And that car was damaged with a coming together with another car, and then we heard Ivo describe there, Luke exacerbated the situation by hitting the wall on pit in. It
would have been on the right of the car.
It's knocked the alignment completely out because they're not happy with that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them retire the car. And I'll tell you why, Peter. When you've got something awry in the handling of the car, who's to say that you haven't broken something that's not apparent? There's a crack somewhere.
Good point.
And the best thing to do is to just, call it a day, get the car back to the workshop, get everything fully stripped off, get the engine out, get the gearbox out, and just check everything over before you the last thing you want is for something major to break. Especially here. Can you imagine that happening through curve on and into the braking area for Del Caro? No, not at all.
Yeah. No, I think that's very wise. They've got 2 wins in the bag. They've got their championship. I think this will just be a minor blip in what has been a very good year so far. They're one of their main rivals in the championship. Homeguard Motorsport have been in for the pits. Nick, what did you see?
And they've done the brakes, so they have also not made 6 hours. Well, they just made 6 hours for the brakes, so they are a similar story. Worn on one side, fresh on the other. So this is a 992 thing, isn't it? This is something that the teams have all found. So the teams that haven't done it, either we missed it or they are being very, very gentle as they break into the corners. So Homeguard have had a longer stop. They've changed their brake pads.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That's the Hofer car, Peter. That's having a little bit of an off-track excursion. It will be pinged for... I mean, that's a spin-off into the off-track. Now, will that be pinged for track limits?
No. Now, that is at turn 3, where that is now the 3rd car we've seen have a spin. In fact, 4th car we've seen have a spin at that corner. So it's obviously a tricky part. You think... there's not much of a corner there, but it's fully flat in a GT3 car. It's not quite flat in a Porsche Cup, but it's 150 kph through there, so it's easy to make a tiny error.
That's maybe a traction control issue that you're getting on the gas. You're spinning the wheels up out of the turn 2 part of Le Parco, which is the right, left, right. Now, the left-hand bit of that sequence of S's, chicane, call it what you will, is very tight, and you want to maximize your exit speed. So you want to get on the power nice and early and use the turn 3, which is the exit of that one on the run down to the Del Rio hairpin. You want to get on that power and use the turn 3 part of the S's as an acceleration zone. And it looked to me as though Michael Kroll maybe would have just maybe spun up the wheels, and then when he's turned into the 3rd element of that right, left, right, the car has continued to come around on him, and he managed that well. He sort of steered it in reverse as the car spun out, and then managed to stay on the hard stuff, the hard tarmac area just off the curb before the gravel trap. You've got to go off quite a way, haven't you, here at Misano to touch any gravel?
To touch gravel, yes, but as we saw with the E2P Aston Martin in that collision at that very corner with the Seblaju car having that same mistake and coming into the path of the E2P car, Antonio Zinero made it all the way to the wall, through the gravel. So it shows you how quick
he was going a lot faster than coming out to turn 2 and 3, though, wasn't he? 188 kilometers. Let's head back down to the pits. Nick Damon.
Apart from the issue it had previously, obviously, of driver time, it's now they're repressurizing something with what looked like a kind of a hand pump. Bonnet went up, he stuck in a little kind of a small bicycle pump type thing, and they've repressurized something. I'm not au fait with GT4 requirements pressurization, That front right, as you can see, he's had a bit of a smack. He's got in the back of something or someone. It's broken the glass on the lights. You'll need those later, chaps. And it's had some excellent tank tape work as well. Driver stayed on board, no tyre change. That one was simply to pump something up for 41. He will drive down the end of the pit lane, where he should now serve his penalty for the driver time infringement.
Yeah, we want to know just if trying to. Was it 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or was it 20 minutes? We don't know. We need to find that out.
So it's game on at the front of the field. Red Ant Racing and Proton Huber, who are on fairly similar strategy. The tyre age is similar, the stint time is similar. Manuel Lauk is running down the lead with Ayrton Red Ant leading the way, but the gap is now down. It was 2 seconds at the last lap. It will be slightly less than that now, because coming through the opening sector, well, actually no, it just corrected itself a little bit. So Ayrton Red Ant responding slightly on this lap here, but it's game on at the front. Mercedes versus Porsche, Red Ant versus Lauk. Manuel Lauk had a great opening stint to the race, and he's really enjoying it here at Misano. And he thinks he's going to go from the almost snooker table flat Misano in a GT3 car to the absolutely not snooker table flat Nürburgring Nordschleife, the uphill down-dale Nürburgring Nordschleife in a Hyundai TCR car.
You can't get those. You can't get those curbs mixed up, can you?
No.
The ones at the Nürburgring, they're like a street curb.
We don't talk about track limits there, funnily enough.
No, there's no issue with track limits at the Nürburgring. No, not at all. Not at all. Race being led by Red Ant Racing then. They've got a 2 second gap to the Proton Huber Porsche. So we've got Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes. That's your top 6, with 2 seconds between first and second. Ayrton Red Ant at the wheel of the 93 Red Ant Racing entry. That's in the lead. Manuel Lauk at the wheel of the 73, as Peter's just mentioned. Nikolai Michelin at the end, at the wheel of the Utah Racing Audi in third place. They're about just a lap down off the lead lap for the Utah Racing Audi. Jeff McKeel's in the Haas RT Audi, not far away from the Utah Audi, 4.9, I might as well call that 5 seconds. And then another lap down off that one, Josef Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, who's got a lap lead on Michael Kroll, who's just had that harmless spin there, just to wake himself up in the middle of that 50. He's been in the car 53 minutes, so he's getting towards the final stages of his stint, is Michael.
So, and then may well be handing over to Alexander Prince, or indeed Maxi Partel there for the number 11 Hofer team. But the gap is fluctuating all the time as Ayrton Red Ant has jumped into fuel now. So Manuel Lauk will move into the lead of the race. Manuel Lauk has actually got company in the form of Josef Kral, who's running a lap down. In fact, he's running 2 laps down actually on Lauk. So he's got probably a little bit of a nuisance there with Kral right behind him as Hofer in the fueling area, fueling up, as is the Vortex. The Vortex, they are fueling on the right-hand side. The Mercedes of Hofer on the, of Red Ant Racing on the left. It's the Red Ant car, not the Hofer car, excuse me. They look fairly similar after the Red Ant car is, it started off in a lovely navy blue with red accents, but it's had to be, they've had some off-the-shelf parts that haven't had the chance to be liveried yet, so it's sort of a mixture of that and the factory carbon fibre body components, which makes quite a cool livery actually. Proper warhorse. Now, Manuel Lauk is similar position in his stint to Red Ant, but may be able to get another couple of laps out of the fuel tank of this Porsche here as he comes around to the end of Sector 3, and indeed he is going to keep going, although still on a very similar programme to the Red Ant car.
It's easy for us to work out when they do that, aren't they? You know, it's sort of pit stopping around the same amount of time. Lauk's done 55 minutes, just over 55 minutes at the wheel of the 73. The cars behind them, the Haas RT car has just put Jeff Machiels at the wheel, behind the wheel of the Haas RT car in 4th, and they have dropped off the back of the Yuta car ahead of them in 3rd by about a lap, but that's probably because of that pit stop. That is because of that pit stop, I should say. Meanwhile, Peter, 992, that's now being led solidly by the Van Berlo Motorsport, by Bas Kooten. Glenn Van Berlo at the wheel of that car, 9th overall, leading the class, and just ahead of an interloper in the 992 class, and that's the GT3 car of Dominic Ang. The Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes has come up through the field of 992s and almost back in touch with the GT3s that are currently being trailed by Dwight Merriman in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That is the last of the GT3s in that gaggle, 1st to 8th. Soon to be joined by the 9th GT3 car, and it's great to see that car, the Viper Nisa Racing car, Dominic Ang at the wheel of the car at the moment, but that has been on a recovery drive for quite a long time now. Nick?
Yep, the red ant stop is in front of me. Of course, it wasn't always that much dark blue in the car anyway. They had to replace new bits of carbon after the accident earlier in the week. Yannick Redon is getting in. He's being eased into the position we go. Again, no one's looking at doing anything with brakes here. This is GT3, of course. I try to avoid being hit by a tyre. All looking to be going pretty well, and given the fact they came in from the lead, they will obviously go out in such a tight field quite further down, but of course it's all about the stagger unwinding for various pit stops, but that was absolutely fine.
This seems to me like a race is going to come in whether a code 60 could fall at the right time or the wrong time for many different teams, because it is so tight. There is so many cars that are cycling through to the front that it is just going to be so tight. Jeff Machiels has just moved up into 2nd position there as we were following that red ant stop. Has got past Nicolas Michelin with seeming ease and is now setting off in pursuit of the lead now. Machiels is as early in the stint. So actually, does this mean that Haas RT are maybe just starting to emerge as the potential front runner when everything staggers out?
It's flip-flops through the pit stop phase though, doesn't it? It's going to be Haas RT's time, but it depends on what we go into the last hour on.
It does, but I would say right now, if you were to say who's got the edge, I would probably stick my neck out and say that Haas RT do, because they've come out the pits 11 minutes ago and they're still in 2nd. I think that's a good sign for them at the moment. Nick Damon is absolutely pounding up and down the pit lane and getting all the news for us. Nick, what have you grabbed now?
I've grabbed Redon straight out of the Redon Mercedes. We're in this middle part of the race now, and it seems you guys are alternating with several other teams to be in the lead. I mean, is that how you see it as well?
Actually, to be honest, I don't know exactly what position we are or even which cars are fighting for the lead at the moment. I just got out, as you say. But I think we have quite a good pace. I think the moment it's the hottest of the day, so the track is at the hottest as well, so the tires start sliding a bit. But I think we're in it for a good result.
It's interesting you say that you don't know who you're fighting. Do the team not keep you informed of those sorts of things? Is it at this point where you're just turning laps at a certain time?
Actually, I was only interested in the Audi, the number 21 from Haas, because I know we are fighting them for the lead. But this race always keeps on changing. I think the Huber guys will be close as well, and I think there's also another Audi that will be there for the lead as well.
You say the car's sliding more. Does that make it particularly tricky? Because it seems this track's quite forgiving. You know, there's lots of runoffs, lots of wide curbs, so it's not like you're on a knife edge.
You know, the problem is with this track, nothing can cool down. It's always struggling. Even the back straight has 3 corners in it. So we're always asking so much from the tires, and I think now the left front tire is really struggling a lot. They have so many hairpins to the right, where the left front tire is really struggling.
Are you struggling?
I was not struggling.
No, I noticed that. These youngsters are so fit. Thanks, Ed and cheers.
I got a great practice yesterday, battling against you.
I noticed you're not. I got up this morning. We both went karting differently. All I could find out was the new bits: elbow hurts, knee hurts, back hurts. No problem at all.
No, I don't got any issue. I got trained for it.
The important thing to remember is I was fastest in qualifying.
Yes, Nick, you were. But then again, I did the Nicky Lauda approach, didn't I? I was looking for the race setup and where the damp patches were going to go and dry up.
I did the Gilles Villeneuve approach.
You just kept going off.
And spinning in practice. Fine.
But Nick is quick, yes.
Yes, yeah, well done, Nick. That was good. I think we all have a story to tell.
He wasn't anywhere in the race. I just want to add that. Moving on.
That's where they hand out the trophies.
Absolutely. Nothing for qualifying. Moving on nicely. 992. Becoming a little bit... There's somebody putting a flag on the 992 lead here, isn't it? It's Van Berlo Motorsport, who are Bascooten underneath the sticker. Glenn Van Berlo, 183 laps completed. They are 2 laps ahead of the RPM Racing Porsche, interestingly. And just wanted to get the championship standings up, Peter. And
the RPM car is due into the pits within the next, I would say, maximum 15 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. Philip Hamprecht has been at the wheel for 1 hour and 6 minutes. So yeah, he's going to be due in fairly soon, I would suspect. As the Proton Huber competition car still going well over an hour now into the stint. So the Porsche looking good on fuel mileage for Manuel Lauk and Proton Huber competition. But Lauk has still got Joseph Kral absolutely on his boot lid. Who is running a couple of laps behind, but is not getting past Manuel Lauk, and I don't know if that's distracting Manuel Lauk or not, or pushing him on. Could be either.
I've just discovered that the 24H Series website has a dynamic championship table.
Oh.
Dynamic insofar as it changes as this race changes. So currently overall, Scuderia Praha, if the checkered flag went down now, Scuderia Praha would be leading the championship by 2 points from third place Yuta Racing's Audi. Proton Huber competition would be third, joint with Hofer.
So a win for them could get them right back in the championship, because they've had 2 horror show rounds in the first 2 years, so it's all turning round.
992 RPM, second at Mugello, second at Spa, and currently second here. They would take the lead by 12 points from Red Camel, who won rounds 1 and 2. However, they're way down the order now, only scoring 16 points here.
And they're likely to score less than that, because if Scuderia Farron keep going for another 3 laps, they'll be less.
They are going to lose that, so they are going to drop even more points. However, I'm not sure they're going to... Holmgard Motorsport, pardon me, had a third-place podium at round 2 in Spa, and they are currently running third, so they may take second place in the championship. But hey, we're 26 minutes away from half distance. But I do like that dynamic. Championship table.
That's very clever. One thing that could affect that 992 battle, Milner Motorsport exceeding the speed limit in pit lane, 24-second penalty. That is painful, very, very painful there for Milner Motorsport. Martin Rump is in the car right now. Who committed the speeding fine? I don't know. It's probably when you've got a car within the family and several people are insured on that car, and then the speeding ticket comes in. Was it you? No, it was you. No, it was you. Never mind, they've still got to serve the penalty nonetheless. That is a sore one, as Scuderia Farron go to work with their pit stop, running their car mostly in the GT Silver, which is the way the car is delivered to the customer. Paint code M7V.
That's certainly not the way it was delivered, though, with a big tyre scuff on the front corner.
No, not. You'd hope not.
No, absolutely.
You want your money back.
Yeah. Are you sure this is new? Yeah. Bought some cars off people like that. But this is a great example of hashtag this is endurance. You know, these guys lost a lot of time, and they've put their car back together, and they are enjoying. You know, it's about this series, the 24H series, is about enjoying the driving time. Again, I'll reiterate, it's enjoying the challenge of getting the car to the finish.
Brake change as well for Scuderia Farron. One very used brake pad being kicked across the pit apron there as the Spanish squad go to work, trying to get that battle-scarred Porsche to the end of the race. And you never know what else could happen. Meanwhile, at the other end of the pit lane, RAFA Racing have come in.
I'm actually waiting for the Scuderia Praha pit stop because the Ferrari is sitting in the fueling station. But using my eyes, yes, amazingly, down the other end of the pit lane, the pink and grey snout of the racing Mercedes is coming towards me very slowly. But actually, interestingly, we've also got we've got another one. The top. You probably know, but the competition machine is in at the same time. That's coming in for service as well. I think it might be Klaus Bachler getting on board. It is, something at my feet is the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha. Out has... of the 56 stop and then roll away. So that's most of the top runners in racing. Now, of course, what has happened despite the super fast stop for the 73, they have been overtaking the pit lane thanks to that penalty, but they are leaving the pits. In fact, they just flash by your window almost together.
They did in a burst of colour. Our commentary position is just on pit out, so you also get the really close-up impression of just how unhappy racing cars sound when they're on the pit limiter. They sound just totally upset.
You sound like you're breaking them.
They do sound like they're just about to blow up, but they're not. They're fine. We're also at the point where the drivers are just coming off the power and hitting the brakes and going down the gearbox, so we get that machine gun fire of downshifts. So we've got a perfect commentary box here, which I believe was used as judging by the sticker on the door, it was used by the Dorna commentary team for MotoGP. So there we are.
Does that excite you?
It does a bit, actually. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You've sat in the same chair as who?
It would probably be who is it that does Dorna? Oh, I hope Nick Harris. He's one of my commentary heroes.
You just sit on every chair. You're pretty sure, yeah.
I have sat in them all so far.
Oh, really?
So yeah, we've picked that box. That's good.
That's the Venture Mercedes. That is the only car that we have here this weekend in GT4. They are having a run where they are pushing themselves to the limit and testing their guile. Did Nick find out why and how far over the driver time that they were?
He's got a job list, quite a job list.
He has, yeah. I thought he was already down there, though. I might be wrong. Let's head down to Nick, who's going to answer that question.
I've just moved into a new house, and you're giving me a longer to-do list than my wife does. It's ridiculous. Just go a quick word with Manuel, who's just out of the President Hilbert competition car. Manuel, it's all hotting up in every possible way. The race, the drivers, the track.
Absolutely, yeah. Now that was nearly 1 hour fighting with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which I really enjoyed. Was really fair, and it's
Scuderia Praha got past you.
Yeah. I mean, everybody is, let's say, so under pressure after 1 hour something, so he really forgot to refuel the car, but yeah, can happen.
Plenty of time to make up for it, though.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Right, I'm just going to go and get my pen and paper to write down all these jobs you've given me. No, well, I've gone down there.
I'll be honest.
Can I be honest with you? I've been down there, and I actually don't have any idea what Neville Jones looks like. I don't know if he's 35, 70, slim, chunky. I have no idea who he is.
He's my age, mate.
And
he's my age,
he's your
37.
age.
What are you laughing at?
There's no one in there wearing overalls. See what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring my new cameraman with me, and we're going to film. We're going to film the venture pit, and you're going to tell me. No, this is
Bishop.
Why, who's he?
He's a kid who I give his first ever job in motorsport.
Oh, right, so he doesn't like you then?
He's the engineer.
Right, so he'll know
Yes.
it. We're going down together, and I'm going to get you to film the garage.
No, not at all. You can talk. Neville is a very experienced rally driver, so you can talk to him about that, because I know how much you love it.
That doesn't mean I know what he looks like.
He's
so who am I
really
asking for?
Ask for Daniel Bishop.
He's Daniel Bishop, okay.
He's on the back wall.
Hello. I'm looking for Daniel Bishop. Is that Daniel Bishop? Right, he's pretending to be on the radio, not to talk to us now.
Is.
Yeah.
Tell him I asked him.
I will.
I'm his first boss in TV.
Excuse me, Joe Bradley wants to ask you some questions. Apparently you still owe him some days' holiday or something. I don't know. On a serious note, you picked up a penalty for driver time. What was it? Really, like 5 seconds, or did you make a horrible mistake? It was 20 minutes.
It was just over. So we were, we've got a bit of not a free hit, but we're trying to give the drivers maximum driver time. Trying a few bits and pieces in the race, and we just snuck over the 2 hours.
Was that because those last couple of laps weren't fast enough, or just a basic calculation error?
Yeah, it's difficult because the traffic at the minute seems to be coming in clumps, so we're getting 4 cars in one sector. So that over the last 2 laps just put us over, but it's fine.
Bit of damage in the front of the car as well, I see. I mean, that's obviously all part of a 12-hour race, but it's not particularly car limiting?
No, just all just superficial damage, just a bit of tape on the front, and it's all good.
Final question, because I saw when you stopped last time, a man got a bicycle pump out and pumped up something in the engine. What was that about?
We were just increasing the water pressure. It was nothing, no drama. It just triggered the alarm. So just to get rid of the alarm, we just boosted it at the stop.
And thank you very much. Go back to talking to someone else. And apparently you still qualify for luncheon vouchers, so that's okay. Thank you.
What does that even mean?
You employed him, you got luncheon vouchers.
Got him a burger. That was all he was. That's all he got paid, actually. He got paid in luncheon vouchers.
You owe him a luncheon voucher. I'm just saying, he's answered my questions. Therefore, you're officially his employer again, and his national insurance number is 81 35 27 BL3.
Thank you. So that answers. We had a.
Is that it for the to-do list now? I haven't got to decorate the bathroom or anything. Is that fine?
Sit down in the shade, Nick. We had a few people asking who were actually following the race of the. I'm right. I think what Daniel said there, they're just trying a few things and they're going through, when they get to Paul Ricard for round 4, they're not going to be alone in GT4. So they're going to give themselves experience of pushing those windows and pushing the envelopes and just seeing how close they can get. And they've probably learned from that, Peter, that maybe they pushed that a little bit too much. So the margin of error, we'll just pull back on that.
Might well have a switch here for what is 3rd position at the moment, but was the battle for the lead before the previous pit stop, where Red Ant Racing and Proton Huber Competition battling away. Yannick Red Ant is at the wheel of the Mercedes for Red Ant Racing right now, but Klaus Bachler is right on his tail. So after serving that penalty, Klaus Bachler has got the bit between his teeth right now, and he is underneath the rear wing of that Mercedes as they head towards Kervoni now. 240 kilometers an hour through the apex here, and Bachler gets through. He sets up a perfect draft, and Yannick Red Ant just plays it clever, doesn't fight it too hard, and Bachler goes through. And now they've got 4 hours of Bachler driving time to use. This will be his 3rd hour that he's on to now, so effectively they've got 1 more stint left to use of him after this, if you like.
Yes.
So that's so they're trying to use it as much as possible. Also, Manuel Manuel Lauk. He might well be done actually, driver time wise, because they've got to get quite a lot of time done for the combination of Jörg Dreisaw and Konstantin Dressler. They've got to do 6 hours between them. They've got to do half the race between them. So, you know, that's Konstantin Dressler's still got a lot to do. Jörg Dreisaw's got some to do. So that the Proton car, they've got a driver time conundrum that they've got to crack. Whereas Red Ant, they don't have any minimum or maximum to worry about. They're all semi-pros, so they all can do as much or as little as they wish.
The maximum they can do in any one stint is 2 hours.
2 hours. That's
what
the only thing to worry about. Yeah.
And you've got to kind of balance that and kind of match that with your fuel stops.
Yeah.
And these cars can go just over an hour, so you can push just over an hour with a driver, but then you've got to bring him in a bit earlier into the next hour, towards the next hour, because of the driver stint time. Very clever regulation.
It is, yeah. And
from the organisers, that is.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really good. There's Backler now with a bit of clean air ahead of him. He put in an absolute best sector in Sector 1. And as Daniel Bishop, the engineer for Venture Engineering, said just a few moments ago, the traffic is coming in clumps, so you do see these lap times that just disappear. They're great laps, and then all of a sudden hit a bit of traffic, and then it's gone. But Backler driving so neat and tidy as he comes out of turn 16, not anywhere near the track limit there, using all the room on the curb and the entry to turn 1 as our drone team, the Dutch drone gods, for those enjoying the pictures on Preventing Motorsport TV on YouTube, and if you're listening in on RS1, get yourself onto Preventing Motorsport TV as well, because the Dutch drone gods, as they're called, Tim and the team are doing an amazing job trying to keep up with Klaus Backler. You know, you've got a fast drone if you can keep up with him.
yeah, fast drone driver.
Yes,
is the thing.
Are they a pilot?
Yeah.
I suppose they're a pilot.
Yeah, I think the class is a pilot.
Yeah.
Well, you have to have a pilot's license or something, or you have to register. I mean, we're in Italy, so I'm not sure, but certainly in the UK. I mean, in the UK, you wouldn't be able to follow a car on the track, that's for sure. And the MSUK don't allow that. I think they're missing out, really. Some absolutely awesome perspectives. If you are following on the live stream, if you're out in the garden or playing golf or doing the decorating, then we'll try and describe as much as we can the footage from the drone. But right now, we'll head down to the pits as the Viper Nisa Mercedes comes in underneath Nick's nose.
It came out by my feet, really. It came on my nose. I've been standing in the wrong place, to be honest. Which wouldn't be the first time, let's be honest about that as well. Anyway, so the car is in. It is having its tyres changed. It's had a driver change already. They're very, very swift driver change. One of the things that helps is that both the drivers are quite diminutive, and they're able to slide in and slide out really, really quickly. So I would say if you're running a Mercedes team, smaller stature certainly speeds up the whole event. 5's away, and they are off and going, and that was a very, very slick stop. And it was, I think was it Dennis who was in there? Dennis? I'm making names up now. Who was in the car before? Who was in the car who got out, guys? You must know this answer.
Dominic Ang.
Dominic, that was it. Dominic, who was, of course, in earlier. We were with Dominic in more happy circles, because last time I spoke to him, the car had a problem.
Yeah, that's the car that did a Control-Alt-Delete, isn't it?
That seemed like a good fun stint for you.
Yeah, I think it was quite good. Second stint again, just to continue after the car being fixed. So just keep running now.
And how different is it now in race conditions to how it was when you were practicing?
Well, the track temperature that is much warmer, and also the brakes. Now we are running almost 4 or 5 hours really. Yeah, so the brakes as well is not as good as when we are running in the practice. Yeah.
And are you trying to run to a time, or are you trying to run as fast as possible? Have you got a set time in your mind to stick to for safety's sake?
We are trying to feel safe to go long, and also trying to still push to a certain time. Yes, yeah. So, but not to drop too far back as well. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I'm profit of 2. Apparently, your car's is going slightly slowly at the moment on track. It's not getting up to speed. Well, let's just go to speed. Who got into the car? Who replaced you in the car?
Douglas replaced me. Yeah. Team.
Douglas in there. I think he's just warming things. It's fine. He's just warming things up. It's okay. It's getting used to it. It's not a problem. Though actually, everyone else looks quite. There's quite a lot of consternation behind him as well. People checking the screens. Yeah. well, I almost managed to get a positive interview with Douglas, but there
While
we go.
we were catching up with Dominic there, Klaus Bachler has lowered the lap record once again with a 1 minute 32.688. It's 1.7 seconds quicker than we saw last year in this event. Michelin tyre performing very, very well indeed.
Douglas Koo is...
No, this isn't a what an outlap. This is the problem.
I'm not sure that is him sort of easing himself into this stint. I think they've got a problem.
There's a problem.
Yeah, the consternation, Nick, is it?
But they've laid a rear tyre. I can't say it's a left or a right rear tyre. They've laid a rear tyre which has got light usage into the pit lane. So I think he has a warning or even a flat of one of the rear tyres. And he's obviously coming back under slow speed. Nothing else has really been prepared apart from this tyre. The dollies aren't being repaired either, so they do seem to be sure that it's actually a pressure warning. I'll wait to see when he comes in. I have no idea which corner he's. I'm about to say as he rounds. And
nearly there with you, Nick. Shouldn't be long.
Oh, yeah, they are coming out. Now they've changed their mind again, and now they've taken that tyre back out again. And the man's put it on the air jack hose, which is particularly unuseful. And that tyre's gone back. That tyre's got in and out more often than the Okie Kokie at the local nightclub. It's back out again now.
Quite a physical effort to shake it all about, though. The tyre on it.
Do you know what? At my age, it always is a physical effort to shake it all about. Anyway, so in he comes, the Viper car. It's going to. I think I can't read him. I'm going to guess they're going to run round, or is it a rear left? The rear left looks inflated, but it's coming off. That's interesting. It looks absolutely fine. The rear. Oh no, they're having a bit of a shifty to see if it might be the pins or the actual disc. It got a kind of a light brushing. Back they go on again. There's nothing that seems obviously wrong with that tyre that came off. It certainly wasn't looking flat. But away they go again, and they're going to give it another go. And they're now having a good old look at the tyre. I'll have a good look at the tyre as well. Not like my tyre expertise, but certainly doesn't look like it's got any problems with it. It seems fine.
You're going to have to see how much pressure's in it, Nick, before you can...
Well, it didn't look... When it came in, it didn't look like it was flat. Now, it's possible that, it was 5, 6, 7 pounds down.
Yeah.
It doesn't visibly look good, but you realise you've got a problem or a slow puncture. So, it's not going to work as a racing tyre, whilst it might work as something to keep the exhaust off the ground. But that's been done, and then to my right, the RPM car's coming in. The Cron Aviation machine, the lime green and blue. Now the unmistakable physique of Tracy Cron about to get in, and not quite sure he's getting out. They've been quite, is it Philip Hamprick? They've been quite light on the Hamprick time. And out he gets, in gets Tracy. Full service in this one. They're happy with the brakes this time, because obviously they needed them about an hour ago. And they get this very... First, unique. It's not unique. It's just a kind of very on-brand green machine. Even though officially the car is run by RPM Racing, and we are obviously for many years we were used to Cron Racing coming to Le Mans in the same colours. Do you think Tracy still has to have the super strong driver's door that he used to have to have?
I don't remember that story actually, Nick. So you might want to remind us. There is a story behind Tracy choosing that bright green livery.
Well, I do the door and you do the livery. So I do the door now. So basically, when he was many years ago, when he was racing at Le Mans and other places, and obviously he's a very, very wealthy oil baron, effectively. He could not get insured unless he had a reinforced driver's door. So his door had big reinforcement in it. Compared to, normally the doors in these sports cars weigh about half a kilogram. He had about 20 kilograms of door reinforcement for insurance reasons. That's my story.
Wow, that's a great... I never knew that.
Neither did I. Nick Johnson, if he's hanging around the garage, he'll be able to ask you, Nick. He'll be able to answer you, Nick, and also he'll be able to answer the story of the Cron Aviation livery. Something to do with being noticed, and you've got to see. You can never. I've never been able to miss his car since we've been.
Well, that's true. They're actually having trouble getting him in. There's a kind of a strapping in issue that's going on at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's going on. The belts, obviously, there's quite a big difference in Tracy's shape to Philippe Hamprecht's shape, and they are having a little bit of problem with the 6
He's very tall, this Tracy, isn't he?
He's a big man. He is He's a lovely guy, a lovely little chap.
I think he's about 6'5"
now last year. I think he's 6'7".
Is he really?
Yeah, must be something like that.
He's very big guy. He's very imposing. He's a really nice
He's a lovely
bloke,
guy.
actually.
Yeah, I've known him for years.
But this has cost him a few seconds, unfortunately.
That is a shame.
Is the wheel adjustment? Is there something wrong with the wheel adjustment, Nick?
No, it was belts. Now, I don't, again, it's hard to say exactly the problem. Possibly ABC, but the belt's what they're mainly going for.
Okay, let's stay with you, Nick. Is there another Nick there of Swedish
there
descent?
There is Nick Johnson. I'm basically, this is the Nick Johnson show. I'm really sorry, Nick, but we need to ask you another question because it's come up. We need to know the story about the colour scheme for the Cron Aviation cars.
Yeah, well, basically back in, when was that? Back in 05 or something. No, earlier than that, actually, like 03 or something. We were in Italy, me, Tracy, and a couple other guys, and he walked into a store and found a polo shirt of that color, and he said, that's the color we need to kind of be seen, on the track everywhere. So that's actually the true story. That he found a polo shirt in a small store in, I think it was Vienna, actually, and that's how the color came up.
Well, no one tried to talk him out of it, but no, you're the boss, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the story, and yeah, so he's called it the chrome green, obviously, for been so for long, many years. But that's
ask him about the door, Nick.
I'm surprised he hasn't patented that or copyrighted that one to try and sell chrome green.
Yeah, well, he used it for everything. Like he has it on his airplane, he has it on race cars, and obviously sunglasses and everything else, right? But yeah, so it's a pretty cool thing, it really is.
Whilst we're talking about history, I remember hearing a story several years ago that Tracy had to use a special reinforced door. Was that correct?
I'm not sure about that. No.
One of those rumours that go around.
Reinforced door.
Yeah, for insurance reasons.
No.
That's something. The recognition. I've heard that story before.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about a lot of stuff back then in those days, but no, we didn't have any reinforced doors or anything like that. No, we didn't.
Andrew, just a quick one. Was it just a simple issue with belts just then, or was it steering wheel as well?
Yeah, no, it was a belt issue. Yeah, we couldn't get them, loosened up. Basically, I think when you get like sweaty and like they start to kind of get wet.
Wetty gossip.
Oh, the ETP race is back in again, by the way.
They are obviously on a shakedown, aren't they? I mean, they've completed 87 laps, which isn't bad, but...
I just walked past them and it's like, oh, there they are again. In fact, they don't look particularly upset at the moment, so obviously they have accepted this is going on for the rest of the day.
It's a shame, and it's incident, isn't it?
It was expensive and unfortunate, that accident they had, and one of those things where it must have been particularly galling. And this is going to go back to the experience we all have on sim racing, which is the closer we get. But when you get punted off by someone and they carry on willy-nilly and you're in bits in the fence with the 27 minutes repairs and you're following their race, willing them to have another accident because they've got away with like a 4X and you've been destroyed. And I assume this is very similar, only of course it's actually real money and real cars.
Yeah, I think the sentiment and the emotion's still the same though, Nick. Perhaps a bit more.
That's basically, it's a sentiment that Peter would have had if you'd done what you wanted to do, which was fence him last night.
It was only a bit of fun, remember? Thankfully, you reminded me of that.
I think it would have been hospital if Joe had decided.
Yeah, I had the Nick Damon lecture going anyway. Bradley, this is a bit of fun. This is not real. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. So I took it as a bit of fun. Another car that's stuck in the pits, and it looks like it's out of the race, is the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. That rear end damage. Nick, I'm going to give you another job of maybe just in passing, if you want to pop in. They did say they were going to check the damage on that number 909 car and see if they could repair it. They've dropped to the bottom of the order now. They're about 10, 11 laps off the car ahead of them. Overall, that is, as well as in class, and it looked like they may be going to pull the plug on that one.
Speaking of cars that have been in the pits for a long time, Milner Motorsport, 22 minutes.
Yes, noticed that one. So that's maybe at the top of Nick's mission list.
Is right at the top of the list.
Milner Motorsport car 921 has been in the pits for just over 22 minutes. Now, didn't Nick watch that car have a brake change?
Yes.
And then didn't it resume?
Yes.
Or did it stay in the pits after that brake change?
Don't remember. No, it didn't. No, it went after that. So that's when 921 Milner Motorsport in the pits for 22 minutes. They've been a quick car all season, and the results have not gone their way. Had various things. They actually were taken out by their team car at Spa in the first lap, and had to fight back, and actually didn't lose any more time to the leaders. They would have been in the fight for the win. Nick, what have you got for us?
Yes, they absolutely sneaked in whilst I was doing the rest of my to-do list. They are looking. They're about to put the bars on for stringing the car. They had the car being strung a second ago. I'm trying to avoid being hit by the string. I'm not sure this means they're about to go, but they've been working quite hard on it. One of the drivers at the back.
Marcel Duc is the chief engineer there. He may be here, or he may be at the Nürburgring.
Probably
Martin Rupp was driving.
Quick question. What's the problem with the car?
So after we had a contact in like 2 stints before, and the car wasn't going straight also. In the straight, the steering was a little bit bent. And yeah, the front steering rod failed. That's why also we went into the gravel. So yeah, it failed. We changed it now. Also changed the brakes. So if one thing, we can change that, and also the brakes. So anyways, we have to do it. So in one pain, we have 2 pains resolved. Well,
yeah, let's look at the positive. Well, another positive, boys, is the car's actually coming out. So luckily you directed me that one. We could have missed the entire drama. So basically to sum up, they had a bit of a coming together. It took about an hour and a half, but the part finally broke. It was the steering rod. They replaced the track arm, and they've also done the brakes as well. So they should be good to the end now, I think.
That was the incident with the Scuderia Farron car, which the Farron car picked up a penalty for it when they got together at the very fast turn 12 and 13 section. So yeah, just something that just reared its ugly head, unfortunately, after a little more running. So Martin Rump looked like he was staying in the car there. That's a shame, because they were really in the fight for the podium. They may still well be, though. There could be plenty other things. And with all these brake changes that are having to do in that 992 category, Joe, you know, there's nothing is guaranteed at all, as we've only just gone past half race distance.
And what I can't get my head around is the GT3 cars are reckoning they can go the 12 hours without a brake change.
Yeah, that's bizarre. That's
both cars having ABS.
It must be something to do with the 992 Cup car being rear-engined, and even more rear-engined than its equivalent GT3 car.
Yeah, because we've got rear-engine Porsches in GT3.
We had this at Monza, but there's rear-engine and there's rear-engine. The Cup car is more engine to the back than the GT3. The GT3 is pushed as far forward as it can be for a rear engine.
It's not as far forward as the GTE version.
No, not as much as
the last iteration.
No, which was mid-engine. But we saw this at Monza 2 years ago in very, very hot temperatures, and the 992s were popping rear left tyres almost every 3 or 4 laps. It seemed that another car had a problem with the tyre, and it's same again, and it was only the 992s it was happening to. So you know, they are a unique machine, and sometimes they can throw up unique problems. And unless Kyle Tilley was easing us away by saying they weren't planning a brake change, and they actually were, and he didn't want to reveal it to his competitors, that's a possibility. But our hogs in the pit lane are going to keep watching it.
Yeah, there is that possibility. We are inside the second half, would you believe? I've got to say, the first 6 hours of this race has absolutely flown by. We've had a lot of everything, really. Incident, drama, intrigue, a lot of penalties being thrown out, a lot of infringements and rules being broken, which is all part of the game that we play. But now, Peter, when we talk about the strategies and positions with regards to where the pit stops are going to flip-flop through the, you know, cars aren't going to pit stop necessarily together. They're going to be some cars pit stopping 40 minutes after another group of cars, and this is where we get closer. That's the clock ticks. Time is running out to get that correct. That back timing element of race tactic is what we do, and time is running out with regards to getting into that position where you're basically fueled and ready to go for the last window of fuel, whether that's an hour or an hour and 15 or an hour and 20, whatever it may be. That's what your target is.
We've only had 3 code 60s in just over 6 hours as well, so it's averaging about 1 every 2 hours. So you can't really rely on that. You know, there's every possibility of going green all the way to the end. You know, that's not out with the realms of possibility. If you look at the kind of burn rate so far, it could happen. So the teams have they've got to try and anticipate what they do at the moment. It's throw fuel and tires at it as much as possible. And interestingly, Dwight Merriman in the 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari, he's been in the car for an hour and 11 minutes on 1 tank of fuel. That's amazing stint length in a GT3 car. To get that to run, he's done 42 laps on his stint. Well, let's get more from Nick Damon in the pit lane.
As Joe told me to, and they are finishing their alignment. They've had the laser alignment on it. They've managed to use a large amount of tank tape to cover up the gaping hole on the left-hand side. The damage on the second instant with Luke was on the right-hand side. That's been fixed. It's on the medium jacks. My guess, I'm going to get the real information. I'm going to see what the man himself, Mr. Trustwell, is going to tell me. Paul, are you going out again?
Yes.
So it was a simple kind of basically realign and off you go.
No, a bit more than that. So the damage that was done when we hit the pit wall was actually quite extensive. Evo went out and did a couple of laps and decided that it wasn't worth continuing, so we decided to fix it properly. The thing is, because all these guys have jobs to do during the week, actually having them here for the rest of the day, they might as well work on the car, get the thing fixed here, because otherwise they'll be working, because they only work Wednesday evenings, you see. The rule is they go to the workshop on a Wednesday evening, work on the car for a couple of hours and then go down to the pub.
That sounds great.
Well, absolutely. That's why so many people like working with Red Camel. But when there's a lot of work to do on the car, then they have to work a little bit later. When there's nothing to do on the car, they can get to the pub a little bit earlier. So getting it done now is kind of putting the money in the bank for the next few Wednesdays, being able to go down to the pub.
This is a very good idea. So basically, you will fix the problem now for more beer later.
Exactly. So we're going to fix the car. Evo still wants to do some laps because he hasn't done any.
And it's his car.
It's 12 hours. We're only just halfway through, so there's plenty of time. And more seriously, there are points to be scored in the championship, so we want to get those points in the bag. We have to drop 1 score, but it's nice to drop a big score rather than a small score.
And you did, yes, and just if you turn around there, you'll see that Evo's actually getting in the car right now. Well, there are very few open face helmet men left, and they're going to up and running, and that means you've got to start strategizing.
Well, I don't think there'll be much more strategy from here on in, but we do need to make sure we don't break the drive time rules or anything like that. But no, I mean, we'll treat the rest of the race as a proper race. You know, everybody's here because they want to be here. We're having fun, and we're going to do that until the end of the race.
So thanks, Paul. And that car should be going out in the, well, I would say the next minute probably. Actually, the tyres are going back on again, and Evo's on board. The lights are on. And it's going to get waved. I think it's still sitting on a central jack that might have to come out. That's on wood, so I'm not sure they're going to get that one out, but never mind. But they're going to take off the high jacks, put it on the medium jacks, and then out will come Evo.
What an utterly brilliant story of how that team is put together and operated. I knew that they were weekend volunteers. The story about the Wednesday nights of getting together and prepping the car for the next race is utterly brilliant. And consider this, coming into this round 3, they were leading the 992 championship after winning round 1 at Mugello and round 2 at Spa. They're still on this dynamic championship table, still running second with this lowly points finish, which is where they're going to finish, where they are now. And if Holmgaard continue to run third, if Van Berlo Motorsport continue to lead, RPM is second. RPM are going to finish this one in 5.5 hours or so. taking the championship lead from a team that gets together on a Wednesday night, does a bit of prep and then heads down to the pub. That is utterly brilliant.
That sounds like the race team you want to be a part of.
Absolutely, not the 16-hour-a-day, 7 days a week jobs I've been doing.
Yeah, you did it all wrong.
Forget that.
Should have been with Red Camel. Yes, amazing stuff. Well, let's see where they can get to. The Zivo Breukers heads out with that car, but leading in 992 is the Van Berlo Motorsport crew. Have just come into fuel from the lead of the race. Meanwhile, the number 69 Continental Racing Audi, run by Simpson Motorsport, is in 5th position at the moment. Just about a minute and a half behind their fellow AM-class Audi of the 71 Juta machine, the Circle K-backed car, red and white machine. And then just behind, in fact, this battle on track for position between the Continental Audi of Andrei Solyksev. He's been chased down by Maciej Weibo. Last time by, Weibo was quite a bit quicker. He was 0.8 of a second quicker. So Scuderia Praha Ferrari looking to move up into the overall top 5. They sit second in Pro-Am as well at the moment, but they've got their eyes set on overall honours as well as in their class. But they'll have to try and run down Andrei Solyksev in the Audi, which has proven to be a really fast package this weekend here at Misano. That mid-engined 5.2 litre V10 absolutely singing, and particularly in an AM trim where they have a slightly bigger air restrictor to give it a little bit more power, it's very, very quick indeed. But Maciej Weibo, the Slovakian entrepreneur and CEO, is giving chase in the Ferrari as they come up through the latter point of Sector 2. The first sector is very much the way of Maciej Weibo. Managed to take half a second out in the first sector, then another 0.2 in Sector 2. So that gap is going to come down all the time. Maciej Weibo getting really close to the Continental Racing Audi for 5th position at the moment here at Misano. Weibo driving for the Scuderia Praha team. But one team are having a very successful day so far at the Van Berlo Motorsport crew, and they've come to join Nick Damon.
They're doing a full service, tyres and driver. Actually, I think they do the rear brakes, which is interesting. I think on the left-hand side, yeah, they're doing rear brakes as well, which is first time I've seen rear brakes being done. Kai Van Berlo's got in, which makes me think it's Marcel Van Berlo has done his hours, I believe, the dad. This means obviously Glenn Van Berlo got out. They are just, so the delay on this one is his rear brakes, which is taking a little while. Real effort on the spreader there from this young engineer mechanic. And of course the problem is you're dealing with things which are several hundred degrees, and they have got the very thick gloves and the asbestos arm protectors and everything, but it's still a bit of a pain, to put it mildly. Actually, I wonder whether that and the pad that's come out of there is possibly attached to a bit of string. That's weird. The string on his pad. I'm not going to touch it because I'm stupid to burn myself. I've done that in the past, by the way. Burnt myself on things. Yes, they've taken out some pads from the rear. Let's see what Van Berlo has to say. So, all going quite well, leading the class.
Yeah, it's going well so far. Still a long ways to go, but pace is there. My brother and my dad did a really good job in their stints as well. Degradation on the brakes is really high, so we initially thought we had to change it just once, but now we already changed it, so we need to change another time. But I guess it's the same for all Porsche. So.
This is the first time the three of you have driven together, or is it something you've done quite a lot before?
Well, we've done it once in Spa, the 12 hours, but it was back in 2020, so it's been a long time.
And is it different when all your teammates are also your relatives?
Yeah, it is different. Before you say something, you think twice, I would say. But on the other hand, you can be unfiltered to family members. Whereas with teammates, normally, yeah, you need to be careful what you're saying as well.
So you're allowed to tell your dad he's too slow then?
If he is, I would say him that. But he's doing quite a good job so far, so nothing to worry.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks.
I like that. Stand up for your dad, definitely. Nick Damon trying to draw Glenn Van Berlo there, but no, team spirit is strong there, and yeah, very much a family affair. Father Martel driving with Kai and Glenn, and the mum there too. So it's a full Van Berlo family outing here on the Adriatic coast in Misano. One thing we haven't had is a proper ice cream, actually. We need to sort that out before we go.
You mean gelato?
Yes.
A gelato. Anybody wants to bring us a gelato? Feel free.
Well, yes, we're in
box number 8.
We're in box number 8, and just to put out, if anyone would like to bring us a gelato, we would love you forever.
Yes. Yes. Why haven't we had gelato?
We were too busy
since we got to Italy. Yes, that was our gelato time, wasn't it?
It was.
The gelato should have gone to the person who came last in that first race. Was that you?
Yes.
Or was it? Did Nick beat you in the first race?
He did. Yeah, comfortably. But I got my own back when I got a significantly faster car in the second race.
Well, there's always the look of the draw, isn't there, in those places?
Yeah, my balance of performance was definitely better in the second race. Nick Damon still thinks I broke track limits. I had an accident, basically. Well, I don't think it was breaking track limits. I didn't gain any time. It's just that he didn't pass me, that's all. It's the only difference.
Have we mentioned, I heard you mention earlier, just before the Van Berlo interview, that we've had 3 Code 60s. There've been 3 very quick Code 60s, though, Peter. We haven't really had a chunk of time that has been at 60 kilometres. So the first one came at, and I'll give you the time of day for this, 10:28 to 10:42. What's that? 14 minutes. 11:26 to 11:31.
5 minutes.
That's 5 minutes. 12:41 to 12:45. That's 4 minutes.
And the first one was like a pretty significant clear up to do. 14 minutes to clear up one very damaged Aston Martin, lift it up.
40 minutes, that's relatively longish.
But then they had to drive the truck all the way around the racetrack. There was no cut in. They had to drive all the way around the racetrack.
Yes.
So that's fair play.
Yeah.
We had this at Mugello where the Italian marshals are just fantastic. They're really, really good. You have to go in every year. You have to go back and get your Italian marshal license. And the way that they, not that it's bad anywhere else, of course not, but they are always thinking the Italian marshals are fantastic. And at Mugello, it was a really tricky condition, so that we had Code 60 after Code 60 after Code 60, people just dipping off into the gravel, and the team were kept very busy there and kept us on the move.
Nick, can you hear us? If you can, say hello, because I've got a fan of yours. Do you know an Edward Pickering in Japan? Is he? Well, Nick is a great interview. He's also very drunk at the moment. Very early. It's very late in Japan, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yes, he's big in Japan.
Probably
on the beer
at the moment. Midnight on a Saturday night in Japan. That is the place to be.
Yeah, I would think so. He's probably saki'd up to the roof. I got very, very drunk on sake once in Japan.
And became very sake.
Well, no, I then had to go to the Grand Prix the following day. My head hurt. It's not very conducive. Formula 1 pit lanes and hangovers. Luckily, there's only a practice.
People look up to you as a role model. You should do better.
Do they?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
They must have very low standards.
I've got somebody joining in with the chat. Erwin Grevin joins in with the chat regarding track limits, and that each circuit with an FIA grading is homologated, including the track limits. The safety features like barriers and gravel traps are designed with the track limits in mind, which we absolutely fully understand. However, at the little car track that adjoins the Misano circuit here, the track limits were absolutely thrown out the window by some of us.
By Scottish people.
I mean, we understand. We understand that, and that's the reason why the track limits are certainly in the 24 series are placed so rigorously and so strictly.
Oh, no, a little bit of consternation going on.
Okay, I'm with it. The front left wasn't on properly, guys. It got dropped down before the front left got had the 69, the Continental Raceway Simpson Motorsport car that came in. Everything else was going great, and then they just dropped it. There's a bit of a row going on now. But if I look the other way, let's avoid the row. It's a lovely family atmosphere in this pit lane, and the Haas team are in. So the Haas RT, they are doing a full service and driver change as well with their Audi. It's 2 hours the price of one. Chris Verdonk there in a gilet. He's obviously a much chillier person than me, but in a gilet at this moment. It's very nice at the moment. Jeff McKee's got out, and they fly away with that Audi. Very good full service, no rowing. Oh, a round of applause. They're showing off now. So we know how to do a service for an Audi. You don't. You know, we'll clap about it. I'll see if I can go a quick row with Jeff. He takes his helmet off, which is hopefully quite soon. I'll talk about myself.
Well, Haas-RT maybe winning that race on pit lane there of the Audi Cruise.
He did, and Jeff now got his helmet off, and so the first thing anyone wants to do is have a word with me. Jeff, a hot hour, but I think a fun stint.
Yes, it's always nice to be driving on the front. You know, it's a lovely car, the Audi. For sure, the V10 was a nice run, pretty hot, but feeling was pretty good. I think we were leading the race. Now we're just fighting to be on the top, and make the gap as big as possible. Now it's going good, yeah.
How much is the temperature affecting the car? We're hearing it's really hard to get the heat out of the machine.
You know, I'm not sure to be exactly, but I think it probably will be around 33, 35 maybe. And you can put on the AC, but it will take a bit of power, and we are going for everything, so we don't put on the AC for maximum power for sure.
So you do the whole Michael Schumacher thing. He hated AC.
Yeah, it's true. It's out, but luckily we have one bottle of water. It's not enough sometimes, but you know, all the little bits help.
Well, to give you a clue, if you go stand in the shade, there's a nice cooling breeze out the back.
Yes, in the shade it's nice because there's as well a lot of wind. Well, it's also involving a little bit of driving. You know, with a lot of headwinds, you can feel it in the car, but now it's going very well. Let's keep up this pace and maybe we can win.
Best luck, Jeff.
Thank you.
Have you always seen? I managed to. Do you know that Michael Schumacher hated air conditioning, or hates air conditioning? He's not actually passed away, of course. He's not around much. He hated air conditioning completely. You'd walk into places with many people, and Michael would walk in and he'd want the air conditioning turned off, so the rest of us had a nice sweat while he did it. He got out. He won the Malaysian Grand Prix. He won the Malaysian Grand Prix. He got out of the car without one bead of sweat on him.
Was he even a human being then?
It's really doubtful some days.
Yeah, I mean, that's bizarre, isn't it?
So just...
thought he was a great bloke, though. I'm in the minority there, but I thought he was a great bloke.
I never knew him, so yeah, we'll take your word for it, Nick.
Continental Racing just debriefing a bit over that pit stop. Just the car...
The chap in the white shirt, that's Julian Simpson. He's the team principal.
Yep. When he pulled the air jack out, the car went down and the front left tire change hadn't been done.
That's why they were shouting him forward.
Yes, to get it back up again. So these things happen. It's that, you know, it's a long week. It's not just the race that we see. It's you know, the qualifying, the practices, the testing. There's a lot of and that's if there's any damage to repair as well. That can, you know, it can be long work for the crews. But but there's pressure on. You know, there's a lot riding. The drivers put a lot into being in the car, and there's a lot that they expect too. So very tricky in there. Things can go wrong, and it just shows you when you see a really well pulled off pit stop how, you know, we almost take them for granted a little bit, but when you see a really well pulled off pit stop, you think that is just poetry in motion. The combination of everybody working together in symphony, everybody doing their job.
It's like a choreographed ballet.
Yes.
It is choreographed.
You like your ballet, and you know
I'm a fan of ballet, yeah.
Yes.
And I've also choreographed pit stops.
Yes.
Because it is an important part of any motorsport. I mean, you know, you choreograph who's going to be where and who's going to do what, and you've got to practice that. These teams will practice that.
Yeah, of course.
That car hasn't just turned up and everybody's gone, yeah, what do we do now? They know exactly what, and everybody knows what to do. And the thing with the air jack coming down, he would have been given, you know, there's a process of when you pull that off and the car goes off, and everything has to be in place for that individual to be able to do that. He hasn't been given the right information to say, don't pull that because the front wheel is not on. So something's gone wrong there. And Julian's experienced, so experienced, he'll be getting to the bottom of why that happened, why that was allowed to happen, so that it doesn't happen again. Because it's quite dangerous as well. You could lower the car onto somebody's foot or something.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking a car of nearly 1,300 kilos. Yeah, it's going to hurt if it ends up. And just, yeah, the air jack, there's effectively like a plug at the back of the car where the air jack goes in and it lifts the car up, and as soon as it's pulled out, the car will drop. So it's very much part of the choreography of that, but not too much time lost, to be honest. Luckily, they caught it before the car was asked to drive off. That would be where there's more of an issue. So 5 hours and 35 minutes to go. We're well into the second half of this Michelin 12 Hours of Misano, round 3 of the championship. We kicked off in Mugello before progressing over to Spa in Belgium. Next up we go to Paul Ricard in July, and then closing off with our traditional finale, the end of September. We go to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the Trophy Fermin Vélez. Now, did the trip, are we just following the vortex, just gone past the 888 Cineulagam racing car, which looked to be delayed there. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I saw a flash of purple go by as the, or maybe that's just needing my afternoon cup of tea, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I saw a flash of purple there for the 888 car heading through. Nope, it can't have been, because it's just gone through to complete the lap, so no problem there for Cineulagam. But Vortex, they're pushing on nearly into the top 15 now. They're the only car running in the GTX class, which is a pity for them, because they've had a great season so far. They've won the GTX category in the first 2 rounds against competition, mainly in the form of the IRC GT, the Australian machine, which sadly isn't here this weekend. It's attended the first 2 rounds, but not this one. Hopefully we'll see them back at Paul Ricard. We'll hear that amazing V8 machine, which kind of looks and sounds like a V8 supercar. We'll hear that going down the Mistral straight.
I don't know, you know what? We are talking about Vortex here, aren't we?
No, the IRC GT against the Vortex.
Ah, right, yeah. So, you know what? Can you imagine if we had 10 Vortex?
Oh.
10 Chevy V8s.
Oof.
That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
It would be very cool. Yeah. Certainly sonorous anyway, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Haas RT, this is quite big. Haas RT have just received a track limits infringement penalty. 10 seconds is the penalty, so they will have to serve that at an upcoming pit stop. And they are very much in the fight for the victory. Make no mistake about it. This is a race where the 73 Proton Huber car is taking a turn at the front. So is the Red Ant Mercedes. So has this Haas RT Audi, and indeed the Jutta Audi number 71 as well. And it all depends where, you know, who's on what part of the strategy. It's actually, they're all got a little bit of an edge at one point of the race, but I would say in general the Haas RT car is the car to watch for in terms of where they sit overall on strategy. But that 10 seconds won't help. Meanwhile, Klaus Bachler has just lowered the lap record again, 1:32.645. Every time he gets in that car, he just lights the timing screen up.
It doesn't matter where he is in the race or where he can, you know, he just produces those lap times, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's been in the car 50 minutes, and he's just put a purple lap time in. What, to optimize tyres, Peter? Not so much on a heavy car. On those tyres that have done 50 minutes, the car is light, and he's putting in a 32.6, which is the quickest lap we've seen all day long. He's a special entity, is Klaus Bachler. We've got a few specials here with us at Misano this weekend.
I think he's
he is
the cream of the cream, isn't he?
He's pretty good, isn't he?
Yes, definitely. Now, for those enjoying our pictures on Creventic Motorsport TV, or indeed if you're listening in on RS1, the part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we've had a uniform change in the commentary box. Joe Bradley has taken off his beautiful, neatly pressed, I have to say, Creventic pit reporter shirt.
It's an important time.
And he's now got a different shirt. And you're
happening
gonna have to
somewhere in the world.
You're going to have to explain why you've had what you've changed your outfit to, and indeed why.
Well, Hindhoff and I always wear our team shirts when we go to a game and when we're not at the game. And right now, in 3 minutes' time, at Wembley, the championship playoff final is about to kick off between Sheffield United and Sunderland.
Okay.
Now, this shirt I had on Tuesday when we got through to the Wembley final. Hindhoff has got a shirt on, and he is at Spa for the Classic. And no doubt that Hindhoff is doing the same as I'm doing now. I know it's a bit weird.
No.
Right?
No.
This is a winning shirt,
Passion.
right? If we get beat today on this with this shirt on, then it'll go in the wash. But if we win today, this'll see the first. This'll be on next season.
So you say we need to keep that aircon on so it doesn't get too sweaty and smelly, so in case they go on a run. Well, there we go. So that's a little peek behind the scenes of the Global Broadcast Centre, which is currently situated at Pit Out here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, and yes, of course, John Hindhoff, our leader in the Radio Show Limited commentary team, is at the Spa Classic, where he'll be joined by Kyle Tilley tomorrow, who's in this race driving for the number 81 era Ferrari, which is now being driven by Ryan DL for the first time. He's just set that car's best lap of the race, a 133.744. In fact, he's been in the car for 20 minutes. Now, having taken over from Dwight Merriman, by my calculation, that would mean that Merriman and Kyle Tilley's combined driver time is now complete, so DL and Nico Verdonk can basically drive from now to the flag. Red Ant Racing pit stop with Diana Binks.
Yep, Red Ant Racing, number 93, just come into the pit lane. Yannick Red Ant has just jumped out, and Kobe de Boyka. Yes, it got really hot, and John was here actually, and he was running around with shorts on and enjoying it, but of course I don't like wearing shorts, so that wasn't going to happen. But it was really, really hot, and obviously there was a lot of problems with cars because of that heat as well, so we were kept very, very busy in the pit lane.
Yeah, do you prefer the earlier visit to Misano?
I like both, to be honest. I just think it's beautiful here. It's such a great part of the world and the circuit.
It's an enjoyable heat, though, isn't it? It's just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, today it's absolutely perfect. So all good. We've got pit lanes quite clear now. Quite a few people coming in for refueling, so I'll just keep across what's happening as they head their way to this end of the pit lane.
Interestingly, the temperatures on track are going to perhaps going to start dropping in the track temperatures cooling down. So, you know, you've chatted to people down there, and I know you don't just chat on air, but you chat off air as well. And has anybody mentioned anything about any worries regarding tyres and tyre wear? That we've not really had any issues, have we?
Saying that,
I've got a spin there.
Scuderia Praha Ferrari's gone for a spin. Looks like it's one of those self-inflicted drive ones. Can't see any damage, just a slight spin for Matthias Vibo there. No, I think everyone's relatively happy. I think they have been a little bit surprised. The 992 people were a little bit surprised by the brake wear. I think they thought with the massive reduction in temperatures it would be less, but don't forget we're on Michelin tyres now, which are different gripping levels than the Hancooks, so they may have evened each other out.
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is that.
But no one seems particularly concerned. I think the fact is, whilst it's a lovely, lovely, lovely day, the fact is the air temperature is not too silly. The air temperature is 19.
There's a cooling breeze, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think track temperature's boiling. The actual surface of the tarmac.
Now, Michelin tyre engineers will be taking track temperature. Di, if you can hear me, just ask the tyre technician to your left what the track temperature is, because he's just taken a reading on.
I know, but what's the track temperature? Sorry? You've just taken a reading. What's the track temperature?
45.
45, Joe.
Yeah,
45 degrees, so quite hot. Not as hot as last year, as we just sort of said.
I mean, the track temperature is always a lot hotter than the ambient because you haven't got that cooling breeze.
I'm sorry, I looked over and suddenly you look like a barber's pole. It's a bit weird.
What, it'll be red and white shirt? I know.
Yeah.
I'm being professional though and focused on the race.
Personally, I don't want to kind of dig out. This is ideal. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's not raining. This is perfect temperatures to be working in. I think it was interesting. We were talking to the guy who got out the Haas RT machine. And he was saying, well, yeah, it was a bit warm, but I could have turned the air conditioner on, but I'd lost some horsepower if I'd done that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. The 21 car, that was Jeff Michaels, wasn't it? Michaels. Jeff Michaels.
So it is, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, it is a lovely, wonderful Italian coastal sunny day.
Yeah, perfect temperatures here. We had rain during the week. And we had a worried look on everybody's face there because we had the rain was actually spitting during qualifying. It didn't actually dampen the track to any great extent, and we saw a drop off in time, but it came back.
Second and a half off, didn't it?
Yeah, not massive. And then it went away.
I think it's because people got a little bit less keen on using that much curb.
That's right. However, the weather forecast changed, and we've had completely blue skies, beautiful, absolutely perfect weather to go racing. And you know what? There's an element of me, being in the entertainment business, that likes to see a bit of rain. You know, it spices things up.
Had a shower that
yeah, I know, but
up from the sea.
But then
dropped about a goodly 20 minutes of rain, which would then dry up again.
Yeah, but you know what? Yes, sat here doing that or wanting that, but the racer in me likes what we've got now. It's a pure race. Everybody knows what the weather's going to be. It's not going to rain. Everybody's on slick tyres. Everybody's, looking towards the next 5.5 hours of this event, and everybody's getting towards that important stage of any kind of race, and that the important stage being towards the checkered flag. That's the thing.
I mean, we have 5 hours 23 minutes to go. I'm not sure when people start to back time, but I think in a race like this, which has so far had limited interruptions from code 60s, and the same we said for the fact that the cars are all going, they're not. You kind of think, right, it's very likely, this is the famous last word, isn't it? We will run the rest of the race without interruption. So you can now start thinking about back timing when you put your top drivers in, what you do around that. But so it's a really interesting situation. Sometimes all I want is perfect weather, but then perfect weather throws up its own questions.
Yeah, I know, and there isn't going to be any major variables other than what a 12-hour motor race can bring you, which are plenty, don't get me wrong. Into the pits has come the Viper Nisa Racing number 65 Mercedes. Now that car was having a great comeback, and that kind of fell apart a little bit, didn't it, when the car spent a little bit of time with that problem from that pit stop. When Douglas Koo took the car out, he had a strange issue where he had to come back in. They changed a rear wheel and tyre, and the car has been going round. It's just pit stopped again. It's down the order, fell out of sequence.
Nope, that's 71. The UC car giving it an absolute full packet of power there.
Yeah, we should issue penalties for not wheel spinning off the pit apron, to be honest.
True, actually.
We really should.
So there's some close battles in the GT3 class there. We just saw Matthias Weber dropping back a couple of positions on track. Not sure about overall positions. Trying up with the Klaus Bachler was going past, and also the Hoffa car currently with Alex Prince. So you've got the fastest Hoffa driver and the fastest driver in Klaus Bachler currently going just slightly ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the silver and yellow 296. And Di has something for us.
65, Douglas has just jumped out of the car now. He was getting a quick drink. I just grabbed you as you got out of the car. At this point of the race, how do you feel it's going?
Well, we had a power steering issue early on in the race, and that sort of cost us about 10 laps. So we're we're actually sort of climbing back up the ladder, but yeah, the front guys are, I don't know, about 5-6 laps ahead, so we'll see. It's still a long race, so hopefully we'll be able to make up a few laps, few places.
How is the weather sort of now changing everything? It's got incredibly hot. Earlier on it was quite windy, quite cool. Now it's pretty intensely hot.
I wish you would make your mind up, because one day it's like drizzling, the other day it's dry, but because we come from Malaysia, so we're kind of used to this weather, so it's actually quite nice and cool, in spite of the sun being out in full force. But yeah, we're happy with the weather for today so far.
As a team, obviously, you've made that commitment to Creventic and the 24-hour series. You travelled from Malaysia, you're here for the full season. What was it about this series that made you want to be part of it?
We've decided that because a lot of series in Asia are a lot of sprint race, like an hour race, and I find that for a sprint race, if you make a mistake on the first few laps, your race is gone. Whereas with an endurance race, you know, you still can have the opportunity to sort of fight back a few laps, even in spite of the whatever mistakes you've had. And it's always fun coming to race in Europe. We raced with Creventic when they did the TCR 500 in Spa, and we won the podium, so we're very happy with it, and we're very happy with the organizers as well. So it's very nice to be here.
Yeah, from a driver's perspective, you get a lot of track time, so it's the ideal situation, really, especially when you're travelling so far to be here.
Yes, the amount of track time that we had during paid practice, free practice, is just awesome. It's great for gentleman drivers like me, where we need a lot of time to sort of get used to track. And this is the first time all three of us have raced and at this track, so it was good that we had Wednesday and Thursday practice, so to sort of get ourselves used to the track. And I think our lap times show that we're pretty competitive.
And how competitive would you say this series is?
Oh, I think the racing level here is pretty high. You've got really good drivers, and I think there's a lot of discipline in the racing as well. So it's not just because you're a faster driver and you've got a faster car, therefore you try to push someone out. I think the racing here has been very fair. There's no argy-bargy, so yeah, it's been fun.
For you as a driver, are you developing a lot because of this?
Yes, definitely. Anytime I get into a car, in the seat, being able to overtake someone, being able to let someone overtake you, that's a lot of learning.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and enjoy that bottle of water now. Thank you so much. That's Douglas Koo from Viper Nisa Racing, the number 65.
Douglas using a technical term like argy-bargy. I like that.
I did like argy-bargy.
I like that. Everybody understands that.
Everyone's
argy-bargy. Yeah. And a lack thereof. And I think, you know, Nick, when we were coming out here to Misano with it, looking at the entry of 21 cars, and we were thinking, oh, that, you know, it's a short grid, it's a small grid. But then when we talked to people, they were kind of thankful of only having 21 cars, because if we had 40 or 50, like we see at other places, that would have been so crowded. The track here at Misano, I don't think would have suited that at all. Whereas everybody's here is getting to have a relatively clean race. I know someone would argue that point, especially E2P Racing would certainly argue that point. As into the pits has come the leader, Klaus Bachler.
He's out
in the Proton Huber competition. Bachler will be taken out and put into a storage box and plugged in, reprogrammed for a next stint. Not sure what that was, but the Porsche will flip-flop the lap down to the Matisse Limont Haas RT. So Haas RT retakes the lead, as we've seen so many times here, and this for the next just over 5 hours is how it's going to be until something comes along, Nick, to disturb this equilibrium. We are going to see the swapping of the lead of this race and the command of this race between these teams, and Red Ant Racing is lurking as well to be part of that equation as well, so you can't quite discount them as well. Alexander Prince and Hof in the Hofer car, they are 2 laps down, or is that 3 laps down off the leader, but only a lap down off the Red Ant car, and they're currently in 4th.
Problem at the first corner, and it's the 901. It's the Ajith Kumar Racing 992. I saw it going slow at the corner of my eye, actually, because it went in front of us, of our viewing cabine here. It's Fabien Defoe, and that's just run out of oomph. There's not an accident, it's just come to a slow halt. So that's some sort of technical problem. Hopefully Control Alt Delete can sort it out, or we could actually be having after me saying there weren't going to be any, another code 60, but that's right off at turn 1, so it's going to be a long pull back unless they can turn 90 degrees into the pit exit.
Well, that car currently 4th in the 992 class. It's currently 2nd in the 992 AM class, a subclass in 992s. So it's just off the overall 992 podium, but certainly at the moment carrying the middle step. And we are about to go code 60, so the countdown begins. We've got a 20-second countdown that is communicated to the teams and drivers, and then they will get a 10-second warning, and then they will go to full purple.
And there is a little countdown indicator, a little countdown screen in the cockpit of the car, so you can actually see it being counted down from 10 in the cockpit, and you know exactly when code 60 is called, and you must immediately slow down to a maximum of 60 kilometers an hour, which they have all now done. You can tell because the overall ambient noise has dropped significantly.
It has. It's gone down considerably. We can actually hear ourselves think. The issue of that car, the Ajith Kumar Racing car with Fabien Dufault at the wheel, is currently at turn 1, which is the chicane at Parco.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm not sure what they're going to do, whether they can tow it back, going back the wrong way. I don't think they want to go around the entire track on the back of a flatbed. It's sitting there looking like it has no drive. No, and I'm sure he has tried the Control-Alt-Delete, the 3-fingered salute of computers, but that doesn't seem to be working. And indeed, they are strapping it up to the back of a tow vehicle.
The car's just slowed down as well, Nick, hasn't it? It hasn't gone off into the gravel or anything. He's just pulled off.
I saw him in front of the screen here, which is sort of level with the halfway into pit exit from pit out. And I thought he was slow. Initially, I thought he was slowing down to let someone pass, but then he went, no, it's too slow. And lucky it's going to be a short. It looks like a short pull. They're going to turn him back in towards the paddock. So this gives a chance. This gives a chance for a number of people to get a pit stop and get 25 to 50% of the fuel in. This is a 911.
911, the 901 car currently 6th, 4th in the AM, 6th in 992, 4th in the 992 AM class now, with the Ajith Kumar car static on track. The 911 numbered car with Georg Koda in the car might be able to get itself up onto the podium. It's completed 214 laps. It's about 5 laps off that second place 992 AM car. That is currently being recovered on the end of a tow rope there. And this is exactly what 24H Series races can throw up. Everything can be looking fine. We are flip-flopping between the Haas RT taking over the lead in the Audi, and then relinquishing that lead to the Proton Huber Porsche, and then anything can happen. And the code 60 is thrown there in there, Peter, because the Haas RT car now has an opportunity to come in and extend that pit window to maybe either consolidate the gap between itself and the Huber, the Proton Huber car, or bring it closer to, depending on how we're back timing towards the 5 hours, or the next 5 hours, I should say.
That is the question, yeah. How does it affect each car? And of course, the Ajith Kumar car being towed back to the pits at the moment, on the back of that same vintage Mitsubishi pickup truck as well, that we saw brought into action yesterday. Still not.
You reckon 1980s, do you?
No, I've reversed that. I think it's 90s. I think it's mid-90s.
It's still pretty old.
I know one of our camera operators, Eiki Barsk, is a real aficionado of old Japanese stuff, and he would be telling me exactly what vintage it is right now.
We've been waiting for this second half of the race, Peter, you and I, because we've been talking about Era Motorsport using their AM drivers strategically for the first 6 hours. Their two hotshots have not been anywhere near that for Era Motorsport Ferrari, and with Ryan DL now strapped into that car, he's brought the car back into fueling. He'll cycle through and he'll drive past us and resume, but we haven't, in no disrespect to Kyle or Dwight Merriman, we're now going to see the capabilities of that era Ferrari with those two pro drivers at the wheel. We've got Ryan DL at the moment. We've got a chance to see Nico Verdonk very shortly. after Ryan's had a turn, but then I think we're going to see that car just rise up the order from that 8th place overall and in towards the at least the potential Pro-Am top step of the podium.
I agree.
If not overall. I mean, anything can happen.
Why not? And I think, you know, Dwight and Kyle both did their jobs, get the car through. No incidents, no mistakes. They think they had 1 penalty for track limits, but I think almost everybody's going to have one, if not more, by the end of the day. Is RPM Racing going to work in the pits with
brand new rubber going on as well? Brand new Michelin.
Pause to see if they're getting if they're doing any more brake changes, but no, they did one with 4 hours 45 minutes of the race complete. They're doing the rear. It looks like they're going to do the rear brakes this time.
Right, rear brakes don't take as much hammer as the front brakes, of course.
Okay, so Diana Binks has hot-footed her way there. Diana, what do you see? Are they working on the rear brakes? They were. It's done.
Now I've got here the way they've just finished, and I think you're right. I think you called it. It was just the rear brakes. That was a very quick stop for the rear brakes anyway. But they obviously got some issue with that, and the guys were jumping into action and just finished up as I got to the car here in the pit lane. But that was a good quick job by them. They've obviously got some other issues, so we'll keep across that one, I think.
Okay.
And as I'm talking, the 901 Ajith Kumar Racing Porsche 992 car is just being brought by a truck onto the pit apron, so the team are now coming out to receive that car. They're going to take it straight in to the garage. Obviously only 4 members of the team can work in that car at any one time. They have to have the yellow bands on their feet or arms, and they need to push that car into the garage so it can't go in. As we all know, under fired up engine conditions, that engine has to be off, so they are just taking that car back into the garage now to have a
as that turned out. I mean, there's a lot of Indian citizens, residents in Dubai, and to see, I would estimate, you know, maybe 10 to 20,000 fans in the grandstand that sat there for the whole 24 hours. Di, you've opened your mic, you're with the car, I take it, and it's into the pit garage.
Did you not hear that?
Yeah, we heard that. It's just the
fine.
ambience from your microphone seemed to appear.
No, it was switched off. I think it's potentially because of the speaker system here in the pit lane. I think it's quite loud. So even though the mic was turned off,
sorry.
I think you're sort of still getting it to hearing it a little bit. But now I've opened the mic. I'm quite happy to have a chat.
Dive in there, Di, and see if you can. I mean, they probably don't know the answer as to why the car stopped, because the car's just been received, and I can see we've got a laptop plugged in on the 901. We've got an inspection going on. They seem to understand perhaps straight away what needs to be done, because it's gone straight onto the jacks and they're underneath the back.
I can see Fabian. So I'm just we're just looking. We've just seen the car come in. Obviously, you plugged in the laptop. Have you any idea what the situation is? Is it electrical or mechanical?
No, I think it's the gearbox. So it's been like a few laps that Mathieu had a red sound, you know, like in the car. And I went out and I feel straight away like there is something wrong with the car. I went for like few turns, and as soon as I had shift down, it started to block and make some weird noise. The smell was not that good also. So I think it's the gearbox. So.
Which is, well, they're in the rear now, aren't they? Having a look. So when a situation like that happens, obviously you're a more experienced driver. You can handle that quicker, would you say?
Yeah, I mean it's for me it was luckily for me it happened in the straight. So I felt it and I stopped the car, you know, like in the turn 1. Very frustrated because we took back the lead of the race in Am, and we were quite in advance. So yeah, very frustrating. So
it's a setback. I guess you've no idea how long it might take to have a look and sort of make an assessment.
Yeah, I think for us the race is over. I mean, if it's the gearbox, it's quite difficult for us to change that that quickly, and there is no hope of win after that. So I think it's over for us. Not sure, but we never know.
Well, sorry to hear that. If it is, we'll obviously keep an eye out and see what's going on. But thanks for chatting to us, Fabian.
Yeah, the chances of even an AMP podium is going to slowly slip them by as well. I mean, they were pretty much nailed on for the next. Obviously 5 hours, long time, long race time, and anything can happen. That's why I've always all right. I'm not quite sure how long it would take to change the Porsche gearbox. It's probably well over an hour, maybe 90 minutes for that repair, and that would put it out of contention. But you know, hashtag spirit of endurance. You know, this is endurance.
But if they don't,
the finish.
If they do decide that is it, that is music to the ears of Red Camel Jordans, because they've got to come. They're about 40 laps behind them at the moment, which of course they can easily complete in the next 5 hours.
Yes,
and that would gain them very valuable 992 championship points. Yes.
Well, of course, Ajith Kumar Racing is in for the long haul here. Ajith is wanting to compete in the full season. He's going to be there at Paul Ricard. He's going to be there for the 24 hours of Barcelona. So maybe in these moments you have to start thinking about championship points, and the fact, and also, Peter, with a small amount of competitors around you, there is issues that could befall your competitors, and you might end up, you know, just getting on with it. And if there's a gearbox in the truck, you might as well be putting it on the car and getting it out in 90 minutes or whatever it takes.
Yeah, that's. I agree with you. I think if you can get it fixed, if it's within your power, and do it, and you just never know what comes your way, and it usually does. That's the thing as well, is that it often does. Just coming towards the end of the 7th racing hour, and with that will mean 5 hours to go here in the Michelin 12 hours of Misano. Haas RT looking strong at the moment. I wonder if that code 60 actually favoured them pretty well, actually, in terms of getting some fuel in and indeed maintaining their position at the front of the field. And they're also driver lineup wise, they're in another position where actually their lineup is reasonably balanced. Peter Gwelink showed some very good pace. He is the AM graded driver, but he did show some very good pace in the car earlier on. And then Mathis Lisbon and Jeff Michiels, they're both really good young drivers. So Haas RT looking good right now, but like we say, it's a long way to go. And then you can get another code 60 which plays in somebody else's hands and doesn't play into Haas RTs. That's all part of the game.
Well, this race, Peter, I've got to say, and I think I mentioned this a few minutes ago, is developing into a race between the Haas RT and the Proton Huber Porsche, with the Red Ant Mercedes just hovering, just like a buzzard, just flying above, just waiting to pick up the crumbs. But I think these two protagonists are developing into being perhaps, this being a race between these two cars. But there's a lot of variables and a lot of elements that are going to come into play for that to remain in that situation for the next 5 hours.
So 5 hours, 2 minutes to go. Then, as Haas RT looking good with their Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. The Belgian and but now Antiguan squad. I was going to get the exact right word. Belgian and Antiguan squad. Sandrine
Haas.
Yeah, who was a photographer in Formula One, amongst other things. And now has her own race team alongside Chris de Donker.
I haven't seen her here this weekend.
No, I was thinking that. I haven't seen. Normally you see her in the catering area and always have a good catch up and a chat.
That's not to say she's always eating biscuits. I mean, she's not. We happen to be in the catering, don't we?
She's normally having...
She's normally prominent, isn't she?
Yes, she's normally having a good chat with somebody, usually with a cigarette and a glass of wine and a smile.
Yes.
Usually is Sandrine. So... she always brings sunshine to the paddock. But yeah, I did think that. I hadn't seen her. Maybe she's keeping a low profile this weekend, which again would maybe would.
No, she just doesn't know how to do that.
No.
She doesn't know how to do that.
So.
I'm sure she would have been. Nick and Diana might be able to tell us otherwise, but she would have been very much a prominent part of that garage, in the Haas RT garage. She would have been easy to spot.
I thought that earlier on. I haven't seen
she's
her
not
at
here.
all. I don't think she's here. I think we'd have seen her in the garage.
It's too
by
chilly
now,
for her.
I'll see what
Too
I can...
chilly for her. That cooling breeze is too much for her.
I'll go and have a chat with the team and see what I can find out.
Yeah, always good to have around. The 992 class, Peter, is developing into. I said this ages ago, didn't I? The Van Berlo Motorsport team are putting a flag on 992 at the moment. That flag is still flying high. 3 laps the gap now to the Patrick Steen Rasmussen, if to give him his full title. So Patrick Rasmussen in the Holmgaard car, still chasing down, but not quite putting the lap times in on a par with Kai Van Berlo.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Patrick Steen Rasmussen has just set the best lap for that car throughout the race, 1:37.1. That's not even quicker than what Kai Van Berlo did on the last lap, the 1:36.7. The Van Berlo car did a 1:35.5 earlier. So, you know, it's the Van Berlo Motorsport crew, it is their race to lose in 992. When the red camel car dropped out of contention, that was... you know, that was really the main rival for the Van Berlo car, and indeed Milner. Milner were, I would say, I'd put them up there as a high contender too. So it's now for Van Berlo Motorsport. They can afford now to take it a little bit more conservatively in terms of those brake changes. You know, Baz Kutten talked to us earlier about how on it he was with when you need to do the brake changes and why, and because of the circuit. So now if they're 50-50 on do we take the time to do the brake change or not, when you've got a 3-lap lead, you absolutely can do that. Yeah. In terms of pit stop wise, there may be a little bit to give back to Holmgaard, I would say. They've only been in the pit 6 times, and the last time they were only in for a couple of minutes. So whereas the Holmgaard car took a full service, probably under that code 60, so it might be closer than 3 laps as such.
Yeah,
but,
well, it might be, but then very quickly after that, 20 minutes later or so, the Holmgaard car is going to pit. So again, we're in that flip-flop situation of when the 925 pits in comparison to the 902, and it all depends on. Kyle Tilley's job's not done, by the way. I'm just looking at the Holmgaard car on the timing screen, and just above it, Kyle Tilley is back in the ERA car.
Right. Okay. I could have sworn they'd done their combined 6 hours.
So yeah, I know.
But may possibly not.
I could. I mean, we're an hour into the second half, aren't we? We've just clicked by an hour, so there's a 4 at the front of the clock now. 4 hours and 57 minutes of this race remain.
Yeah, it's maybe they just missed it, and they've realised, and they've had to put Kyle back in the car after that stint from.
Because we did see Ryan DL in that car.
For one stint. Yeah. And they can use him for a maximum of 4 hours. Nico Verdonk, they can put him in as much as they want. He's got no limit, just like when they've had Jake Hill in the team the previous 2 rounds. They've been able to use him a lot, and they have done. And he's raised a few eyebrows amongst the Michelin 12H Series paddock. You know, a few stalwarts of the paddock mentioning to us, saying how how impressed they were with him, with Jake Hill, how good he was in particularly the wet at Mugello.
Well, he's due to get back in, isn't he? He's due to be back in that car for Paul Ricard. Looking forward to seeing the current British Touring Car champion dabbling.
It has just about the Audi. Surely being a gold is better than a silver. theoretically, yes, it means you're considered as a higher standard of driver, but for example, at Le Mans, you need to have 1 bronze driver, 1 silver, and 1 gold. And usually the gold or platinum. And the gold or platinum is usually provided as a factory driver, normally. The bronze driver is usually the driver who's funding the operation, normally. And then the silver is usually drivers that tend to have slipped through the cracks and aren't a gold yet, but they will be in Le Mans, because at Le Mans there's so much riding on it that getting a good silver makes such a difference. So, yeah, I think, well, we'll see how things go, but JK's certainly proven that she's got huge amounts of speed. And if he did keep his silver license, he would be very much a hot property for a Le Mans team, I think, or a World Endurance Championship team for next season.
You've made that sound very sensible.
Have I?
Yes.
Not cynical?
No,
Good.
no. Very sensible approach to using a driver of his capabilities. I mean, we're talking about a driver who's not going to be with us until the next round. He's got a clash with his day job. His day job being the West Surrey Racing BMW in British touring cars. Hasn't had a great start to his season, has he? He'll be wanting to rectify that. Hey?
He did it, Brands.
Oh, did he win a race?
Yes, he did.
Ah, right,
yes.
he's back then. He's back.
He's back.
On song, right. Yeah, I haven't caught up with what's happening in British touring cars. So yeah, at the moment though, Kyle Tilley is driving that Era Motorsport Ferrari, and I'm not sure every time I look, it's been Kyle Tilley in the car. I know Dwight Merriman's been in it. I know that Ryan DL has been in it, but Kyle Tilley finishing off his driver time, no doubt. He's been in the car for 15 minutes, Peter. So yeah, 15, coming up to 16 minutes now. So
yeah, so I mean,
it's got a chunk of time to go yet.
Yeah. So you won't want to come in unnecessarily. Maybe they might pull him out if it's a code 60 and put Nico de Verdonken, or because he hasn't driven at all yet. Although the thing is because of his grading, he needn't actually drive at all. But I would think they would want to get him in the car if they possibly can. As things stand at the moment, that is the 8th place Era Ferrari, the 907 RPM Racing Porsche. They sit 3rd overall in 992, and the leading AM car, and at the moment they are being chased by the Seb Lejeune car, but they have a 6-lap advantage over the Seb Lejeune car. So they're looking good right now with RPM Racing, so they can play a little bit more conservative with those brake changes and make sure, Nick Johnson was saying they might even need 3 separate brake changes through a 12-hour race. That's remarkable. Last time I remember that was 2008 Sebring, where the Porsche RS Spider won the race. The Audi R10s, they were saying normally they could go, 24 hours at Sebring without having to change the brakes, but they had to change them on more than one occasion in that race, and it cost them the race. It's amazing how just different days you can get these issues can just rear their head.
I'm being distracted for all the wrong reasons here, Peter.
4 hours 52 minutes to go then, with Mathis Lismont driving and leading the way. And the leading car in 992 AM is Philippe Hamprecht, the former Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion. In fact, made a lot of his career success in the early days in Asia, as many drivers are doing now. There's great opportunities over there in that region. He won the Formula Masters China Championship in 2016, which my now wife actually worked on at the time when she worked in China. And then went on to win the Carrera Cup Asia, which is a great championship, fantastic championship. We cover it here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and there's some great talents that have come through there. Probably most notably would be Earl Bamber, who won it twice before moving on to be a Le Mans winner and Porsche factory driver. But Hamprecht showing his prowess at the moment. He just set that car's best lap of the race a couple of moments ago with a 1:36.765. It's only 4 seconds or so off the absolute best in GT3. Shows you how impressive these Porsche 911 GT3 Cup machines are. They run fairly similar amount of horsepower to a GT3, depending on which GT3 car you're talking about and the balance of performance, etc. Aero-wise, they're a little bit more straightforward than the GT3 cars are, but they are an impressive thing. Well, gearbox being prepared in the Ajith Kumar Racing Garage and Red Ant Racing, they're not giving up. They're getting ready to put a new gearbox in.
Absolutely not. If, like I said, Peter, if there's one in the truck, then, you know, I would have been surprised if the Red Ant team had not gone to work and got that car back in the race. It's still all to play for with regards to championship points, especially if you were a team and a set of drivers that are in for the championship. It's good, you know, you would absolutely destroy yourself if the championship at Barcelona was decided on just a few points that you would have accumulated if you'd even gone round and you know, finished in the penultimate 992 class position. You've got to do it. You've got to do it. You've got to push on. You've got to get the car to the finish with whatever means and whatever it takes.
Change for position then. 6th place switches over as Vasily Vladikin goes through at Curva Quercia. That is, yeah, so moving through then for 6th position on Miroslav Weibo for Scuderia Praha. So the Simpson Audi definitely doing a top job, that blue, red and white machine. Again, they're running in the AM class, so that puts them up into 3rd in class. It's a very competitive class, the AM class, it must be said. With the moment 2nd place in that class is Juta, and top of the shop there is Hofer. They sit 4th overall. Are they able to get another podium, a 2nd overall podium in a row and an AM win? Wow, that would be amazing if they could do that. Again,
it's going to come down to pit stop times, isn't it? Now, they're very, very close on stint times, those two cars. Maxi Partel in the Hofer car has been in the car 21, let's say 22 minutes. Arenas Gatsiaukis, he's been in the Audi for 33 minutes. So they're not far apart. But when it comes to pit stops.
But the last time they were in the pits, the Red Ant car, for example, or sorry, the Hofer car, 2 minutes 24 in the pits. The Juta car, 4 minutes 24. That's fuel. So there's a big difference in the fuel. So the Juta car has more. Yes, the stint time's the same. They all pitted under that last code 60, but the fuel in the tank is definitely more in the Juta. Dana Binks has more for us in the pits.
Kral is here just to have a quick chat with us. Joseph, we've got about 4 hours or so to go in this race. Are you sort of satisfied with the progress that you're making at this point?
Yeah, well, it's not too bad. Still 4 hours is a long time, so we'll see what happens. But at the moment, it's not too bad. I mean, the track conditions are a little bit challenging at the moment. Also, overtaking is not easy at all because the track is quite narrow and technical. But overall, I think the car is going well and struggle a little bit with braking, so we have to really keep the temperatures a little bit lower. So we have to pull on the side all the time on the straights to lower the temperatures, but otherwise everything is going well.
Is that really more or less because of the increase in temperature that we've seen in the last couple of hours?
Definitely. The sun here in Italy is always strong. Luckily, we have the sun finally. But yeah, the temperature is going higher and higher. But I think in like 1 hour or 2 hours, it should start dropping again. So it should be a little bit better for us again.
So what's the biggest thing you're having to manage? Is it the tyres or is it the brakes?
Well, both. It's kind of connected because when the temperature of brakes is going higher and higher, the front tires are going higher as well. The temperature of front tires. So it's kind of combined. But anyway, I managed to do a quite nice stint. The last one, it was a bit frustrating because I couldn't overtake. Also together with the higher temperatures, it was a bit more difficult. But now it's settled down, so it should be fine till the end of the race.
The GT3 class is pretty competitive, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a lot more than it used to be. So it's really nice racing, and all the drivers are really fast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice things to say. All the drivers are really fast. Quite as fast as Joseph Kral on occasions. We've seen him pull off some absolutely outstanding drives. A few years ago now, when Scuderia Praha were champions here and race winners, they're still very much a part of this Pro-Am Podium, though, aren't they? They're currently second, 7th overall in GT3, but second in Pro-Am. Now, the leader of Pro-Am is the Proton Huber car, which is the second place Porsche, and that's a big ask to get back on terms. 4 laps in it for those cars between that's the Pro-Am Podium, so it's going to be a battle of the Ferraris, I think, for second and third in Pro-Am.
Possibly, yeah, it could be at this stage. It's Miroslav Weibo on board right now for Scuderia Praha. But yeah, Joseph Kral, very much the team leader, and will be, mentoring his teammates as well, getting them through. Miroslav and Matas Weibo, the father and son team, and indeed Denis Sasek, who a little bit younger, he's 32, but not quite as experienced as Joseph is. And you think, he won races in GP2, which we now know as F2, beating guys like Max Chilton, James Collado, Felipe Nasr, Brendan Hartley. You're talking about guys that went all the way to F1 and he beat them.
And all the way to the World Endurance Championship. Well, I mean, in LMP1s, and
yeah, James Collado is a Le Mans winner overall for Ferrari, and Felipe Nasr for me is the best driver in IMSA at this current moment. Has an amazing IMSA record. He's pretty unstoppable at the moment. So that was the level. That's the context
didn't
of how
have
good.
A fair crack at Formula 1, Philippe.
No, he did not.
Fair crack.
And in a way, what's funny is if we were to be really, really selfish, it's maybe a good job that he didn't, because then otherwise he would have never ended up in sports cars.
We wouldn't be watching him in
We've got him in sports cars in the prime of his career, both when he was driving for Wayland Cadillac and now with the Porsche Penske. And we're being very selfish there, but yes, you're absolutely
I'm sure
right.
He'd disagree. I'm sure he'd agree with you, Peter.
It's interesting. I listened to an interview with him recently, and he's very much content with for its maiden voyage at Dubai. It's a big part of the Michelin 24-hour series. We have our European season, but of course we also have the Middle East Trophy, where when weather's not as nice in Europe, the whole paddock packs up and heads to Dubai and Abu Dhabi in January, and
it's become the way to start the motorsport season.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just when weather's just rubbish at home, and you go,
and it's 2 weeks after New Year, and the race season starts early these days. We used to have to wait until March, didn't we? I mean, the British club scene didn't used to start until mid-March. The international scene didn't used to start until, arguably Daytona.
Early February for Daytona.
But yeah, the racing season, certainly the endurance sports car season, has been started at Dubai. And that's evolved into Dubai, Abu Dhabi being back-to-back events for the 24H Series Middle East Trophy. And then sports car fans look across the Atlantic. Daytona, Sebring, and then before we know it, the 24H Series European Series starts again in March with the visit to Mugello, and that's become a sort of a cast in stone part of the calendar, hasn't it?
It's a great way to kick off the European season, because it's Mugello at that time. You can get a nice kind of fairly pleasant sunny day, but actually more often than not in the last couple of years we've had fairly changeable conditions, and that makes for such exciting races. Like this
well, it was
year,
very wet this year, wasn't it?
Forth.
Absolutely torrential rain to start the season.
Yeah, and it was kind of in and out of rain, and we're changing tyres back and forth. Miroslav Weibo at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari or understand has just had a little bit of a moment in his 7th place 296 GT3. Just went a little bit wide at turn 14, Curva de Caro, where you're trying to get the car slowed down after the back straight.
Miroslav is the gentleman driver in that car. But before we wax lyrical about Miroslav, let's head down to the pits. Diana Binks has got an update for us.
I think we we've been talking about it all day. Marcel, you're here with your two sons this weekend. What an amazing thing, first of all, to be able to do with your sons, but I understand it's been in the planning for some time.
Yeah, of course. It was planning. They stopped racing, and after that they said we tried to race together some endurance races. So last September, Kai was not able to drive that one. I did it with Glenn and my son-in-law, and yeah, today we drive together.
How do you feel your weekend's going so far?
Sorry?
How do you feel your weekend is going so far?
Perfect. It's my first. I never driven it before, but it's okay. And well, till now it's.
With the rain, now with the sun, how have you adjusted to everything that's been thrown at you?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I expected more rain. We didn't really have rain, so a little bit, but I have driven. I was here Wednesday, and I've driven almost all in the dry conditions. Yeah, so far, yeah, good.
And how satisfying is it to sit down with your sons and sort of talk through what's happening out there on track and make progress?
Sorry?
How satisfying is it to sit here and talk through the race event that you're all competing in together with your sons?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. They tell me I have to drive faster, but I do what I can. And I think we have to compete with the rest, and they don't have to compete with each other. So till now, so far, it's okay.
And what do you feel about this Misano circuit? How do you find it? Is it very challenging?
It's a technical circuit, and it's quite intensive. Yeah. So there's not a lot of time to relax. So after a stint, it's okay. It's compared to Spa, it's a different. Yeah, but it's a very nice circuit. I like it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And these long endurance races, these long endurance races keep you on your toes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, Marcel, thank you so much for chatting.
Okay, thank you.
Marcel van Berlo from the number 925 car at the moment, looking very, very strong with his two sons, Glenn and Kai. It's Kai who's at the wheel right now, leading the way. Quite a far way into his stint, maybe 10 to 15 minutes left on his stint before he has to come to the pits. And they didn't take a huge amount of service at the previous stop, whereas the chasing Holmgaard car did. So that gap could narrow a bit, but it still looks like Van Berlo are looking good.
It's not going to narrow, Peter, with Kai Van Berlo at the wheel. He's been putting in lap times in 136s, 135s, and he's arguably the fastest driver in that car and in that driver lineup in that car. He is extending that lead. It's out to 3 laps, so where it is time-wise, I'm not quite sure. I think it's about. Well, I'm not quite sure exactly what the time gap is, but it is 3 laps, and until we see the Holmgaard car optimized in the same way, it's hard to judge just what sort of progress is going to be seen when they go through their driver rotation.
But if you think about it, if you take 2.5 minutes less service, if you like, or time at the fuel pump, that is, if you need to do that when the others don't,
it's a lap and a half.
That's a lap and a half, yeah. So all of a sudden it's a little bit different. I do still think Van Berlo have the edge, but the gap isn't quite as wide as it looks. I think that's what I mean by narrowing. But
right, I see
you're right.
I see what you mean. The gap is extending slowly, though.
Yes, slowly.
As we go through this stint.
Chunk, even that's a big difference in stagger in terms of the strategy. So let's keep a watch on it. But I agree with you that Van Berlo are definitely in a strong position, and I'd also say that Glenn Van Berlo has matched every blow for blow of his brother Kai. Definitely, I think he's been absolutely excellent in this race.
It all bodes well going into the last 90 minutes.
It does, yeah. It really does.
I mean, it looks pretty strong, but you can never say, unless it continues to go their way and they extend that to 6 laps, into the last 90 minutes. But at the moment, it's got every, like you've just said there, that's not the case. Maybe giving us a bit of a false impression, if anything.
I think so. Yeah, I think so until we see things play out. But of course, that can be completely shuffled again with the code 60. You know, it's where that's where things can really mix up with that. So, still has RT that leads then, with Mathis Lismont on board with a 1:33.5 last time by. Nearly that car's fastest lap of the race, but 1:35.8 for Manuel Luik last time by. 1:33.6 for Kobe De Bruyker in third place in the Red Ant racing car. All three of those cars are reasonable. In fact, the Proton Huber car in second place is the car that's earliest into its stint. The Haas RT car will be the first to come in, I would suspect. Certainly for driver time it would have to. As spin for the Scuderia Farron car at turn 14. Quite a few drivers getting it wrong there at turn 14, which of course there's so much speed being carried in there, isn't there, when you're coming in on the brakes and trying to turn the car at the same time.
Ivo Breukels will be delighted to hear that one as he is chasing him down. There's several laps involved, 16 laps after the Red Camel coming back after that problem with the handling, wasn't it? They had some damage that they had to repair. And Ivo Breukels chasing down that car that's just had a problem with a little spin, so the gap will come down a little bit more. The chase continues. Let's head down to the pits. Diana, I can hear your voice.
You can, and we're just sort of at this point of the race where it's sort of settled a little bit on track. I thought I'd try and find some other drivers for us to chat to. Era Motorsport, Ryan Diel is here. Ryan, how would you sort of describe the race so far?
A little bit uneventful for us, but seems like we're settling in now, and you know, it's always interesting, the strategy, which Pro-Am cars have the Rams in. So we got Kyle kind of hunting down the Praha car right now, so he'll be done with drive time after this. Dwight's done with drive time, and it'll be Nico and I till the end.
And what sort of feedback are you getting from your other drivers after they've been out there during their stints?
Physical, and I did like a 2/3 stint there till the last code 60. Yeah, physical little place, not a lot of time to breathe, but really good track, great weather, glad we're here.
It seems very competitive, doesn't it? And it's great to see here at Creventic and having drivers like yourself come and take part.
Yeah, I mean, I did a couple of races, I think in 2012 or 2013. Haven't been back since, but it's surprising. You don't realize how much strategy comes in. A lot of people are confused about the fueling situation, and it actually works out really good. I think code 60s getting to only take like a quarter tank of fuel and stuff like that, and being in the pits as it comes changes your strategy. So something we're always strong at ERA. I think we throw the strategy card a lot driving in IMSA, so we typically have been pretty good on that side, and the car's fast today, so let's see if we can get a second place.
Yeah, and that's what these long endurance races bring, isn't it? They push you to the edge to sort of keep on your toes to be across the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, the part of the thing is seeing the different drivers, and you know, typically in IMSA, the slowest drivers go first, and you kind of, you know, eliminate your drivers towards the end of the race. Whereas here, because the code 60s and not full course yellows and safety cars, you can kind of mix it up. You can, you know, drill your poles in the first half, and at the end you can put your AMs in. So we're kind of sticking to what we find is the recipe that works for us. It seems like we're in good shape right now, so we'll see what happens.
Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Diel for Era Motorsport there. We're going to see him in the car very soon, once the driver time is completed for the other machines. Now, the Scuderia Farron car may not well have been a spin, actually. It may well have been contact with the number 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. That's Miroslav Vajbo at the wheel again. There's quite a few incidents for him so far today.
He's the AM driver in that car, though, isn't he, in fairness?
One of them, yes. Yeah, it's not quite been his day so far today, but hopefully they'll be able to evade any kind of penalty, because they're running in a good position right now. They are running second in the Pro-Am class. In fact, very tightly locked in with Aero Motorsport, actually, who are chasing them down in a motorsport, of course, in the Pro-Am class and indeed for the full season, like Scuderia Praha. So it's very much important points for the championship being played for here over the next 4.5 hours.
QnQ Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Summer holidays vandachu, நம்ம GT Holidays vandachu. GT Holidays, South India's #1 travel brand.
Vandachu, the Chennai Silk Mega Combo Sale, Summer Chill Out Sale.